There you are. To you.
Right? People are like, what's wrong with these people? Well, a lot.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like, what's actually wrong with you? Oh, would you like me to go through that right now?
Besides the fact that I think about drinking like almost every day still.
I don't. I actually don't.
That's good. You know what? I don't either unless it's like high stress. It's more of the, like, I don't know if you have this where it creeps in. I have the creep in thought where I don't see it come in.
So, okay. So, should we introduce ourselves, you think, at the beginning of this as alcoholics?
Sure.
I think
we my seltzers.
Yeah, I think we should. Like, I'm Leslie and I'm an alcoholic.
I'm Rachel and I'm an alcoholic.
So what we wanted to talk about tonight, because it's live and we're like desperately trying to get this podcast edited, and I freaking started on the wrong computer and it has been a nightmare. Like, all day it's been a nightmare. I've gotten 10 minutes edited and it's taking forever for those 10 minutes to upload. It already did it once without audio and I freaking almost threw my computer through the window.
Oh no.
So why did we do this? So we wanted to talk about how we met and all that.
Yeah, well, we want to bring all our boys to the yard, as they say, and get people excited about
on board. Yeah, so I will say, if you are not in a recovery-based program, you're probably not going to get too much out of this. I mean,
well,
you're welcome to stick around.
Right, my peoples who wanted to come, you know who you are, and thank you for dealing with all the circles of chasing us around.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's awesome. I look like an albino. I think I might need to change my lighting situation.
No, I totally this morning posted one of our TikTok promos. We're doing like these spoofs on random AA shares, and I got like 10 messages today asking if I was drinking or high. And I was like, no, it's a joke. Like, I said you would get it if you were in recovery, because every single person that I'm in recovery with, they're like, oh my God, that's amazing. That's funny. But all of my normal friends are like, what's wrong? Did you relapse? I'm like, oh my God. So I just deleted it. I deleted it from, I had to, like, it's still on my TikTok and everything, but like, I don't want people like actually thinking that and me going to teach tomorrow.
Acting. Should we have like a disclaimer? I'm a smart ass, don't get upset.
You're getting easily offended. You should not be here.
No.
You should probably go pray and then maybe come back in a couple weeks.
This is how we roll. I'm not wearing a bra and I don't plan on to for any of these. And it's real breezy down here. Like, I just have kind of a muumuu, just a real sheer, like grandma's old nightie. And I dredged it up with a flower. We decided we were going to be casual today.
Nightgowns. You guys understand that this woman like has actual nightgowns.
Yes, and you think that I have like some kind of nightcap, like I'm going through the town yelling to like, like, take the candles out. What's that dude that rings the bell or whatever? That's not me. Although now I kind of want one. Yes. I'd probably be a good one.
No, but candle. I don't think I have a nightgown for costumes.
Oh, well, I can't sleep in the buff.
Oh, well, we won't get into that. So, how did we meet? My precious Principessa and me. So we met online in a recovery group. We met in AA meetings.
And I just spilled my beverage on my computer. Because I'm a klutz like that, which everyone will know. If you already know me, you know this.
So we are part of this online community of people in recovery, addicts, alcoholics, you name it.
People that like to blow dogs for quarters and get their rocks off.
You have
No,
a
I'm not.
vice?
I'm not judging. You have
If
a
you-
fetish and it's illegal. We're your people.
So we God, we're never gonna get through an episode ever once. Last night we recorded 2.5 hours.
Namaste. I will shush now. Mahalos. Many mahalos.
So we met on this site, and I had been on there like a good year before you had, right?
Mhm.
And so I guess Rachel kind of stayed quiet for a little while, and I'm not. Like, I don't know if people know that, but I'm not really quiet.
Well, the people that know me though, like the two that are on here, they know I'm not quiet either. It takes a bit, and then you open that shell, which
Yeah.
the first experience of me letting my true nature out, you were like, wow. I'm like, yeah.
I could get on board with this.
When Leslie said, "What's up, bitch?" I was like, "Oh, best friends."
So I messaged her and I was like, you're actually one of the only women I can truly tolerate. And
baby.
so it was like kismet just from there. Right?
It's like the slow motion scene, and it's just like, if that's not a goddamn Hallmark card, I don't know what is.
Wishing
can
you
tolerate
sober
you.
holidays. That's what we should do. We should just come up with a card line that just every holiday, wishing you a sober Halloween, wishing you oh my God, someone's going to steal our market.
Yeah.
Oh, I just gave it away. Everything could be sober.
I'm such an asshole though. I want to do the opposite. Like, I'm so glad that you didn't throw up in the bushes and your pants were down in front of the Marks kids. Like that's. Well, yay for
we
not
could.
doing that this year.
Yeah, so they have a section in the grocery store that says, Halloween, birthdays, and then
Sober.
alcoholics.
No, you know what?
No,
Hey, we have
sober and
Yes.
clean.
'cause we
Clean
have
and
to go
sober.
through all the wine, and fifths down the aisle, so that makes sense.
Yeah, that's where our card should be.
You have to have funny ones though.
We
Thank
should
you for
have
not
an
killing that
end
family
cap.
for this New Year's Eve.
We have an end cap at the wine aisle. So when people are turning for New Year's Eve,
Ooh.
they see the card that says Happy Sober New Year. And they're
In
like,
their head, they're like, maybe I don't want to make this choice.
that's right.
And
Look
then
at
we'll be
us.
out there in like our little munked up gear and be like,
Changing
"Jesus loves
lives.
you." Yeah, we'll be handing out our pamphlets of love. Unless you're hot, then it's like one blowy for you in the dark alley.
You don't have to do anything for it.
Seriously though, I want a New Year's Eve card. Thank you for not killing that family for this New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I used to get so wasted on New Year's Eve. Like we had
Yeah.
my ex-husband and I had a tradition, and he told me finally in the last years he's not celebrating New Year's Eve with me anymore because of how bad it got. Like bad. And I didn't realize how bad it was until I begged him the following New Year's Eve. Oh, please don't do this. And then I did it again.
Did you ever see like a video or pictures of yourself? Like,
Dude.
full drunk or blackout?
Dude, there's something on my profile right now someone posted for my birthday.
Oh my.
And I'm dancing. We went and ate at like a hibachi grill in the mall.
That wasn't this year?
No.
With the choo-choo?
Huh? Oh, that was yesterday.
Yeah, I was like, girl, what are you talking about?
No, someone posted pictures for my birthday, and it was like the restaurant is, how they have restaurants in malls?
Yeah.
Like mostly that's what malls are now, like restaurants and ice skating rinks, right? So we were in a mall at like a hibachi grill and waiting, and I'm like dancing, like just making these poses. I mean, like imagine me like 200
really
pounds
feeling
heavier.
yourself.
Yeah, and I was like, I'm so hot. I totally wasted. Yes, and so when I saw them years ago, I was like, oh, they're so cute. Look how adorable I am. And now looking at them, it's like, oh my God. You fat, disgusting pig.
That's nice. You look in the mirror. This and you. Don't you ever do that again. Well, dude,
You are no
tomorrow
longer a
too.
piece of fat, disgusting crap.
That's gonna be peeled off the sidewalk in your own pool, sweating somebody's semen.
That's my morning affirmation.
Can I steal that then? I need to steal. Okay, cool. Oh my gosh. If you guys are into hearing a lot of wheezing, stick around. So,
Oh my God, there's so much wheezing. I wheezed so loud last night. It compressed the microphone and it's like
I cannot laugh normal anymore. I've done too much. I've done too much.
yeah.
So I was definitely the dancing queen. Like I just wanted to get out there and dance and
Not me.
I always was dancing. Like that's where I was. If
I
wasn't
was
at the
always
bar,
loud. I was
Yeah, I was
always
loud.
loud and stupid, but it's not much different than I am right now.
I don't know if I don't know. I'd have to ask people. Like what I remember, I feel like I'm the same, but I was way heightened. Like I remember going to this bar. We used to,
Were you more
me and my best friend
spiritual?
would go.
Were you more spiritual in your drunkenness?
Fuck no. Mm-mm. No, I was more hoary.
I mean,
Can you
people say
imagine
that.
me
I feel like
inappropriate?
I just get spiritual. Like I can just
No.
really.
If spiritual means studying the gentle curve of his cock, then yes, that was my Jesus.
No sound effects. That's why I don't like it live. We can't have sound.
That was spirituality to me. You got the drinks, I got the mouth. That's the dance for it too. So we'd go to this 80s bar, my best friend and I, down in Royal Oak. Shameless plug for Michigan. Not that most people care, but it was called Luna and it was pretty sweet. So they have 80s night. We get all rocking, funned out. And then one of the first nights we went, they had the safety dance. Does anyone? I'm sure people know that. You know the like the
Oh, okay.
and I was just like, the bar wasn't that big, but they started playing it. I was so excited because I'd never gone to a full like immersed 80s culture like in the now, right? Where they had dancers and everything. It was amazing. And I was wasted, so that's how I was heightened. Like I was in my little Candyland. And I was like, everybody, as loud as I could. And I just started doing it and had everyone follow my lead. And we did this all around the bar. So that's the kind of partier I was. Like, I couldn't stop. I just wouldn't stop.
I was like, you don't even know how amazing you are. I'm going to teach you the circle of fifths right now. You can be a professional musician by tomorrow morning. Get another beer and let's start. Like, I'm not exaggerating. There's a friend here on my Facebook that can totally verify that. That's how we met.
Well, my story is the same way too. I would be like, listen, fuck you and buy me another shot. And you're so pretty. Shh. Look at that dude down there. Whose birthday is it? I got it.
So why are we doing this? Why are we like, oh, let's go live on our Facebook and tell everybody we're alcoholics? Because we are sick and tired of it being a problem.
Yes, it should
like
not
we
be
are
anonymous.
so sick. Like, yeah, anonymity. Yeah, that's a side.
That's for the 50s, and I don't wear those dresses. But sometimes
that's
do,
the anonymity. But as far as like stopping this, oh, she has an alcohol problem and hiding it. Like, I'm done with that. I'm done. And I'm done with people not being able to find like real, like, I need to know, like, am I normal? Like, is it normal that I'm feeling this way? And so Rachel and I were talking the other night and we were like, oh my God, we have to do this because we're so sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of people thinking that because I don't drink, I do have major issues. I mean, I should clarify that, right? I have major issues. But that I can't be a normal.
That's real helpful right now.
Being
Listen,
normal.
we're not fucked up. Kind of fucked up. So we're not fucked up and we're sick of it.
And we will fix your life for you. We got
That's right.
here. We got here to sobriety messed up, but we'll fix your life. But no, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of people being like, oh, you know, so I just tell people I'm set with my water when I go somewhere. It's like, you should not be ashamed to say, like, who we raise awareness, and I can say this because your kid is autistic. We raise awareness for autism because people didn't know what it was. And it's a good thing we did, because look at these kids getting help. I have one of the most amazing special education departments at my school. And when I work with those kids, and I know that every single one of these teachers cares about them, and it's not a judgment, and the little kids welcome them into the classroom, right? We have to raise awareness about other stuff too. And what does that mean? It doesn't mean donating to a cause. I'm sorry. It doesn't. It means talking about it and saying, hey, I'm an alcoholic. I really messed up my life. I was so ashamed because I was in the church and I was taught that if I said that I had a problem, I was going to hell. I said it, and a lot of people were raised that way. I love Jesus Christ. He is my savior. He is my higher power, but I will not be shunned by people in the church anymore. I will not feel that way. And that's why I continued for so long, because I was ashamed of it. And I thought everyone's going to judge me. And I'm not the only one that feels that way.
No, there's a lot of people that I've heard in and out of the rooms talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, I was raised pretty staunch Catholic, and I don't really believe in religion at all. I just believe in spirituality. And for me, you know, being sober, I finally found other people that understand what that means, where you have the freedom to really start becoming who you want to be. And yeah, I agree. Like the stigma against women just in general, and then in recovery, it's just ridiculous. So this is a great way to
It's really because women belong in the kitchen. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you a feminist? This is
me.
I'm done.
Me?
Stigmas against women. You're crazy.
Look at me. I'm like, what? No, we don't belong in the kitchen, you son of a bitch. No, I think you belong wherever you want to be. But yeah, it's nice to have like a platform where people can just like, I don't know. I feel like that's what we want to create. You know, see where this goes, and let people have a voice. Like people that aren't just famous or doing like stunts or dog,
right?
Who knows? Then they're animals on, you know.
Look, I love Robert Downey Jr. I would leave my boyfriend in 1.7 seconds if Robert Downey Jr. walked.
For the Iron Man?
Yes. And I love his openness about his recovery life. I love it. Yeah. But we need to do that as normal people, because he's already famous and he has nothing to lose. Right?
Right.
We are afraid that if we say, I'm an alcoholic and I'm a teacher, I got news for you. I'm not the only one. I'm one of the best damn teachers that your kids will ever have. And I'm an alcoholic. And I know lots of them.
Yeah.
And it should be talked about. We have people serving our community and raising the next generation that don't know how to cope and only learned to go to a substance. Because whatever the cause may be, they were raised that way, or insurance, like there's no therapy.
No. And rehab's very expensive.
Yeah. So what do? We self-medicate. What is that with? Food, sex, alcohol, drugs, whatever drug. What's your drug?
Right.
Marijuana.
Yeah.
Cocaine. I never messed with drugs, but my friends have, and my thing was vodka and beer. And it's legal. And it's not okay that we're self-medicating in a society where we're so able to help each other. And that's why we're here right now. And if you get offended by what we're saying, then you probably should work the 12 steps.
Yeah, you need a step 10, bitch. Write that shit down. Make a list.
Pros and cons.
Ugh. My least favorite. My least favorite because I need to. No, I've never been so uncomfortable in my whole life, and I've never been in a place where I've flourished as fast. I've been flourishing
Yeah, because you get it.
Yeah, and I want it.
I get these people, and I can help them, and they can help me.
Exactly.
And it's not a scratch your back situation. What is it?
You scratch my back, I scratch yours.
Transactional. It's not a transactional thing. You know, like I help you and you help me and that's how it works. No, I help you and I help her and I help maybe him and I help maybe that one guy over in Canada who tuned in one day. And then they are then helping other people.
Exactly.
I mean, it's such a simple concept about paying it forward. And we talk about that all the time with our children and the golden rule and do unto others. And yet there are things that we won't talk about. Oh, she has a drinking problem. Pray for her. Pray for her. Her husband is an alcoholic. Right?
Yeah.
Well, why don't you refer her to some recovery programs?
Yeah. Tune in. Learn some shit.
So
take that cotton out of your ears and use it as a wipe because you're gonna pee your pants.
So Rachel started chairing meetings on this website, and we just started getting to know each other randomly. We did a couple Zoom events together, and then we started talking, like really talking. And I went through a divorce last year, and Rachel's currently getting divorced. And that's kind of what, I guess, solidified it, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's just been a very gradual pull. Like for me, I've totally let go and have just let my higher power bring me where I need to be.
Mm-hmm.
And not control, because I was controlling everything. It's like just a total free fall,
Mm-hmm.
Very like the Tom Petty song. I love Free Falling. That's a great song. And
she's a good girl. Loves mama.
I do love Jesus. He's my homeboy.
Yes.
Yeah, and America too.
So, I'm crazy about Elvis. Like my mom, we went to Graceland when I was 13.
Okay.
I mean, that was one of our family vacations. And my sister and I were always like, oh God, shut up about Elvis. So then, my sister is also a music teacher, and we were partner teachers in a district for 2 years, shared an office. Yeah, it was amazing. Shared an office. And so we were like, let's do an Elvis tribute concert with these second graders. And so we started watching Elvis music videos, and we were like, oh my God. Now we see what Mom was talking about. Lives. Like, if you haven't watched an Elvis music video, go do it right now. I don't care if you like men or women, just go do it.
Elvis was very nice looking, yes.
But that, we went to Graceland on family vacation. So it was so boring.
I bet.
What were we talking about? And I interrupted you with that Graceland bit.
Hey, I don't know.
Oh, crazy about Elvis.
Oh yeah, we were singing Free Falling. So yeah, I think I've been in this free fall, and just kind of wherever I land is where I land. And it's
right.
It goes against all the norms of how I was raised or what I've seen throughout the years, thinking that I had control over this and that. I really don't. And the more I let go and just focus on being really more elusive and like in a spiritual way and free and open, everything just falls into place. Like in no way is divorce fun, but it was necessary, and it's so much more, I don't want to say enjoyable, but it's less painful, sober, like truly sober,
Mm-hmm.
in recovery, around people who also speak recovery and understand it, which,
Right.
That's why I feel like brought us together and to do this, because I've been wanting to do a podcast for a long time.
Forever.
Yeah, and I haven't found anyone, and I
And
don't know how.
not like a shtick. Like, what can I do? I can play my violin. I mean, people do that.
I like shtick, but I get like our jokes. Like,
Oh, we will have shtick. People
Oh,
don't
there
know
will be
shtick
shtick.
until they see our shtick. But we had to have like a premise. Like, I thought,
Yeah.
years ago, I was like, okay, I'm gonna have a variety show, and then I was like, now what? So this is like a variety show, kind of based around recovery.
Right.
But not all of our guests will be in recovery.
No.
I can think of one very sexy guest that we will have very soon. You guys want to see a picture? You want to see
This
a
is
picture?
Leslie's boyfriend. Speaking of.
I was talking about you.
No, not me. I am not the guest.
But yeah, like we just started talking on Friday night. I don't know what was it, Friday?
I believe so.
We just got on the phone kind of late, like maybe 8:30.
Because I'm having issues with like work and like my
Oh,
purpose,
yeah.
and correlating how now I'm seeing a pattern in my life where I I thought it was just like a relationship thing, like how I chose partners, and where I was just like, I knew deep down that this probably wasn't great, but it wasn't awful, but there's potential and that's enough. And I'm not really comfortable, but I thought, what in life is? Because I don't really know how to have a healthy relationship. And I feel that way about work as well, and many things in my life, where I just kind of fit where I feel like I need to fit.
Right.
And from there, we started talking about like me doing massage, like the things I love to do, or
Yeah.
just jobs.
Well, I mean, for people that don't know, I'm a professional musician, but like my passion is teaching music to children. And so we got into that, and I told her, what do you love to do? And that is exactly the reason I teach elementary school music, because I want those kids to figure out what their passion is. If it's music, amazing. If it's science, fantastic.
Yeah.
But I want them to have really stellar music education so they know it's an option. I didn't have that when I was a kid, but I came from a family of musicians, so it was always an option. But I was saying, like I work in something that like, yeah, I'm tired, and I don't want to go to work on Monday morning, and I make jokes about it. But like, I live and breathe what I do at work with those kids. And so I said, Rachel, what do you love doing? And she started talking about, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm listening. you're passionate tonight. No, I started talking about, well, I mean, really it's many things, but really helping people is my jam, and reaching out. And I was talking about how I took a career-based test we were talking about.
Oh, that's right.
Took one in high school, and by far it was radio.
That was the extent of our standardized testing when we were in high school.
Right.
We had to go sit in the gym.
Exactly.
C.
No, I took it seriously, but yeah, I'm sure a lot of people did that. Like, damn it, gym teacher shit. So for me, it was like,
I'm a music teacher. I'm not far away from gym teacher.
Hey, you know what? I'm not really. I'm just saying, like, if you're going to go for the all C option, I just watched Bad Teacher, so that's probably in my head. Radio personality was up there, and I like being an entrepreneur, and I want to have a lot of different kind of careers, jobs. I've never stayed in one field. I also teach currently. But what I really tend to do is take care of people and gravitate toward fields where I'm taking care of people, and it's very emotionally and mentally draining, especially the type of care that I am giving. And I just don't think I can sustain that for life. I'd rather just be happy. So this is something that makes me happy.
Mhm.
It's very exciting. And just creating whatever from music.
Right. And what you guys should see our notes page for this show. Like we have so many, we won't run out of ideas.
No, I
until-
don't think that we stopped. Like once the idea came about,
Yeah.
and we were just like, that was
Yeah.
it. You know, it went off.
Like people are going to be guest stars and they don't even know it yet, but we already have a script written for them basically.
Yeah, I don't think they do know. I don't think we've told everybody. Hey, by the way, I hope you're good on camera. Here we go.
So and I talked about, and Rachel is an incredible musician and quit. And I don't want to get into it because it will hurt my heart. But that performance.
Oh, you're gonna be for Klempty?
So the performance side of you is there, right? Even though you've not done it professionally because you didn't go through with it, but it's there for you. And so we talked about that, I'm a performer. I mean, but I haven't performed really since I got sober. And I don't know what it is. I mean, I did a lot of performances drunk, a lot of gigs for drinks. And, maybe it's that association. I have the same type of thing with going to the pool in the summer because I've been sober for the past 3 summers. And I just don't enjoy sitting out there anymore because the only reason I did was so I could drink a 12-pack,
Yeah.
And so I think as far as the venues of performing that I have done in the past, with the exception of musical theater, I mean, I'll if something came up, I would do that, obviously. But the option hasn't been here since we all lost our minds in 2020.
Right.
So we talked about she's like, I've never acted, but I feel like I really could. And I was like, of course you can. Are you kidding? And it's not even it's a personality that comes out, and people need to see that personality because they have to say, okay, Rachel is real and she gets it, but she's also entertaining, right? Because there are people that are
entertaining.
Yeah, totally. And so then we were just like, okay, let's do it. If we don't do it, because I've lined stuff up over the past couple years. You want to do this? It's like, yeah. And then it was not really anything.
Yeah.
But when we talked about it, it was like, we're doing it. We're recording tomorrow.
It's like we took the ring and put it into Mordor, and then it just,
Is that something about Star Trek?
Oh my God, man, you don't know Lord of the Rings?
Oh no, much to the chagrin of my mother.
Oh goodness.
It was a book series by Tolkien or something.
Yeah, man, it was like a very rather large movie as well.
My mom has all the books. Look, it's not that I don't know what Lord of the Rings is. I don't get all the references.
Okay.
But I'm a very big Harry Potter fan.
I had a really good thing going on there. That's okay. So yeah, we're gonna just create shit. That's the.
Well, if you're talking about Mordor and something, you didn't have anything going with me because I can't banter off that.
Yeah, that's true.
Could you talk about
in a Harry Potter way?
Yeah.
I don't know it anymore. God!
I
don't read it anymore.
What about Friends? Do you know Friends?
Yeah, I know Friends.
Okay, so
we're gonna pivot this bitch.
We're next year. We were when Chandler and what's her name, Marcia, Monica. When Chandler and Monica were sneaking around.
Friends. Yeah, Sarah, Paul, and Charlie. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're like Chandler and Monica when they were sneaking around, and then all of a sudden everyone knew, and that's us now. We're together.
Woo! We're Chandler and Monica. Who's Chandler? You're Monica. I have to be Chandler. There's no way.
I mean, duh, I'm Monica. Was
that? I want to be Chandler. Chandler Bing. Damn it. Can't be Phoebe. All right, we're not boning either. There'll be no secret touchies and
Not anymore.
yeah, eye lingering
We have
rules.
to work together now. We can't do that.
Yeah, it's inappropriate. Leslie's been really gun shy on taking our sexual harassment course for this YouTube channel. So we have to really get her. She's like, I don't know if I can go without making gestures or butt pats. She harasses me during these lewd pictures and comments. And I'm here to say,
I'm gonna get a cramp.
You're gonna crap?
Cramp.
Oh,
My
cramp.
son.
I was like, man, I've made people pee, but crap, that would be a first.
Like I enjoy a good raunchy joke, but I am nothing like you, madam.
Am I that bad? But don't I bring the fire? That's why I need to do stand-up comedy. That's what I really
What
want
is
to do.
it about stand-up comedy? If it's not nasty, I don't laugh. What is it?
And it depends on the person. I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. I just feel like it's my calling.
You know what's hilarious is my dad and I will watch these horrible shows, and my mom will sit there.
Wait, define horrible real quick. What's horrible? Jerry Springer, Dave.
Oh, like
Sesame Street. I don't know.
okay, so you know how Family Guy's like bopping along and you're enjoying it, and then all of a sudden they do something so offensive and you're like laughing your butt off, but you're like, you kind of feel guilty for laughing at that. Okay, that's the kind of stuff we would watch, and my mom would be like, but then we'd hear her like go, you know, like she couldn't help laughing. Everyone likes a good dirty quip.
Yeah,
Everyone does.
I'm pretty raunchy. Like I look so like sweet and innocent in many ways, but then when you got to know me, you know, we have our little game night. People are
Dude,
like, whoa.
The first time Rachel and I had a video call, the first time, because we texted and I think we had talked on the phone,
Yeah.
but the first time we had a video call, she's like, dude, I'm mad as hell. I got to go down to the park because some kids were messing with my kid and I'm going to go beat their asses. And I was like, don't. You'll get arrested.
I was like, listen here, little motherfucker. I'm not going to jail for you or anybody. No, I did tell them off. But people who know me, who have known me through my life, if you are watching, they know I have that side where I just like, that's my button. Plus, that was a very rough day. That was the day of divorce.
I know.
And then
I know. But
Yeah.
guys, I know kids are sometimes horrible. I know that.
I'm really-
Okay. Like if a kid isn't in my classroom, I really don't like them. Like the kids that I teach at school, like, you know, I'm cool with them. But like kids in the grocery store, like gross. Like I do not like kids.
gross. You know, I'm the opposite. I like them.
So I can't approach a child in public because I will be on the 6 o'clock news. I will.
That's not good. So how
Yeah,
do you
but-
teach them, but you can't? Is it because it's like your standards in your room, so you can set the tone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Didn't we talk about this the other night? It's like, so I have had like 55 fifth graders in my class, and fifth graders in May are not small, right? They're going on 12 years old. So we're crammed into my music class. I remember this year. And I remember thinking, if these kids decided to revolt against me right now, there is nothing that I could do. So it's like this pretend control, like, do it one more time and see what I do. Like, I'm terrified if they ever try and see what I will do because I have no idea. Like,
That's why I like to hang with them. I'm more of like a hang, like, you know, I don't know. I like kids. I like kids.
well,
But I'm a large child, so I think they get it. They're like, oh, she's super into like the shit I like too. Like, that's probably correct. And
yeah, the kids are like,
time we don't know.
Miss
yet.
Kanata, you play Minecraft? And I'm like, of course I play Minecraft. And I'm like, Googling it. What's Minecraft?
I know that stuff.
I had this Bach video that I was showing to the kids. And it's just like little arias that he wrote and little different computer animations that they put. And one of them was Minecraft. Oh my God. You should have seen how these kids reacted to this Bach piece. Oh, Minecraft! And they're like tears streaming down their faces and just wrapped. I was like, oh, that's the best composer lesson I ever had.
Yeah, that's why it's good to stay in the up and up with that stuff, you know, because that's what they like.
Yeah.
That's their jam. I totally get that. Talk out. My dog likes to whine at the most inconvenient times. It's like she knows. She knows.
She's jealous of your attention to me.
I maybe. Come here.
Yeah. That's how a lot of women are.
She's just a weenie. But yeah, I want to do stand up because I'm scared to do it, and I think I could be really good at it. I just, I have to fail a whole bunch at it first.
Right. I thought about doing a stand up routine. I always have a talent show with the kids, when we're not in a pandemic. And so I always do like a last act while the judges are tallying their votes. And one year I was like ready. I was like, okay, I've got my routine. And I chickened out and just played my violin, played some hoedown or something. Like I'm talking 10 minutes before I went and grabbed a violin out of my closet and just went on stage because
it's scary.
Yeah,
it's really scary. And I've not tried it yet. And I feel like I'm getting to the point where I can finally do it sober.
Well, that's the key.
Yeah.
And the self-confidence that comes in sobriety is something that, it's amazing.
It is.
Because people would always say, oh, you're so confident you can get up there on stage and sing. Yeah, okay, that's learned confidence. I can learn to breathe through a straw when I'm nervous, and I can learn to wash my hands with cold water, right? And I can learn to drink water before I perform. But learning that not everyone is judging you out there. Oh, hello, Taco. I'm just going to stop talking because no one is going to pay attention to me right now.
Oh, yes, they will.
No, but learning how to perform on stage has nothing to do with someone's self-esteem.
Right.
I've recently really learned that I have some pretty low self-esteem issues that have to do with my validation, and wanting to be noticed. Why is that? I don't know why that is. I got it from my parents constantly. And my sister and I were talking about it one day, she's like, I get like super depressed when I don't get recognized like for something I did. And I'm like, yeah, that's me. Well, we were so uplifted. We could do anything we wanted, we weren't spoiled. We had no money, but we never were in want. If we wanted to do something, my parents made it happen, within reason, like learning an instrument. My aunt gave us free viola lessons for 6 years so that we could go to college.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
Yeah. But we were always built up positively, always. I remember, this is just an aside. I remember in high school, I had a boyfriend who we played in this group together. And our parents met at this gig that we had, or concert. And as we said goodbye, he would not kiss me goodbye. He just said bye. And my parents were like, that's not okay. Like my parents taught us that we're to be cherished and we're to be uplifted, and I don't know if some of my self-esteem issues arose after I left the home and I wasn't getting it constantly. That's the only thing I can really equate.
Well, they've done studies now too, like with for children, because I've learned this teaching technique. They did a study at one of the universities here in Michigan, and saying like good job after everything. Like you shouldn't say good job for things that you do.
You can't.
Right.
No,
and it's hard not to, because I was kind of raised that way, but I'm curious, like, who are the people out there that got a few light slams or more every day, and then the ones that got super validated? Like, it's almost like you're on the same scale. Where I feel like I was in between, but I was still forgotten. but I always felt like I was just in the shadows. You know, I was just in my own little world of make believe and mystery, and I was
Mhm.
fine there. So very naive in that way.
No, that's funny you bring that up. So like when you say to a child who sings terribly, good job, they grow up thinking they can sing. And I went to college with some of those people who were told they could sing and flunked out of the music program.
Yeah, that's what I think maybe happened to me. Except I really was, I know I was like, that's supposed to be
okay to laugh. It's
Yeah.
okay to laugh.
That was supposed to be an inside thought. No, I really was good. I was, but I don't know if I was good enough for every
Look,
facet.
saxophone is a very competitive field.
I didn't realize that it is.
Period.
Especially as a woman, because I wanted to be like, no kids, travel the world. Like at 16, I was like, not getting married. And go get some hot European dudes and just play saxophone all over. And that was like a cool thing I wanted to do. And look at me, not doing any of that.
Hence our podcast.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I mean, life led me where it's supposed to lead me. I don't think music would have been a good career for me. I think it's something that would be great to pick up, and I loved it. But it also, I feel like art and any kind of entertainment or musicianship at all there's plateaus with it. And for me, it's like it's now developed into more singing, writing, and reading, honestly, and creating in other ways.
Right. That strengthening your mind is a huge part of recovery.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you have to. You know, there's so many people that I've met that have, and that's why we called our show It's Okay to Laugh. We chose that name for a reason, because people come into recovery and get sober and think, I'm never going to have fun anymore. My life as laughing and you know, going out and having fun is over. And that's so not true.
Right.
So it's okay to laugh, you know, when your friend says something really deep and inspiring and it catches you off guard. It's okay.
Yeah, don't weep. Don't show any emotion ever. Just laugh it off.
That's not the message I'm trying to give.
Isn't it though?
I'm just saying, you know, like, I mean, we're in these uncomfortable situations, and you know, when you were a kid in the library and you're like desperately trying not to laugh, like that's me on an everyday basis. I need a reason that I'm not supposed to laugh because it's so fun.
It is so fun. I've done nothing but have the giggles for most of my life. After I got over that like painfully shy era, that was rough for me. Yeah. I was so painfully shy. Like people didn't even know I talked.
Really?
Yeah, it's like 8th grade.
Really?
Yeah.
I've had students that won't talk.
I would, but I was painfully shy. I still get that way, where I'll just kind of like close in.
Wow.
Yeah.
I just really can't imagine it.
Well, if I feel like maybe I'm not as important or validated, maybe it is a validation thing too. But maybe, you know, it's kind of like an addiction, how we all have our own poison. We pick whatever we gravitate towards. Who knows why? And for my validation, it's the same thing. Like I like making people laugh. And that's why I wanted to try stand up, because when I hear the laughter, there's something that happens and it's just like, I can go, but I have to like see it and I can't stop. And I get into predicaments where I'm like at school, people are trying to be serious. I'm like, I don't know how to do this. I can only be me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like a professional face necessarily. It's not really my thing.
Like this?
I mean, I can do it, but it's mostly.
Tell us your experience, Miss Kennedy.
Yeah, I'm always smiling. That's my experience.
When the kids come to school in the morning, I'm like, stop smiling. There's no smiling at school. And they're like giggling, you know, like, hee hee hee. I'm like, stop it. We're not allowed to have fun here. Roar. So cool.
Yeah, but that's you being like cheeky though.
Well, yeah.
Right? But some
Because
people, yeah.
some people think that.
Some
Screw
people get
you.
mad about smiles. I've had people, like, if I'm in a meeting and I'm not smiling, I have a lot of people tell me, like, Rachel, smile. Rachel, smile. And I'm just like, can I just take a break for a minute?
Mhm.
I know.
I know. I'll walk down the hall and people are like, smile. I'm like, I don't want to smile right now.
Well, don't you tell me when I will be the decider of my smile.
I wore a mask for a year and a half of my life. I don't have to smile anymore.
Right? I'm still wearing one. It's the worst. Breaking out.
Oh
like
no,
a
I wear one at
teenager.
work.
Yeah, I wear one. I don't like it.
Mm.
We won't get on that debacle. That's its own beast. To whatever you believe, bless you. And again, many mahalos. And let's just be kind. That's enough.
But please do go get vaccinated. All right. So, that's a big thing though, like with the reopening of everything. And, yeah, we still have restrictions and whatever, but like people are more trying to adjust to a new normal where we know. And I've noticed it really in the sobriety circle because we've all been behind our computers because we couldn't go to meetings.
Yeah.
And so we learned, when you get in that spot where you're low, isolation can be one of the most dangerous things you do.
I think
we
for
all know
any
that.
human. Yeah. Any living being.
And so, of course, we all have to have our times of isolation where we just have me time and we take care of ourselves, of course. But I really think that we got into this, we as people in recovery got into this, okay, I can be safe in my home. I can share on my alcoholism and that's it. Right? But now that we're trying to adjust to going back to normal, which we don't even know what looks like still, we don't know what normal is anymore. It stirs up these emotions of, oh my God, like now I have to go face people again and I have to be around people and I'm anxious and I want to drink.
Yeah.
I know that the general population is going through that, but I think for an addict, isolation is very dangerous.
Oh, absolutely. I think we've lost more people than we even know about.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's slim pickings out there to begin with.
But then we've got the people who have never been to a face-to-face AA meeting.
Yeah.
Or any
I'm not a big fan. I'm not as big of a fan, I'll be honest. Like I've gone to, I don't know, maybe like 20 my whole life, 30, but that's it. Like I don't plan on finding one.
I think that has to do with like how you were introduced to it.
Maybe,
right?
But I just don't care to because I have enough support and I'm involved enough to, if I can't do both. I can't do what I'm doing now in person and online. I think that would be far too much.
Look, Houston, to get to an AA meeting before or after the workday, you have to plan. It's horrible with traffic. Yeah. And there's not enough convenient ones at convenient times if you live on the outskirts of the city. It's horrible. And I thought, well, I should start something here. I should start something here. And I'm like, I'm doing really good work with what I'm doing, I think, right now.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Like I don't really understand the argument of why it's just like the program it's suggested. It's suggested only, but that doesn't mean you have to.
Right.
Really, because I don't feel like I was less sober going in person than I am now. And I don't think it's because I'm behind a computer, because for me personally, I pushed myself to reach out more and I feel more connected, which I never thought was really going to be possible. That's not what I assumed at all.
Right.
I just thought that's what I had to do because, of how the world was.
Right.
But now I'm just like, well, these are my people. Like, why would I want to leave them?
Right. And like the connection that you have with someone, like, I don't know if anyone's ever been in a long distance relationship or something like that, but there's a different type of connection when your only option to talk every day is to like have conversation and not just sit on the couch together and watch TV.
Yeah.
And of course, like we do that. Hey, you want to watch a movie together? Yeah. You know, I mean, that's possible. But, you know, the connection that you have with these people across the world, because you have to have conversation to get to know them.
Mhm.
You know, it's not about sex. It's not about, you know, who drives the nicest car. I mean, we don't know any of that about each other.
That would be me.
The nicest car?
No, I don't.
I know you don't.
Hey, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's only 10 years old.
What do you drive?
I drive a F-150.
What year?
I think it's like 2011.
I do a 2015 Dodge Dart. I love it. I actually bought it from my friend. I love
Yeah.
it.
I like trucks, but the trucks are kind of ageless in a way, though. You know, if they're well taken care of, the year's not.
I like being driven in a truck.
Oh, I love driving them.
Yeah.
I'm a good truck driver.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite things to do with my boyfriend is just drive in the truck.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah, you know, when you have to get to know each other by having a conversation, like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's not obligatory morning after.
Right. Like,
Hey, hit you up for lunch. Right?
totally hang out. Okay, bye.
Like you can choose to get to know someone or not.
Well, you kind of have to in the program. It's so quick because you're just divulging all this very personal, intimate details of your life.
Right.
I love that. That's why it's my jam, because I do that with normal people and they're just like weirded out. I don't know how to not be. I can't hang with the normies because I'm just too much for them, I think.
I mean, I get that way where like I'll tell someone, oh, I love you so much. You know, I can just tell you're a wonderful person and I love you so much. And it's a lot for people. I mean, whether they're in the program or not, you know, and it's something I've recently come to terms with, you know, like that validation piece of trying to force myself into someone's life.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't want to be like that.
Right.
Because if I've had to force myself there, then it's not authentic.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about like the free falling. I've let go. So like how we met, like I just let things just kind of work out as they would, because I used to do the opposite too. Like, well, I want to be this person's friend, and I learned when I was little. You tell me you like them, and then you go jump rope or whatever. But like when you're an adult, it's different. What are you gonna do?
Right.
It's just what I knew as an adult growing up, or growing up into an adult, I should say. If I'm one yet, who knows? But was like it's either, you know,
you're adult sized.
Yeah, there you go. We're getting drunk and there's old fashions in the parking lot, or we're friend zoning, or somebody is, you know, it's like we're playing ouch ouch around my hair, who's licking who in the dark. Or maybe I've just had some weird experiences. Mine were very sexualized. However, or it's just like we're hanging out watching movies. I don't know. Yeah, I'm a little bit sexualized. Just a skosh, not a lot. You know, just the tip, just a little bit.
This is where we would do our sexual harassment clause.
Yeah, Leslie. This is all. I know, I should be the one. I've sexually harassed more people than I can even. That sounds so bad. I mean, really, though, I have, because I thought as a girl it was okay, but it's not.
No, we do it all the time. And you know what? I have, and I'm not going to get into it right now, but I have a lot of very strong convictions, strong convictions about male sexual harassment in the workplace.
Yeah.
You know, in places like a school where it's mostly women, or a hospital where it's mostly nurses, you know, and I say that because I have witnessed it.
Yeah.
And if the tables were reversed, there would be no question. And so I have strong feelings about equality in the workplace goes both ways.
Absolutely. Well, a lot of these things were when I was younger, and that's how I got attention. And as I got older, I had to, grow out of it.
Mhm.
But if I like somebody, it was pretty rough. I was
Yeah.
pretty forward. Didn't know how else to be. But yeah, it definitely, there should not be a stigma if you're a man or a woman,
Mhm.
you know?
Well, I think your two friends are still watching, but that's
oh,
it.
yay. Oh, we only had 2 people watching the whole time?
No, it fluctuated up and down.
How many?
I think at one point we had 9 or 7. I don't remember. Of course, it's on my live Facebook page. So maybe
my nail just broke.
we can.
I know, that's why I've been like chewing at it. I can't help it. It's really.
I know if I have one nail that chips, I have to peel all of them off.
Yeah, that's why I'm
It's
like.
obsessive. Yeah.
Here, if I'm live, I'm gnawing at it, guys. Mine are crap.
My partner teacher got me lovely nails yesterday for my
Very
40th birthday.
Whee!
All
That's
right,
right.
so those of you who are
There's
still
a big
hanging out, we're gonna sign off for now.
Foxy 40s.
Woo! Ooga!
See ya. Join us next time when we'll, I don't know, who knows what.
When the video gets edited.
That's right. That'll be good.
Yes.
Whee!
All right.
Thanks to viewers.
Thanks. It's our success is due to that one person that's still watching our video right now. Thank you. And adieu. Oh, I should screen share the comments.
Yeah, probably. So, okay. Hi, I'm Rachel. I'm an alcoholic.
Oh God, I'm Leslie. I'm an alcoholic.
Yeah, that's why we're here.
Yeah.
And today we are going to speak on and talk about step uno.
Step by step. Ooh, baby. What do we delay? Don't we can't.
Acceptance. Well, hey, that's not the song. I changed it for this. Okay. Are you trying to find that now? Are you trying to find the song?
No, I'm pulling up my big book. I thought you were about to play something and I was listening.
I was not, but if you'd like me to, I can.
No, what we're going to do is get into our big book.
Oh, big book. Where are thee? I don't know. Where art thou?
Mine is in my pocket right now. AA Big Book through the Google Play Store and Apple iStore. What do they call it? Apple App Store.
Apple Store. Oh, okay.
AA Big Book, where you can get chapters, personal stories, 12 steps and traditions, and prayers. Ready?
Okay. I'm ready.
All right. So what's step 1?
Acceptance.
Okay.
You want to read it like verbatim?
No, I just was that's what I was looking for. Good. You get a gold star.
Oh, but
Go ahead.
We can't say good job because of that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna think you're a big book expert.
And not a big bird not a big bird expert. No. Remember yesterday we talked about how it's much validation?
Oh yeah. Yes. So step 1, we admitted we were powerless over alcohol, that our lives had become unmanageable. So it's interesting to me that you say it's an acceptance, right? Because in the questions that I send my sponsees, that's it. Are you accepting or admitting?
Yeah.
So it's such a big part because it's different.
It is different.
I can accept something all the live long. But I guess both. I can admit stuff. Well, it doesn't go the other way with accept.
Right, because you have to like truly believe it.
Mm-hmm.
You can say words, but if there's no action with them
Right.
or with what you say, then what's the validation there that you really truly understand what that you're an alcoholic.
Mm-hmm. And with admittance, of course, comes like okay, I'm doing this now and let's see what this is about, right? But I think it's that. It's that that I'll try attitude.
Yeah.
I'll give it a try, right? And so we hope that when people come in with the admittance, which the first step, I mean, literally taking the first step up the stairs to the second apartment,
Right.
and so that admittance does make more sense in the step than acceptance, because we may not accept it until we're through step 4 or 5.
No, it's so true. Because you kind of just have to go with it. I guess it depends on like if you have a sponsor and who you're working with. If they kind of want to just blast you through the steps, because I did that the first time. I think it depends on maybe how urgent
you
they
did
feel.
that. You worked it that way, or you?
Yeah, really quickly. But I feel like my sponsor felt that was best, because a lot of people bow out after step 4, which we will talk on.
Yeah.
About. So it kind of makes sense because it's an urgent situation, as
Right.
humorous and funny as we are. It is serious, and we, I can say this confidently that we both want to do this because we're passionate about recovery. We want to save people's lives and have a platform where they can really understand step by step what these steps can do. And acceptance is the first for a reason. We have to believe that that you have a problem, and that problem is alcoholism.
So when I step 4, we're probably gonna have to split it into a couple weeks, really.
Oh, absolutely.
But
absolutely.
Step 1, 2, and 3, sometimes I wish we could talk about them all together, but they are their own separate, like the AA circle, a triangle.
Yeah.
Like step 1, 2, and 3 are crucial together on a daily basis, but I might take step 1 for a month, right?
Yeah.
And that was what my sponsor really wanted me to get. There's no wrong or right way to do this. Like you don't have to write it out in pen. You don't have to type it. I just need you to answer these questions honestly, and she didn't require me to like give her an answer, but I wanted to.
Yeah.
I guess it's part of that admitting, but I sat on it for a while because I asked her early on. I asked her, why do you think people relapse? And she said they didn't get step 1. So when I send these questions to my girls, it's not required that they do it, but I really welcome them to, almost like a journal entry.
So what are these questions? Can you share some?
Oh, yeah.
Because I feel like that's really important. Like your view, because you've worked with people, you are a sponsor for people that don't know.
Then I was going back to my sponsor in saying that she said, if you want to write it, if you want to type it, if you want to write it into a song, I don't care, as long as these questions are answered. So I find, like as an educator, that most people are question and answer type people. They want to do it that way. Well, that's me completely. And so I have this form developed for anyone that comes on. And I say, you don't have to do it this way, but it's here. It's already available to you that you question and you type in your answer. So they are. I like them to listen to the Joe and Charlie How It Works, which is good stuff. It's a little dated,
They're funny though. They put a little
they are.
They put a different spin on the thought process to working with stuff.
It's too bright, huh? For you to see it?
Yeah, it's too bright.
Let me try something real quick.
Are these the questions?
Well, First, I have this kind of chart.
Yeah, it's still too bright.
Yeah,
but
okay.
I slightly see it.
It's like a chart. And so it has this, it's called concept and rationalization. So concept one, and it's a flow chart.
Okay.
Concept one, I'm powerless over the amount of alcohol I drink. So we're rationalizing. Then concept two, powerless over the bad results of my drinking. Concept number three, these results were unacceptable. Okay, so it's like a step 4.
For
right?
step 1.
Yeah.
Right.
So
you're,
here's,
like, really
so
picking it
what's your rationalization about the amount of alcohol you drink?
My rationalization.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, am I going from the perspective of active addiction?
No, wanting to get out.
Okay, wanting to get out. So, okay. Well, for me, I was quite an excessive binge drinker, which I learned in rehab that is pretty dangerous. It's pretty bad for you to do.
Mm-hmm.
And where people would drink maybe a gallon a day, even like when you're hardcore, that was me in like a night.
Yeah.
And it's rough. And I would do 2 nights of that. So my rationalization for quitting, or accepting is that's just, I mean, I'm surprised I didn't have any liver failure, kidney failure, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I never turned yellow. Like, I have no idea.
You mentioned that in the one we're editing right now, but the amount of times you had alcohol poisoning.
Obscene amount. I mean,
So,
yeah.
So there's your rationalization, right?
Yes.
Now, the results of my drinking, I'm powerless over the amount of alcohol I drink, and you rationalized it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm powerless over the bad results. So now you've got the why, and now the what happened. So what happened when you did that?
What happened when I did that was uncontrollable behaviors. And, in the beginning, just being really loose and thinking that was fun, and it was.
So some sponsors, I would say, might say, okay, Rachel, you know what? You don't have to divulge that. You can just say unacceptable, which is what I'm like. Some sponsors might say, I want you to define unacceptable behavior to you.
Okay.
Which is along the lines of step 5. But I mean, it's just your preference. I want them to just get it, because hopefully they're doing this day 1.
Yeah, no, you're right. And it probably should be simple. I mean, maybe it really depends on who you're working with, because we all come at
really
different stages. Like, if you're fresh off the boat of booze, like, you are not, if you're fresh off that booze cruise, man, your mind is all over the place.
Right. So we just have to think, okay, the amount of alcohol was last night when I was, whatever. So as long as we can think that
bad behavior.
Right. So that's this flow chart.
Okay.
And the reason that I have that in there is because that's how I based the questions off from the big book. So they are, concepts from the big book of, number 1, did you ever try to stop drinking completely? Okay. So we know from the big book, it says that we try to control our drinking. So even though this question is not in the big book, did you ever try to, you know what I'm saying? It's not a workbook in itself. I have formed it based on this flow chart we did. So thinking of that, here's what I did, here's what happened, and why was it unacceptable? Okay, so it's a what, a why, what, and result, or why, what,
Kind
and
of like a how. Yeah.
how.
Yeah.
So did you ever try to stop drinking completely? Give a few examples and what happened as a result. So most people will describe maybe the most traumatic one that happened, but they generalize it.
Yeah.
So, I would make an ass of myself. Well, because that's really what happened at my last drunk. But now I can say I did it all the time. Right.
Yeah.
So it's a common behavior. It's usually in generalizations, but you're thinking about this past or biggest, worst time you were drunk. Okay. Did you ever try to limit or control your drinking by either not drinking as much at a social gathering, not drinking during a specific time period, or by switching the type of drink you consumed? Give examples and what happened as a result. So we say, I could put in here more about alcoholism,
Exactly.
and I could quote, tell me how you relate to this. Or I can ask specifically, did you try to limit drinking your alcohol? And tell me why, like what happened. And so how has drinking affected your self-esteem or self-concept? How has your drinking affected your health? These are just logical things that I came up with. And I looked at other sources too, like what are your exact steps from the big book? And I chose which ones I wanted from where. How has drinking affected your interpersonal relationships? Describe one instance where you lost control of your drinking. Provide an example different from the first when alcohol overpowered you. How might someone else have known you were an alcoholic on any given day? Are you admitting you're powerless over alcohol, or are you accepting your powerlessness over alcohol? I just realized there's a big typo. What is the difference between these two things? How might you prove either one? Oh my God, there are so many words put together here. What is the difference between these two things, admitting and accepting? How might you prove either one through your actions? And give 10 reasons for how your life will be better without alcohol. So much of, and just interrupt me whenever, so much of when we come into a program, we think, I got to prove this to my family, and I got to prove this to everybody. I can do this. I can totally do it. So by answering these questions, like, how might you prove either one of your actions? They would say, oh, well, I want to show my son or something like that. And that leads us into the conversation when we're going over it of, this is not for anyone but you. Yeah, you caused all of these things that hurt a lot of other people, but the most important thing for you to realize is how bad you hurt yourself.
Isn't it amazing? I just saw this, that it's like working this step specifically, you have to get out of yourself, realizing you hurt people, to come back to yourself.
Yeah.
To accept yourself. It's like literally shedding a skin. I think that step one is just the most important, because even if when you work the other steps, you still have to accept all of them, and every day it's a reaffirmation. It's a continual
and
step.
We have to reference this stuff. When I did my step work, I told Tori, sorry, sponsor. I told her that I had to have it. I wasn't going to save journals. I will throw away, old paper. I'm not like that. Like, I'm just not like that. Emotion is nothing to me, but I can pull up a document and save it for years and years and years. And so I asked her if that was okay. And that's when she's like, I don't care, as long as you just answer the questions for yourself. You're going to want them later.
Yeah, it's not like you're not turning this in and like getting an A.
No.
Like, it's totally different. And that's the cool thing about working the steps, and especially step one, it's the retraining of the way we think right away. So I really appreciate you like sharing that. I've not heard it in that way. I think it's smart. I think it's really smart.
What is trivia?
What is trivia?
What is trivia?
Well, it's like a little puzzle. It's like something you have to solve.
So a question and answer. Yeah.
Question and answer.
So people do like answering things, I have found.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I've told women, if you prefer journaling, make it into a journal entry. You don't have to keep it number 1, number 2, number 3.
Right. Like free flowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I have ladies who don't want to work a computer, but want to have the questions, and then they journal about it. But then they'll come back and put kind of their thoughts in.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's more out of respect for me, but it's not for my records. It's that when they're done, I send them a copy of their answers. Hi, baby. I know. Oh, we have a really big tropical storm coming in case anyone didn't hear. I don't have school tomorrow.
Yay, I do.
My puppy gets really nervous during storms. She's been on edge.
Poor pup.
So early in recovery, I would say about 6 months. And I got a sponsor a month after. Excuse me. I bet I've belched 20 times since being live. I am so sorry, people.
No, you're totally.
One of the first girls.
How dare you belch?
One of the first girls that I just really, kind of gravitated towards. She was like, "Oh my God, I'm like required to write 4 pages of essay on each one of these things," and I'm like, "You're not required to do one thing in your life."
Yeah.
So I told her, look, it's nothing against her. It's just not your style. You got to tell her. I think most of the times with these sponsor-sponsee relationships is a sponsee won't have the courage to stand up and say, look, I don't learn this way and I need a change. And that's why
you don't know what you don't know, because I still learn that.
Yeah.
I mean, really though, because if you haven't, for me coming into the program, I was just like, all right, I'll do whatever. Like I tend to be more like of a follower, because I can't just be like, oh, I have all this great knowledge of how to drink. I have no idea how to stop. So let me just take charge, so it's like a gentle balance with that.
That's what I'm saying though, because there are certain things that like my sponsor knows. Sorry. My editing project is about to be very okay. Sorry. I just saw the computer going to sleep on battery and our project is not saved. So, Tori knows I'm not going to call her every day because it's just, she doesn't like require me to. Like, why would she? Why would you say like, Rachel, you're required to do this podcast with me? Yeah, because you're going to want to love it so much. You want your people to love the steps.
I agree. And I like that approach so much better. And there are a lot of people that do require. Well, here's the deal, everyone. If you are worried, or if you have someone like that, or if you've come across someone you want to work with them, you don't have to. It's a choice.
That's right. And it goes both ways.
Yes, it does. It's suggestion. We are adults coming in here. We say when, we say who, we say how much. Maybe too much in the past, but I don't know. I think it's okay to go balls to the walls in recovery, and then it'll just kind of taper off. That's how I had to do it, because I didn't know how to moderate. So it will teach you how to moderate.
So it seems like early on you accepted it.
Not at first, but when I did, I did. So it took me, let's see, probably about 7 years in to fully accept it.
See, I don't know how I could have ever stopped drinking if I hadn't accepted it.
I have an insane iron will. I never agreed with anyone saying that, like, well, we have a weak will, or like because you have to give it away. I never agreed with that.
Alcohol, that's what the powerlessness means over alcohol.
And maybe over alcohol, but not for my choices, because I was a dry drunk for a long time. So it is possible. And that's where I think there are different shades. There are. And so I quit, but I wasn't good up here.
This is a perfect analogy with this.
Okay.
I did not want to stop editing this video today. And I didn't pay attention to anything else, because I have made the choice that I'm going to get this damn thing done by tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So I get what you're saying there. Like, I'm not going to drink. Like, fuck you. I have
Yeah.
total power over this. But then it's not acceptance.
Right.
It's just you trying to control it.
No, absolutely. And that's dry. It's so dry. But I'm
Yeah.
just saying, like, there's that little line of the will, because there's still will there, but it doesn't mean that you're okay up here. It took me until about a year into this round of sobriety where I was like, holy shit balls, what the hey? It's all about what I think. Like, I didn't
Yeah.
know. That's how, I don't know if that's the damage I've done. I don't know if it's just, it took me a while. And I think that's why we lose so many, is because it's not an easy concept to be like, my thinking's off. Because we got to think every day, unless you're a vegetable and you're still probably thinking, we just don't know what. Honestly, though, I kind of felt like coming out of a coma.
So I don't know. I mean, I have to accept the ways that I have to accept the fact that I got myself into trouble every day, right? By doing something stupid.
Yeah.
But as far as accepting the fact that I had a disease and I wanted to think normally and I wanted to function so badly, I feel like I had no other choice then.
That's good.
But I was dry on other issues.
Yeah, well, then you kind of know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Because I think it just hits us.
But
It's too bad we can't do, like, there's more people watching to answer this, because I'm always curious, like, how did it hit other people? Like, what did you get first?
yeah.
Did you understand that your thinking was off? Did you want to quit? Because I don't think that they necessarily come
No.
together in a package at all.
No, and that's why we can't say, well, this is what should happen to you.
Yeah, no, not
You know,
at all.
I had a guy who was totally 13th stepping me, and I didn't even know what it was,
Oh, I didn't forever. I just thought, like,
And,
that's what he did. Yeah.
I remember he said to me, yeah, you're on the pink cloud. Don't get lost up there. And it pissed me off from the beginning. I mean, this is like day 3, right? And it's
Who's
like,
on the pink cloud day 3? Were you?
I guess I'm telling you, I didn't want to, because it was so humiliating. We talked about that, that the humiliation of it coming to light and coming public. And I didn't want to be like that anymore. But I also knew there was something innately going on. But I didn't want that alcohol anymore. Anyway, what was I saying?
13th step pink cloud.
Oh yeah, and I remember thinking so early on, going, why would you ever tell anyone that? Wouldn't you say enjoy it for as long as you can?
Right, man?
And I don't understand people that say that. Yeah, we know we're going to have a come down. We know that.
It's like a buzzkill, man. It's a healthy buzz, though.
Like, this too shall pass. I get it. But let me at least discover that for myself for a minute.
I agree. Like, the freedom in, just having open conversation and truly discussing is much more vibrant and, like, energetically calming and inviting, even a better word, to newcomers and to people that don't understand, or even that do understand. Something that stuck with me when I was reading the 12 and 12 is that bleeding deacon. And I'm like, I can't be that. And I have to, that to me is like a correlation of humility.
Yeah.
And also can go along the lines of what you were, with the questions. Because if I accept that I'm arrogant and that keeps me humble, I don't want to be that, because I was. But in this setting, in sobriety and recovery, I'm like, no, that's just it's an ugly color. It's like wearing a puce sweater. We don't need that here.
I got very early on too that I tried to really jump right into service work, like very early, because I just okay. I accepted I was an alcoholic very early and accepted what AA could do for me. Okay. I still had stuff messing around in my brain that I had to work out a year later, with step work. But as far as that acceptance, I knew that my life had changed. Almost immediately, I knew it. And I was so like driven to get into service work. And of course, we're a part of an online community. So our service is like video sharing and all sorts of technical stuff. So I immediately like got into the business meetings, you know, voted on issues. Because if you're new to AA, by the way, we're like, it's a board meeting. Like we don't like like Rachel tries to run this podcast, you know, and I.
That's right. This is my show. My gavel or my what is it?
Gavel.
Not my javelin.
You did good.
My javelin.
God, I just thought of the perfect edit.
My gavels are coming, and I'm gonna be like, no. Yeah. No, I think it's a beautiful thing to get immediately into service. My first sponsor, what I learned from her was, you know, working the steps quickly because you can go back. You're supposed to rework them anyway. Immediately when it's appropriate, depending on the step you're on, or if you had just worked the 12 steps, sharing your experience, strength, and hope in your own like talk, especially at your year as well. And then getting into service, because with doing that, in my experience, I've learned more and more. You know, I'm understanding because I'm taking the action. Like we have to do all the inventory, and then you need to keep that action rolling. And that's how you do it. You don't have to know everything. And for me? Oh, go ahead.
No, finish. What's your love language?
That's how I stay away from being the bleeding deacon and humble, because it's really a bugaboo for me.
And like how you Kevin Baconed that.
Thank you. Bam. I really hope that catches on. And Kevin Bacon, if you ever watch this,
we'll be 6 degrees from you.
From your Kevin Bacon.
No.
What did you ask now?
What's your love language?
Touch.
Really? We should give each other the love language.
Yeah, physical touch. Physical touch, and then I would say, it's, you know, it's a toss-up. Gifts are fun, but no, it's not like I have to. Maybe acts of service. Physical touch and acts
for
of
anyone who doesn't know what the 5 love languages are, it's
pretty good.
Words of affirmation, physical touch, gift giving, quality time, and
acts of service.
Acts of service, which is mine.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's physical touch and quality time. Those are my 2.
So those are how you receive it.
Correct.
How do you
that's how I give it as well.
Okay, so I give mostly by acts of service. If I can do anything for you, I want to do it. And if I can help you in any situation, I want to do it, because that's how you know I really love you. You know, like I get obsessed about it, that one-track alcoholic mind, right?
Yeah.
It becomes its own almost addiction.
Oh, I do that as well. Like that physical touch. I think that's why sex was so important to me. Not realizing like that's unhealthy in a way, even if you're in a relationship that is healthy, like, you know, it's not always. I didn't understand what intimacy was, which could be a whole nother topic.
Absolutely.
Because I think it's so important. That's something I'm now growing into, where I just thought a good raunch sesh was good, but it's not intimacy at all.
So the way that I mostly receive my love is a mixture. Physical touch and quality time would be kind of the same, and words of affirmation, which is my validation. That's what I would have
guessed for you. I would have guessed words of affirmation.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And it's not praise. It's not flattery.
No, there's a difference. You have to really mean it. Yeah. And
so, you know, it's interesting when we navigate, especially I'm in a long distance relationship, and we cannot perform our love languages to their fullest, right?
Right. And really everyone needs all the languages, but we all kind of respond to certain ones more strongly.
So my acts of service look like giving gifts sometimes.
Yeah.
Right. Or his words of affirmation for me might be asking me if I could help him with something. You see, like, because I can't make him dinner.
Right.
And he's not a totally mushy guy who's going to send texts and texts and texts on how beautiful I am, right? I mean, not more than 10 a day. And but
That's the limit.
he does understand that I need something like that. And so he knows that it makes me feel good if he were to ask me for help with something.
That's amazing though.
So I mention that because when you're in an online community, your love language looks different. And
yeah,
we don't get to know each other. You know, we're going to have a whole different podcast on digital sobriety.
Yeah.
But really, I knew I wanted to help a group that helped so many. And acts of service was right up there in my alley. But when I was there in AA and really understanding what it meant, it did not help in my validation piece or my control piece. And so I knew, like, I didn't want to get up there and look good in front of the camera. I wanted to get up there and read more about alcoholism, which is what brought me in saying I was an alcoholic.
So it brought you back, like, to accepting.
And so, yeah, so I jumped right in. And to Kevin Bacon this back around, early on, I realized how people will always be symptoms of their disease, basically. And I went into business meetings early, as I was saying, and I saw these personalities come out. And I tell newcomers, you should come to a business meeting. Because I said, I will never act like that. And that willpower part, now it's a good thing. If that control is good.
Right, it's that balance. There's always a good and bad.
I will never act like that. I mean, at least not for today.
It's an unfortunate truth. I agree with you. And I shied away from this program for a very long time because I felt so unaccepted. And when I wanted to be of service and was following what my sponsor said, and I was finally, my brain was like generating and marinating in this concept of true acceptance, and that it's a mental obsession. I felt shunned and left out because because of the time, which no one got to know me and my journey. I know people say that relapse is not a part of recovery. I totally disagree, like 1,000,000%.
Oh, I have stuff to say on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's just me. I disagree because in our literature, it says to go out and do the research. That is part of the research. Does it kill people? Unfortunately, yes. But we are not a glum lot for a reason, and this is a rough disease, and that's how you cannot make anyone say they're an alcoholic. They have to figure it out, and that's the only way to do it. It's a very deadly, cyclical, like, routine and way of life. But I pressed on, like, I remember being in business meetings, and yes, it's different because it's digital, and no one would bring me.
But I have to interrupt here.
Yeah.
The point is, we have to learn early on that not only are we humans, which are terrible, normal humans are terrible at a regular board meeting, but we're humans mixed in with a deadly disease.
Yeah, with people who are like
we have
up there.
We have to understand that early on.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It's a rough crowd. And I've learned that. And then to accept that symptom that comes out in others, because I do enjoy you start pointing the finger at 3 back at you. That to me is poignant. That is plausible in accepting what you have, because if you see it in someone else, you're like, I don't like that. I learned that I do it. I want to be accepted. I want to be validated. I want to be seen. You better accept me and see me. And it's like, well, why? So it makes me think, I don't know, just deeper. And with knowing that, I feel like my journey now has been, especially in these business meetings or just in recovery in general, has been successful because I reach out and be like, hey, who are you? And I don't just go off that one judgment because I felt bad like that. I didn't see how that was selfish before, but I'm like, yeah, it's selfish.
Or you don't say, because of that one person in the business meeting, AA sucks.
Exactly. Yeah. And that was my disease, being like, you don't need these people. You know what? Listen, I did. I would have been dead. I don't know how I'm not dead. I have no idea.
Me neither. I have no idea.
The amount of driving, drinking, and just.
But look, you know, I this is where my higher power comes in, and we'll get to that. We'll get to that, one. Obviously. Yeah. But we aren't dead, but look at what the hell we're doing tonight.
Yeah.
And I believe I'm alive for this moment right now. And
absolutely,
that is what I have really started understanding, is what is happening in this moment. Why am I worried about what's going to happen tomorrow morning? You know, because in this moment is exactly why, you know, I didn't crash my car, drunk driving.
Yep.
Or even get arrested for it. Because I could have gotten arrested 3 years ago and still been in or something. You know, I would not have this moment right now. And that,
absolutely,
that I know is my higher powers doing. Because, you know, my higher power is Jesus Christ. But since being in this program, it's an energetic spirituality between people. You know, and had I crashed my car, I would never have gotten into AA. I never would have met you, and we would not be in this moment.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing.
So when people say, why am I can't believe I'm still alive, we have to start saying, look at what I'm doing now that I'm alive.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's also taking, like, recognizing and doing the inventory of, like, being grateful and humble. Holy crap, I'm here. And then taking the action step. And to me, the action step, because really all the steps require action, is what am I going to do about it? Am I going to just sit here like a blob? I was a blob when I was drunk, and then when I was dry, I was a blob. I just didn't drink. So it's like, good for me. And I got the accolades, like, yay for you. But that's not enough. So I love, like, moving this forward. And yeah, you're right. Like, being here in this moment, it was meant to be. And it feels amazing. It feels right. Like, why would it have, who would have thought that, like, all of a sudden one day we were just like, oh, let's talk about things. And now we realize we have this common interest. But, like, it was so quick. And
you know, there's many people like that. And you know, we don't sit around and talk about step one all the time. That's why we made this show. Yeah. Because we're going to have our live streams like tonight. And then we kind of went off tangent a little bit, but I think it was good. I think it was important. Yeah.
It is. It's important because in meetings you have, you know, we're programmed now. It's like boop, 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 boop. But here we don't have to do that.
But step one, really what we talked on tonight was that admittance. Yeah. That I have to be here. And then the action step is, now that I'm here, what can I do? What can that, I guess that action is that kind of nudge forward into taking action. Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense. So, like, answer that, because I'm curious on your perspective too. Like, you've had what, like a year or so longer than I have.
I have 2 years, 4 months.
Fuck yeah, man. And so what would be your answer to that?
So what am I going to do about it now?
Yeah, what are you going to do about it now?
From step one or from right now?
From step one.
Okay.
Getting it in there. We're going to get in.
So, I mean, you know, like I admit I'm an alcoholic every single day, because if I don't, so what I'm asking you is, are you talking about when I wake up in the morning and say that, or when I was fresh, a newbie? What did it look like? Well,
honestly, I think both perspectives could be very useful, because we're going to have people that, you know, maybe breeze across this that are fresh, not realize they're an alcoholic. So I would, so I'll go present to past.
Yeah. So today I am an alcoholic, and I admit that. And my action step today would be to help someone else that was admitting that today. And I don't know what that looks like.
Yeah, because it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, to me, it looks like what we're doing.
So now you answer that one. What would it be like for you today? Or is it the same?
It's kind of the same,
Mm-hmm.
reaching out to the newcomer and honestly doing this. I think that's why it's so passionate to me. Before, I'll be real. I would have been more of like, let me just get cute and I'll have fun and be lewd.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought about that, with what we've already recorded. And I'm like, oh, am I inappropriate? And I would have never thought about that, people, ever. I wouldn't have cared who I offended. And now I'm like, I do want to do stand up and have all the, I do have kind of a silly personality. However, when, wanting to do step work and how we talk when we're off air or whatever, I do take it. Yeah. When we're off the air, because we're cool now.
We have side conversations about you guys.
Yeah, now we're gonna talk forever. We're just like all day long. It's like 7 a.m. unless he's like, hey, I'm like, no, I'm not even awake. I'm like, I think I'm gonna talk about this, and then we need to.
And it's later. Funny because it's an hour earlier over here.
And I'm like, go to bed. At 3:40 my time. She's like, are you awake? I'm like, no, man. I'm fucking snoozing. So anyway, I feel like what we're doing, now is that answer. Honestly.
Okay, so going back to when I was a newcomer, because this was a harder one for me. I had to think about it for a second. Mm-hmm. I admitted I was powerless over alcohol, and I didn't start working the steps till a month in, right? I admitted I was maybe that's the difference right there. I could admit it on my own, but I needed the help of someone else to accept it.
That's important.
So yeah. I got a sponsor. So really started working the steps a month in. So I'll go to that point.
Okay.
I admitted I was powerless over alcohol, and my action step was that I would learn how I could deal with that today, which I guess is a step towards acceptance.
Yeah. And while staying in the present, because I've noticed that for me, I think going back and recognizing the past is very important. Mm-hmm. I think like leaving it behind is not a good idea.
Oh my God.
Living in it is another thing.
Okay. I'll keep talking for as long as you want, but I know you have to work tomorrow.
What else? No, say what you're going to say. It seemed like it was really good.
You said,
yeah.
Say it again.
Okay. What did I say?
Going to the past. Okay. So leaving the past behind. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's important to reference, like,
because how can you be proud of yourself? How can you have self-confidence and say, look, I'm a warrior today.
That's right. I am woman or man.
Not, oh my God, I was such a piece of crap. It's all it is a switch in your thinking.
Yes, it is. Yeah, but it's important. And then it even says again in a lot of our literature that you have to keep that close to you. You have to look back. It's like a little casual nod where you're looking down. I see it as like looking down a road and you're like, yay, there's my favorite tree and all this stuff, but you don't.
I always try and switch something to optimism. Always.
Me too. I like the silver lining. I talk about it all the time when I chair.
So
I'm just like, stay in that solution, man, because our mind is going to take us to the depths of hell.
We're not going to leave the past behind.
But we can make
physically and scientifically impossible for us to erase our thoughts.
Absolutely. I mean, unless some kind of Men in Black like thing becomes real.
Cancel. All right. So
oh no.
So I think really when it says leave the past behind, what they're really saying is embrace your now.
Absolutely.
But it gets such a bad misnomer.
Yes, it's just a misunderstanding. That's
Mhm.
It's thinking of things differently in a different way, which is what I hope that we can give people here,
Yeah.
is looking at differently.
Mhm.
And because we get stale. And it's not even an alcoholic problem, it's a people problem.
Mhm.
We get stale because we're like, routine, let's do this. Well, I work or I function, and I don't drink, or I drink and I function, whatever.
I have to keep up with the status quo.
Yeah, but are you living? Like, are you fucking living, man? What are you doing? I tell people, they're like, well, I never, like today, example, I was at work and someone's talking about how they never missed a day of work. I'm like,
Ew.
I just missed 2 days already, and it's like a month in. You know what? I don't. Here's the thing, though. I don't care anymore. I used to always care and had to be perfect. I'm really not that. I wanted to impress people. I'm just not I don't know. I'm a free spirit and I embrace it. I'm more of a nomad, and that's okay.
I never took a personal day. I think I've taken one personal day in my entire career because I always used them as I always use my days, but they're always sick days.
Oh, I gotcha.
So I never took a personal day except my first year when we had to go to a wedding because we were fresh out of college, right? And so we already had commitments to people's weddings.
Right.
Anyway, and I put my first personal day request in this year, 3 days in a row. I'm going to go be with Justin.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's okay. If I get docked later for being sick, okay. But I have this opportunity now in front of me, another totally higher power, recovery-based relationship that I know that's why I'm alive. I'm going to get emotional. I know that's why I'm alive today, because he is one of those reasons. And so I'm not going to let opportunities pass me by anymore.
No, you shouldn't. I think that's beautiful. And that's why I kind of meant with,
I know.
This, like, people are taking pride in it. And I'm like, I don't know. I get this feeling from my gut up. I don't know if anyone else experiences this or if you do. And it's like a burning in a good way, not like the itchy burns, like I have the clap, but like in a good, like I ate the best turkey dinner, and it's like God being like, listen, hussy, stay fuck home. You've done a lot. You're tired. They don't know what you are going through right now, and they don't.
So this is why I say that I didn't really start understanding what recovery meant till a year. So I was working my steps and I was getting a grasp around my thinking, but I wasn't enjoying my freedom from alcohol. And so my sponsor she's so perfect for me, because we need to have a sponsee podcast.
Yes, that would be amazing.
We need to talk about that. Like
do you think that they would? Maybe we should ask if they would join us. That would be.
Oh, but what I mean, the premise would be we need to talk about that for a while.
Yes.
Not just in 10 minutes. Anyway.
Yes.
She is such the perfect sponsor for me because she knows I'm pig-headed, and she knows I'm stubborn, and she knows I'm a control freak. And so when things were happening, and she would say, what are you doing today? Well, every Saturday morning I clean, and she knows that. She has known it. She makes fun of me for it. So every day every weekend day until about 6 months ago, she would say, what are you doing today? I hope not just cleaning. Because she knew that I was uncomfortable sitting still. The pandemic forced me to kind of start getting comfortable in that. Like I could lay down and just play a video game. And if I got anxious, I could put a meeting on. And that's all she would say. Like, what are you doing today? Are you going to take some me time? Or what are you doing today? Hopefully you have something relaxing planned. She wouldn't say, here's what you need to do. She knew that if she asked me enough times and my answer was always, I know I need to take care of myself, then I would finally actually know it.
That is a good sponsor. And mine does the same thing in a different way. And it clicked literally like a month ago. Like the more things click, now stuff like this is happening that I've always
Mhm.
wanted to do.
Mhm.
Where she would be like, do 10 minutes on, let's just say step 4. You do 15 minutes. And then she's like, do something fun. And I'd be like, oh, whatever. And now, she kept saying that, do something fun, do something good, and now I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to. So that personal day, even though it literally was like the 3rd day of school, I was like,
Right.
but you know what? It doesn't matter. All those little parameters of what I think is so important and what somebody else is going to think of me, that's not my journey in life.
Mm-mm.
If I get fired because of that, then that's not where I'm supposed to be.
Right.
I wanted to stay in a relationship that was not suiting either one of us out of fear of economic insecurity, which is something that one of the promises I desperately really am learning to tackle and feel.
Right.
And now look, I don't see my life anymore as like, I can barely afford my rent. Like, so what? It'll happen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm free. Like, I would have never felt this way before.
My tattoo.
It says free. Oh, I love your tattoo.
I designed it.
I love that.
So it's a line from the song His Eye is on the Sparrow. And it says, I sing because I'm happy. I sing because I'm free. And that's exactly what that is. And on the free, the music staff opens up and the notes are free.
That's what I want on mine. I never got the note.
It's very symbolic because I got it when I got sober. It's symbolic of my love of Jesus, my love of having to kind of love of my newfound appreciation for saying, if my higher power watches over sparrows in a field, that's what the song is about, that my higher power cares to make sure that mice have a warm place to sleep in someone's basement, mice that I hate. But he loves mice so much. And here I am. How much more does he love me and want the best for me? And that's what the symbolism of the song is. But also, I am free in my alcoholism, from my alcoholism.
Exactly.
It's a deep, very deep meaning tattoo for me.
And they should be. And
I'm getting one on my neck in October.
Ooh.
It's a Celtic AA. It's a Celtic knot that to me signifies the AA.
The triangle?
Triangle. It's the circle. And I always say the circle.
Well, because it's a circle encompassing a triangle, the unity service. And is it bad that I forgot the third one? It is.
Unity service recovery.
Thank you. I'm like, what's the other one? Oh, yeah. Wow, acceptance.
But that's what I'm getting here. And not like huge,
Right. Well, hey, whatever floats your boat.
Maybe that big.
I think I'm just going to get big. What just happened?
Your extension fell out.
No, this is all me. But no, my vape got caught in my hair. That's where I hide all my secrets.
Ew, in your hair?
Yeah.
I wonder you have the clap.
That's right. I'm like, let's find it. Yep, there it is. I was just gonna say, I'm gonna get a big spider web.
I want to get one on my chest, but we're not gonna talk about that on a live stream.
A spider web? Oh, like in between?
Yeah.
That's cool.
In the V.
Ooh. Actually, I don't think I need a tattoo there. I feel like there are webs. I mean, I'm living that. I haven't gotten laid, people. It's a problem. But I accept today that I have no pee-pee in my life. And one day God will plop one down like that glorious mouse in that golden field of sunshine. And he will come to me like an Adonis over the rainbow. That's how it's going to be.
I
Pegasus. Ah! It's like, so, I don't know.
See, we need green screen so that I can run across graphics.
We need to do a lot. I want to do a music video too. So everyone get ready because it's just going to get weirder, but we will save your life. I promise.
Yeah. We can't save our own, but we can sure fix yours.
That's right. Remember we said what's wrong with us? Well, a lot.
Yeah. That's like the opening of the one I'm about to post. No, we said that yesterday on our live stream. Do you really want me to get into this right now? Because you have time?
I know. I could talk well, look at us. I mean, we talk like, we always segue, but I think that's the beauty of open discussion is that it all correlates and it all, it's all in the same soup of recovery.
Yeah. So maybe we should bid let's see how many viewers we got right now. Well, I think Sean's still hanging with us, maybe.
Hey, what's up, Sean?
Sean says, it looks like you're in Dumbledore's library at Hogwarts.
Oh, well, I am. What kind of magic spell would you like me to choose?
I'll put a spell on you. He also says, I hate when people say that to me too. This shall pass. Oh, this too shall pass when I'm dealing with matters of the heart. Yeah, yes, I get it.
Sean, and like, why? Why do you not like that? I think that'd be an awesome thing to answer. We can share that with others that watch this.
Yeah. He also says he had a girl 13th step him.
You know, as silly as this gets sometimes, I'm really not a fan of the 13th step because you're so like, when someone really wants help and you're like,
okay, stop. Nope. We're going to make this an episode.
Cool.
Don't say one more word. I just had a brilliant idea.
I won't. Okay. I won't wait.
Okay.
I have gaucho. You know what? I'm trying all these different looks and I don't know about this one.
I can only do one.
I guess I can do both now.
Can you do them separate?
No, not really.
Oh, that's what I thought you were.
Do you see my mouth? I'm like, no, I'm just trying different eyebrows, guys. That's what I need to know. What eyebrows are better? These more caterpillar-y.
Caterpillar-y. Caterpillar-y.
You know, it's funny because I can sound so smart sometimes, and then I'm just like, what did I say and why? Why did that happen that way?
Can you sound smart?
Maybe. I mean, at least it's fun.
I'll sometimes come off of like a 3-minute share and like then people are like, wow, and I'm like, I don't even know what I said.
I don't either. I like, you forget.
Yeah.
But I asked my higher power to like speak through me and channel. So that's something I'm serious.
I think that's why when we do this show and we go off and we're like passionate about it and we're talking about it, so often we go, now I'm going to try really hard in the next nanosecond to remember what the original topic was.
That's why I have to rewatch it.
And then you can't think of it. So you just go, what were we talking about?
Exactly. No, I think I can sound smart. I think I can.
Yeah, you can. You're totally smart, girl.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, you're amazing. Do I really talk like that though? I exaggerate it a lot like this. But like when people make fun of me, that's what they sound like to me. Like this girl that's like, Rachel, you're so amazing and I love you. Like people
don't sound like that.
Okay, thank you.
You're very intelligent.
I have a couple people I need to talk to.
No, you're very eloquent and you're intelligent. I realize this. I actually don't hate my voice anymore, but I definitely sound like I'm from the Midwest and I have to accept it.
You do.
And I'm sorry for it. How did anyone ever want to get in on this? Because like that's not the hot language, you know.
I'm from Michigan. I can't even impersonate it.
Oh man, is it bad or is it just?
No, it's like, is it bad? Bad? I can't.
Is it? Yeah, it's that bad. How am I supposed to say my A? Bad.
Is it that bad?
Bad.
Is it that bad?
Bad.
So
Give me a lesson. Is it that bad? No, that
is
still
it
wrong.
that bad?
Is it that bad?
That's how I say it. Is it that bad?
Yeah, but it sounds good. When I say it and I listen to it, it's just ings. It's like so many.
Say
so
it.
many.
Say it in your language, in your native
Yeah.
tongue.
Okay. I gotta start wearing a pad when I do this. Is it that bad?
Yeah, bad.
Oh.
Aw. That was supposed to be oh.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Gotta do something to hide all these chins. So what did
I'll just
Sean-
do what I do and starve myself.
Oh, I can't. Can't do that. Don't starve yourself, guys. This is our joke.
No, that's
Stay
a joke,
sober.
please.
Stay sober in all of the ways. So did Sean answer that question of why?
No, I think he bailed. So whoever's
Oh.
watching, God bless you. Maybe it's me. Oh, you know what? It's me because I have the site pulled up.
We're just watching ourselves. We're like, thanks that one fan. Oh, it's us. Oh, that's awesome. That needs to stay. I like that.
There's no editing. I can't edit.
No, you can't. I know, but you can after you recorded though.
I could, but no. I would
yeah.
never violate the sanctity of our live streams.
I agree.
Speaking of violating some sanctity, I have a little bit more editing to do, so maybe we should sign off. I'm getting this posted in the next 90 minutes.
Oh yeah, that's cool because I'm gonna have to eat some food. I'm too.
I am
jazzed up
so glad I ate at the beginning of this podcast. I am
wish I would've-
so happy.
now. I've been eating more. I don't know what's up.
No, I haven't. I eat less when I'm like
I
stressed.
usually do. Yeah, I do too. And now I'm coming off of that. But it's not. But like I eat when I'm actually hungry now. I don't just eat to
No, yeah.
regulate anymore,
Mm-hmm.
which is good. But all right. Well, this has been a joy.
Yes.
I hope someone was touched by this, even though there's no one there. Maybe if we post this, because it'll still stay recorded.
Yeah,
So,
it's posted.
right. You can talk, you can learn at least in this podcast or vidcast, whatever the heck you want to call it. The heck, jeez. That you can
What in
talk
cheese and crackers you
normal,
want to call it?
like you can talk normal like Leslie, or you can learn how to talk like pretty much like a Yooper Canadian mix. That's what Michigan is. You're welcome. And if that turns you on, that's even better.
Thanks for saying I talk normal, Rachel.
You do.
All right.
Oh, that wasn't good. I don't know what that was.
Thank you. All right. With that, we're signing off. And enjoy your sober evening.
That is correct. Until next time.
Can you see that zit? Okay, first of all, I think we both look really good.
You do.
We are called, what did we just decide on?
It's okay to laugh.
It's okay to laugh. And I'm Leslie. And I'm an alcoholic. Do we need to do that?
Yeah, you're an alcoholic, bitch. I'm also an alcoholic. My name is Rachel. I'm an alcoholic, and my favorite color is dark, clear. By the way, this is the top that in a meeting, because it gets really low. That Leslie goes, Rachel, it's inappropriate. So I was like, if you guys don't shut up, I'm giving you the nip slip. Yeah, that's the kind of meetings we have.
So, hold on. Okay,
Yeah.
so I did not know you had 4 brothers. Honest to God. I knew you had
Yeah.
a brother.
I have 4 older brothers and 2 sisters. I'm the 6th of 7, and I was adopted. And
I knew that.
Yeah.
6 of 7. Wow.
I have quite the tale, man. Because like my family was actually, so with my mom's side of her family, my birth family would be, she's related to them through marriage.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. So she really would be like my great aunt, but she's always been mom to me. Yeah, I've had a lot of craziness happen in my life. Homelessness, being adopted, abandonment issues, all the fun bucket of wonder and merriment that comes with being an alcoholic.
But so you don't know like your family history? I mean, do you know your family history as far as the addiction and?
Yeah, and it goes deep.
Oh, okay.
So it's, yep, and I've talked to my birth mom, actually like last year, connected with her more. So she's pretty addicted. She was sober for like a decade and relapsed, and she hasn't been sober since. And it goes pretty deep on both sides, and even with my adoptive family as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, I find that typical.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, what was funny growing up, I was taught it runs in the family, Leslie.
Right?
Yeah. Yes. Like I was taught from a young age, we're a family of alcoholics, and this is why alcohol is bad. And so I never decided I didn't want to drink. You know, I wanted to have the control over that. And I've talked about that before, about I waited until after my life was in order to really fuck it up.
I know, right? Yeah, exactly.
I had everything in place.
And then it's like, well, no, this is way too normal for me. Let's see what else is out there.
No, I think it was more for me like, well, now that I've accomplished these goals, I can let my hair down a little bit. Because I've been so staunch about, you know, I didn't have sex in high school. I didn't mess with drugs. I just like music was, you know, the beacon.
Me too. Yeah. And
so when I got out of college, was married, had a job out of school, then it was like, okay, I've done everything that was my goal.
Did you go like crazy bananas at one point? It was just like, okay, were you always staunch like as a young child and then like orderly?
Oh, that's a good question. So I was born a long, long time ago. I just turned 40 on Wednesday. How old are you?
38.
That's what I thought. Okay. I was like, no, I don't think she's 32, but I could definitely be wrong. So
God bless you. No, I love when people like 45. I'm like,
student said, how many grandchildren do you have? Yeah. I said, get out of my classroom.
I'm a teacher as well. And I'm like, I don't know, when people start arguing, I'm like, I'm going to start bringing in cattle prod. So that would be a cattle prod moment.
Like the taser ones?
Yes. Like cattle prod. Because I live in the country, girl. So listen, someone's got one. Be like, what was that?
I live in Houston, Texas. I probably could find one in my next door neighborhood.
Don't even be shy about it. Someone's pissing you off next to you in the car. That's for you.
So my parents were really young, like 17 and 18, and like decided they would get pregnant because they would have to get married. Because he's from Northern California and she's a pastor's kid in the South, right? And so they were young. I mean, they didn't know what the hell they were doing. But they were amazing parents. Like, I didn't know they didn't know what they were doing, right? Like, I remember so when I was about 6, we moved to Northern Idaho, and that's where I spent my elementary school years. So I consider it like my home. And I remember things like my mom looking back, but waking us up in the middle of the night to see the aurora borealis. You know, that's what I remember. But in Northern Idaho, you know, it's a very rural area. They did a lot of cover bands. You know, they did to make money because they had no money. Like, they had nothing. And so they did a lot of cover band stuff. And so a lot of weekends, you know, Friday nights, Saturday nights, and sometimes overnight stays, lots of guilt there on my parents' part. And I would be in charge of my sister, who was a year younger. And I mean, to this day, that codependency exists, you
Mhm.
know. However, we didn't know any different. So when you say, were you always staunch? Like, I did things like take the VCR apart thinking I was fixing it at age 10. Like, legit, tinkered around with the screwdriver and thought I was fixing it. You know, but my sister, I made sure she had food, you know, whatever.
Well,
Like,
that's amazing at 10 though, you know.
so staunch
Hmm.
in some ways. It's always been very much like that.
Maybe
if
more
I-
like
if-
scheduled,
control
like you fell
thing.
into an order.
A,
Yeah, there you
a
go.
control thing.
Yeah, exactly. So like the early signs, like really early warning signs of alcoholism.
What about you?
Yeah, same. Well, actually, so for me, as like a young child, very carefree, very easygoing, go with the flow, like very happy, super shy, painfully shy to the point where I would hide when people came over,
Right.
under the chair, tables, all that.
Wow. That's hard to
Um,
imagine with you.
Right? Yeah, I know. I'm painfully shy. I took a lot of practice to get this crazy. And but I always had like this seething anger and like depression inside me. Like I would
Like,
just
when's the earliest you can remember?
probably around 7 or 8. That's when I started writing poetry and it helped. Like that's when I knew I knew I wanted to play saxophone at 4 years old. Like that's what I was going to do in life. And once I had my saxophone at 12, that was it. That was my career. And I didn't stop. I was so into music. It was ridiculous. Loved it.
I didn't find that out until a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I know. And I don't do it anymore. I gave it up and I'm kind of getting back to it, you know. For me, it's not a career. It's like an extra that's amazing. But I also taught kids. Like I would give private lessons and I loved it. I was really good at it. But
We're going to do a saxophone segment.
It would be great. I need to fix mine up. It's horribly, oh my gosh, it's so old. And play. I'm like, how are you doing that?
I have a good embouchure.
I used to do exercises, but now I probably
Show me.
You look like old ladies.
I
Is that
know.
what people look like when they put lipstick on, you think? Like when no one is like demented. Cam ready.
I was convinced that I did not do the mascara thing. Convinced.
Well, you do. I saw you the other day.
I know.
I think everybody does. You know, I've learned to do both hands too.
Oh,
Like,
I've done on the sides, and sometimes I'll do a client with the left if I cannot get, you know. But it makes me
do you
very.
do makeup
Yes.
professionally, or
So
just like the theater makeup?
so I do. I've done. I don't do anymore because of no one could come up. Okay, so that's
Right.
a funny story. That's a funny story
Okay, I
because
want to hear it.
I used to book clients for stuff like this and ask them to
Mhm.
bring me a case of beer as payment. And so since
I've
I've
totally done that.
since I've got for
You want
what?
a handy? You want old fashioned? You bring me a fifth. You know what I used to do when I would date, like when Matthew was little. This is a great mom. Like, it's awful being alcoholic when you're a mom. I'd be like, "Oh, you want to come hang out with me? All right, it's 2 bottles of wine.
Yes, I
Inside.
mean, yeah.
You want to do me? You gotta go back out and get some more." You know, and they like if it got to that point, I'm not like boxing myself, up,
Like,
but just
no,
like,
I get what you're saying, and
Yeah.
it's like it's literally like I have no money. I'm a single mom. I have nothing.
yeah, well, like,
But you could
do
bring
they
me
sell
wine.
Magnum size barefoot? No, they don't. Okay, well,
Not-
5 of those. Because you know, after a while, you're not like even. I know for me, I wasn't shy about it. I'm not like, oh, I feel the bubbles. I was like, all right, there's 1 bottle. I'm like, what
But
are you?
you weren't like bring a loaf of bread for my baby.
Bring a loaf of bread to sop up my belly so I can eat more. So when I throw up on you. No, honestly, I would. Seriously, I would just look at people like, what are you drinking? Those were for me. You really want me? Yes, I do. That's the
Dude,
goal.
yes.
Come over. It's your own gas. You come to my place. It's at this time. You leave now and you bring this.
Yeah.
How do they do it?
So when I do makeup, it's typically for a photo shoot or a wedding or something like that. Not like I can do daily makeup, of course, but typically that's what I'm doing because in college, then I was involved in musical theater, obviously, but there was with this one show and I was so fascinated with stage makeup. And so I was like, I'm going to do stage makeup.
Fun.
Obviously you can't minor in stage makeup. I mean,
Right.
I'm sure somewhere you can. So
That's cool.
I studied it like I was studying for a class. I took school very seriously in college.
Good for you.
And so that's what I did. And so from there, when I was on stage performing, I slowly realized I should be doing stage makeup techniques anytime I sing, anytime I play, because that's what it's for. And so I started adapting things for everyday wear.
Yeah. Oh, that would be awesome. That would be so fun. I taught myself. So I started playing with makeup and my mom was very strict, so I couldn't even.
Oh, I had a makeup kit
anything.
caboodle at age 10.
Yeah.
There's a Christmas picture of me with whore lipstick.
Hey, maybe I'll dye my hair.
I used that Tinkerbell brand when I was younger. They had this Tinkerbell brand and I used that, but I was 16 before I could really use anything. And
Really?
I just for hours and hours. And I'm very meticulous with it and I love doing I just love changing the shape of my face. Or I really
See, I don't like that.
Yeah.
You do that well. I do.
It takes practice.
I
just
do
a lot of
basic
practice.
highlighting, and I hate contouring. I won't do
I like
it.
contour. I've contoured my nose and the cheeks, and just you don't have to do it to where it's so much, because if you look I don't feel like my face is. I mean, the lighting's pretty good, but it's not insane. This I do a little bit more because I like the way it looks when I put my glasses on, and just a little.
Yeah, you have to wear it
Yes.
heavier with glasses. You have to.
You do. I like heavy makeup, me personally,
Mhm.
but I've also done light. I can just do mascara. I don't have a lot of color to my face though. I feel like I have to wear makeup. You've seen me when I'm blank. I mean, that's.
I kind of feel like that. I feel like I change into a different person sometimes.
You wear makeup?
When I'm not wearing makeup. If I take it off and I'm walking around at night, I don't feel like that. But when I wake up in the morning, I feel like I'm a completely, when I look in the mirror, I think, that is not what you look like.
Yeah.
But I know it's not true.
You know what's funny? We have a mutual friend that I was talking to, and the Canadian, and he's
Shout out.
Yeah, right. That's not what you look like. I'm because you sent me selfies, so I'm well, I'm gonna shamelessly flirt with you. I'm allowed. And he's yeah, that's fine. I'm good, take it. And he's just he doesn't like makeup. I'm I'm sorry, but I look good, so you shush. I don't look bad or good either way. It's just a personal choice.
Why did you get out of music?
Well, that was actually Kevin Baconing, as I call it, because we get back to the point.
Yes.
I call it Kevin Baconing. I think it's fun.
Oh.
The Kevin Bacon, the point of alcoholism, and seriously, it was my passion. I would come home and practice 6 hours a day. It was intense, and I wouldn't even know. I would just get up from playing. I'm holy shit, the whole day is gone. But
Yeah.
I love it. I couldn't stand it. I loved it so much. You know how it is.
Yeah.
And when I didn't make it into the music program of the school I wanted to go to, put all my eggs in one basket, and I was yes, but I was so nervous that I messed up a little, and I figured, maybe they'll come on, man. When someone sucks and when they don't.
Right.
You know the difference between nerves and just not.
Yeah, I tell my fifth graders that, because they have to play out loud in front of the class. It's
Right.
one of the requirements.
Hey, here's the first call. 1 second.
Hello?
Hello, can I speak to Sally, please? Speaking. Hi, this is Hannah. Hi, Hannah. What's up? Kate is sick. That's too bad. How about going to see her? That's a good idea. What time shall we meet? How about at 2? Sounds good. Let's meet at the bus stop. Okay, see you then.
Okay. Well, I'm making a podcast right now, so you'll be on it with this phone call. Absolutely. Okay, love you too. Bye. That's what you should edit out, me doing this.
Oh yeah.
This isn't NA, it's just AA.
But that would be a great thing for like slow motion. Did you drink though
Music.
in high school?
No, I was
Oh.
like you. I did everything straight laced. I always had that seething anger, and I just shoved it down. I thought, because I thought it was me being patient. Everyone always gave me that, the like, oh, you're the best student, you're such a good girl and stuff. So I was like, okay. And then everything erupted probably in college because I didn't make it into this program. I saw them circle not accepted. I didn't know how to take it. I went into the deepest depression of my life. It took me a decade to get over it.
Wow.
I auditioned again, and before I was even done auditioning, not accepted. I didn't come with the bucket of like amazing family that everyone knew, money, a school that was prestigious, and they just didn't want it. Because I know I was at least better than one of the people there. And Central Michigan University, back in the day in like 2004 when I went, or one, it was an amazing saxophone studio. I mean, these people, I went to band camp with them. They were just like, I would just watch in awe.
I went to fine arts camp.
Yeah.
Every summer.
Yeah, I went every summer. Age 15, I was like, okay, what do I need to do to get into college music?
Yes.
I studied for 4 years, and I just didn't make the cut, and it crushed me. It crushed me so bad. Like, I finally can talk about it without breaking down.
Right.
And I literally, my head, something snapped, and I was like, fuck it. And I just started partying, and I never stopped. And I just didn't give a fuck.
So what was your like active drinking years?
Oh my God. 18 to, not until 19, I was like an alcoholic, but 18 to 32.
Wow.
Hard
Hardcore.
drinking.
Yeah.
21 to 28. Hard. Like,
So
by the time I was 28, I was blacking out all the time.
So I had my first drink on my honeymoon night. Champagne. I mean, I had tasted beer growing up, but I wasn't.
So it wasn't like a traumatic event that brought you to.
No, I don't know. It's interesting. My therapist talked to me about that, about marriage and leaving my parents, who are my best friends.
Yeah, that probably was hard then. It was hard for me going to college.
Yeah, and so, but I didn't like. I got buzzed a few times from there. Like, oh yeah, I'll have a glass of champagne. I remember like in 2006, I went on my first cruise. I graduated.
Me too.
I graduated college 2005. So like a year later, I'm on this cruise. That'd be amazing
if we're on the same cruise.
Oh my God. But seriously, like a year later, I order a vodka cranberry. And I was like, hey, I like that. So I would start keeping vodka at the house, but it was a very slow burn. So it was like, I started drinking in 2005. And then I would say by 2010, I was drinking daily, but not getting drunk every night. Still. But having a beer or having a glass of wine.
Like drinking every day, but not to like what would still be considered casual drinking.
Right. So there's 4 years, right?
Yeah.
And then I went off the deep end at the end of 2011 and went and had an illicit affair for a year. And it gave me such anxiety, the secret texts, the oh, he didn't text me tonight. What's he doing? You know, well, he's cheating on me with me, so he must be cheating on me. You know, just insane thoughts. And I just started drinking throughout that affair, just chugging.
Do you feel like something snapped in you? You know, like how I explained, like with music, like I could tell I was like, fuck, I didn't care anymore.
Yeah.
And then in my head, I was thinking, oh, this is college, it's okay. But I didn't realize it was all these things,
Yeah.
and trauma
I
that
think,
just was like,
yeah, I think so. I think so too.
like codependency for you as
my
well.
control, my control
Yeah.
issues, and lots of what I think fully the reason I didn't drink and stuff in high school because my friends did, and I chose not to hang out with them. Right.
Mhm.
But I think that is an innate control issue.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good one.
Yeah, but did you
know,
do it like for the validation? Because that's why I did it. I wanted to be the good student.
Validation is
Good
huge
kid.
with me.
Yeah, me too.
And vanity, obviously.
Right.
But I think that when I decided I'm having an affair, it was like, this is when I'm rebelling. I'm rebelling at the age of 29.
Man, people, you snap when you snap. I think it's very common, honestly. It just happens when it happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so then the affair broke up in 2013. I came clean, like I couldn't handle it anymore, and
They're stressful.
then we got in a major car accident at the end of 2013, and I was in a wheelchair for like 2 months. It was, I mean, it's why my knees are so messed up. I've broken both feet. Like I'm not allowed to run, things like that, you know. Anyway, so I just
alcohol related or something else?
No, someone T-boned us, or we T-boned someone who cut across. But I was drunk on the way home. I just wasn't driving. That's a funny fact. We had just come from church. It was a Wednesday night, but I remember. So anyway, and so I was in this wheelchair. I mean, I remember one time being described by my doctor as sedentary. Like, wow. patient must be sedentary.
Yeah.
And it like hurt because like the idea of laziness to me, and I know that wasn't laziness. I get it. Like, I know that being in a wheelchair does not equate that.
But it's like for you, you're like, but I'm different. That's how I think.
When I couldn't clean behind my toilet, or I couldn't, you know, make the bed, that affected me deeply. Because that's what I love doing, you know, making the living space nice, you know, for people. And I just sat and drank in that wheelchair. And I am not equating myself to a disabled person at all, but I understand why people are ashamed when they have to be in one. I understand that.
Well, you were disabled for a period of time.
Yeah, but it's like, no one's judging you for being in a wheelchair, right? We say that to people. But yeah, it's irrational, and those thoughts are crazy, but it was my reality. And so again, you know, I just drink and drink and drink and drink and sat at home and drink and sat at home and drank and sat at home and drank. And then would take all the muscle relaxers, and then would take, they had prescribed me Xanax because I had been having panic attacks over this lawsuit we were in. So I was doing Xanax, I was drinking, I was taking the muscle relaxers, and then I had to wean myself off the muscle relaxers. I wasn't addicted to Xanax, but the muscle relaxers weren't like, oh, I gotta have them. It was, I was in so much pain at night, I couldn't fall asleep unless I took the muscle relaxers, right? So I had to wean myself off in a way of, I couldn't fall asleep, I was in pain, you know, for about a year, but the drinking just got heavier. And it continued like that for until 2019. So I would say 2009, so 10 solid years of alcoholic drinking.
Yeah, it'll do it. It For me, it started weighing on me, and when my my first ex-husband had to stay home from work. There is one night I slightly remember. And there's a funny story to it too, but my best friend and her boyfriend, now husband at the time, or now husband, but boyfriend at the time, drove me home, and I can barely walk. I mean, I was just like hunched over. And she said, Rachel, we looked in your eyes, but you weren't there, but they're open. I mean, I've had alcohol poisoning more times than I can count.
Wow.
And he had to stay with me because I didn't know if I would have choked on my own vomit. That's how drunk I would get.
I would not, I don't think I did. I don't think I did. I would just fall asleep before it got that bad.
I did at the end. And I even did like with what the big book says about the research. And I stopped for 3 or 6 months around that kind of period of time. And I remember the last time I did hardcore drinking, it was New Year's. And I had a big bottle of wine.
Oh, yeah.
To myself, 2 bottles of champagne, and probably about 10 shots. And Matthew was there, and he was young. And I started throwing up. And thank God I passed out on my side because it went all over me. And I was like, he was crying. It was at somebody's house. And I was like, I'm done. Even the next day, I'm throwing up. And he's 2 years old rubbing my back. I'm like, this is fucking trash. And then driving with him when I had just a little bit of wine to go get more, and making that excuse like, well, I'm not, you know, I can handle more, so it's fine. And it's just like, it doesn't stop. And I went to rehab once. That was way before I had Matthew. But it's
so you had been in rehab. I didn't realize that. I thought you went after.
No, I went into rehab like 2009. I tried saving my marriage and myself. I attempted suicide, and then a week later I went into rehab. It got bleak where I was like, I remember just losing it completely, and I was done with life. Because I would sit on my couch and just look out the window at this big, beautiful tree. We had this amazing old house. I live in Michigan. There's Fenton here, and it's beautiful. It's kind of like there's older areas with like the really, really pretty Victorian homes.
Yeah.
And there's money up there. So, I mean, they're pretty well taken care of. And we had this house that was by this old cemetery, cemetery, right? Isn't that what it is?
Seminary? Like
seminary. Thank you. Yeah, I was like, I'm not saying this right. Yes, seminary. And that was a beautiful building in itself. And it was like the old headmaster's home. So it was like from 18 whatever. Very, very pretty. And these trees, I would just be like, man, I want to be that tree. I just can't do this anymore. Like, I hated no matter what I did or how much I cleaned, and nothing made me happy.
Yeah.
So, that's when the drinking escalated. And then one day I went up, to the kitchen. I held the knife. My husband was in the other room. Like, he didn't pay attention to me anymore. And I was just like, I couldn't do it. I wanted to. I had to stand there for like 10 minutes. And so I went upstairs and just took a tall boy, because I would have, I had pride myself back then on like all the different alcoholic classes I had, because that was fun. Did you do that?
Yes.
I was like, what do you need, a highball? No, you don't drink out of that. You drink out of that.
I remember
beer. It's a beer. Yeah.
I remember the day I said, I have to have stemware or a tumbler for people who want wine.
Yeah. Same. I had Lennox glasses where it was
in
like
the store.
Yeah, like the really nice shit. I was like, is this crystal? Don't you drink? Like Will is like, you don't bring a beer koozie in here. Like, we are sophisticated because I'm a bitch and I like brand name.
I used to drink Miller Lite out of a goblet.
Yeah. You know what?
With salt and lime.
Oh my God, girl, yes. We would have been so bitchy. We'd be like Stetler and Waldorf, but two drunk fucking old bitches with like stoles on and brooches. Be like,
what's funny is we can still do that. We just will be sober.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll remember. That's the beauty.
You got the tall boy, yeah.
beer glass, and I think
Mhm.
I had like I didn't even have anything good at that point because I like usually like ports and rum and Coke was my jam. Like Bacardi was my drink of choice. After a
Sparkling
while-
water and vodka.
Yeah, see, and I would go and to the bar after a while, and I was like, I want a double because I would always be doubles, and I was like, and I would literally want an eye droplet of diet, and I'm like, and I mean an eye droplet, just color.
Yeah.
Don't fuck with me. Make it strong. I mean, I got nasty. I had this tall boy, and I remember I wrote a letter out, and I left it on the bed, and I told my dog I loved her or him, and he knew something was weird. I filled the
Oh,
tub. And I started just taking Tylenols. I never thought this was serious. This is why I've never shared this because it's like, well, it's Tylenol. But I wasn't doing that to like, take 10. I was just going to do one. I'm like, I was just going to slowly for some reason. And I got to, I don't even know the amount. Maybe I did get to about 10. And I was like, what the fuck am I doing? And I also text everyone that I love them.
Mhm.
So people were like, what the fuck's wrong? And I think that's what snapped me out of it. And I remember just being in, like, it wasn't even manic. It was literally like something shifted in me again where my body couldn't take it. And I was shaking and I just
Oh,
started
yeah.
sobbing. And I went down to my husband. He's like, what's wrong? And I was like, I just tried killing myself. And that was, the beginning of the end. And then when I was having DTs, which I only learned about this past year, really, and actually a few years ago, from getting off of marijuana, which people don't think is a big deal, but it actually is. So my body just couldn't take it. And anxiety was so bad. I was shaking. I thought it was just anxiety. And my husband didn't know what to do. And I was just like, I did so many of these things alone, like completely alone, where someone's just watching me go through this saying, we can't afford it. I don't know what you're going to do. I'm like, so I'm calling 1-800 numbers. I'm like, I'm going to fucking rehab, asshole. My dad took me. I had quit smoking for 2 years, and I was like, I bought 3 packs of cigarettes on the way. I'm like, oh, hell no.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Chain smoke.
Mhm.
And I get there, and they're like, Eminem went to this rehab. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I want to not drink. Like, bless him.
Yeah.
You're awesome. I love you, Eminem. But I'm just saying, like, for real, though, that's not why.
You need to hear me do lighters, just so you know.
Why would Jocko get struck like lightning? Fighters keep fighting, put your lighters up and point them skyward.
Yeah, I don't know. It was hard. And then while I was there, I finally had this peace and solace of just like feeling like myself again. And just feeling because I'm back to that little girl who was very joyous and free and bubbly and lighthearted. And I did my hair and makeup and I just felt great and I slept. Because I was having I would hear things and I mean I was just using too much.
So you talked about anger earlier.
Yeah,
anger being you were younger and angry. Would that be like your biggest character defect?
I always thought it was control, but it's up there. Anger and control I feel
Mine
like
is
it can go
control.
hand
I
in
think
hand.
all of us have control. Undoubtedly.
I agree because it depends on what we want to control, right? We all have like a different level of what that control is.
But my control it's everything.
Yeah.
Everything that I do that's self-destructive is about control in the Kevin Bacon thing.
Yes. Yeah. Like that reminded me like DNA, like we're weaving our little molecule of how we're made up of. And for me, it was like, if my house wasn't perfect, if this wasn't perfect, I'd have my hair on now. And then I snapped and I had to give it all up. That was good. Now I know it's my higher power and work because in 2 weeks I had lost my business, my house, my husband, my dog, and I was homeless by choice in a way, but still, I didn't think it would go that way. I don't know. Then I started dating someone that didn't really believe in, I remember getting my 5-month chip and he was there and he didn't think it was a big deal. And then one night I was like, oh, you know what? I can have a beer. And that feeling, this is when I knew I had a problem. I had a 40 and I just chugged it and I was like, okay. But it felt so good. It lit up this it's like the 4th of July up there. Now it was just like party time. It does something to me. And then this last time when I drank with husband number 2 was an NA beer. So I thought, I had been sober for almost 5 years. I had 2 days until 5 years. And I was like, yeah, it's fine. I'm having an NA beer. Wasn't in my head at all that anything was going to happen. And the same thing, lit me up. And then I started doing little sips, and then I started drinking beer, and it was like, well, I'm not going to drink liquor. And I was like, okay, I'll have some liquor. And I had one mixed drink after like 2 shots. And my son came over and was like, what's in that cup? And I was like, fuck that. Got a sponsor, joined ITR.
So how long from the NA beer
Was that 2
Yeah.
weeks?
Oh,
2
okay.
weeks. So, I mean, it got faster. Like, it's very true how they say you really do just, you pick up where you left off. Start getting the glasses again, and that's romanticizing. I don't think people realize that, but
Yeah.
I do. It's like Sugar Plum Fairyland up here. I'm like, thinking of all the fun things I can make, and I'm like, that's not healthy. Who does this? They just like, I'm gonna pour one and I'm
Alcoholics.
done.
And that's how I've had to keep myself in check. Like, oh,
Yeah.
it's okay to have an NA beer. Like,
Right.
normal people don't think like normal people.
No, they don't have to contemplate. They have when they're done.
Normal
But how
people
many
don't
people
think,
are
well, I can have.
actual alcoholics that don't admit it because they don't know yet. I mean, really though.
Well, sure.
A
I
lot.
mean, I have to say, like, when I would be like just before passed out, you know, texting with one eye open,
Yeah.
I would Google, am I an alcoholic?
Oh my God, yeah. I would watch Dr. Not Dr. Phil, but the other one, Dr. Drew.
Yeah.
And I would sit there and I'd be like, oh, I gotta get a shot and a joint. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then I'm like, I'm gonna just drink beer while I watch it. Because inside I'm like, he's gonna know I did this and I'm not an alcoholic. But I was like, oh, I relate to your story. Holy shit, I did
Yeah.
the same life. I'm a fucking, that's me.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I think I have a problem when I'm chugging a pint.
Yeah.
Because I
And-
thought nothing of it.
But how
Like,
long did you think you had a problem?
like an actual problem, like I knew something had me
Yeah.
before I understood alcoholism, but I knew like probably shortly after my first marriage at 23.
So I
Okay.
knew I had a problem probably 2016, about 3 years before I got sober.
Yeah, I was 5 years into drinking, so like 2006, 2007.
Yeah.
I knew something was wrong. Did I stop? No. And I quit
No.
on my own a lot. I don't know if you did that, but I quit
No,
on
I
my
never
own
quit.
all the time.
I would
then,
say
like-
things like, oh, I drank too much last night. I'm not going to drink till 10 today. You know, like,
Oh, I know.
I would think
Like
like I
in
was giving
college,
my
I'd be
liver a
like-
break.
I should have had an IV. I mean, I had alcohol poisoning. You know, we call them hooker boots because boots were cooler in the early 2000s. They still are now, but like that's when they.
I
really
can't get
started.
boots over my calves.
You just get the wide ones. Tourism.
No, you don't understand.
Yes.
When I go skiing, they have to do calf extenders.
Well, so you got, that's how it is for my chest. I need like nipple extenders. That's a whole other bucket of fun to talk about.
So your last drunk, we don't consider that when you had your relapse, because did you get drunk?
No.
So
Like
what
a
was
year,
your
2 months
last-
ago? No.
What was your last drunk experience? You know, what made you come into
My
recovery?
very last drunk. There were 2 actually. Well, there was my story is a little different, I guess. There's 3. Is the one that I explained about New Year's. That one really worried me. I knew without a doubt I had a problem. Because the guilt was enormous.
Mhm.
I had to convince myself not to drink. When I even tried quitting earlier in my 20s, I'd be like, I don't know. I would do that whole like back and forth.
Mm.
I would be itching, and I would just, after I could hold out for a long time. My will is actually pretty strong, but it weathers with time. And then I think about 2015. I had my 32nd birthday, and I had it at my brother's place, and it was huge, and he had just moved in the house. I was like, yeah, party for me. And we got wasted, it was like country style, peeing in the corn or in the wood, it's just like ha ha ha, ha, having a good time. And
No, I
yes.
never did that.
But when I'm drunk, I don't care. I used to pee everywhere.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah,
how the
I
hell
mean,
I haven't gotten in trouble.
I
Everywhere.
used to do it in the back of my friend's Oasis, but it was
Girl.
posh. It was. I mean, when I
Yeah,
puked, I puked on rich people's lawns. Okay, like
oh, well, I'm not that fancy. I grew up in like, no. I was just like, hey, this is a nice Sunco. Let's just pee here. I mean,
I'm gonna pee right now. I'm gonna pee right now.
So my last drunk was at that party, and everyone was hungry. I'm like, yeah, I'll drive. And it took me about 10 minutes to find where the key would go. So I was like, why isn't it here? I'm looking up at, where the speedometer is. And someone had to tell me. My friend was like, Rachel goes here. And we laughed. I'm like, you think someone would stop me?
Right.
Drove to this gas station, which is far away because in the country, everything's like 80 years away. And
BFE.
yes, it's bumfucked Egypt absolutely out here. Yeah, it wasn't a tractor. Can you imagine getting pulled over and DUI that shit? What? Ah, yeah, the hay. So we get there, I chow down all this food, this fucking food. And on the way back, I'm finally starting to sober up, and everyone's like, Rachel, you were wasted, and they're all laughing. And I thought everyone was laughing because they were wasted. And I'm like, why would you let me drive? I guess I was swerving. Because my favorite thing was to drive at this point. And it was bad. And I was just like, oh my God. And then I don't know if this was before or after. I had one last drunk where I went to a 21st birthday party. We're in downtown Detroit at a casino. I was that person too. Once I got drunk, I was buying everybody drinks. I was the life of the party.
I was bumming drinks.
I went to this 21st birthday party, and I blacked out. I was driving. I was on back road going way too fast. My car spun out, and thank God, I don't know how I didn't kill myself. I remember calling somebody that was like, we were kind of like casual at the time, and he was I'm still in contact with him. He came from the city, which was like an hour away, to find me.
Mm.
And when I went back the next day to get my car, I had to go to this gas station because I had towed it. And thank God it was someone I went to high school with, which I didn't talk to because he was like a cool kid back then, and I was not cool. But he gave me my pint back, and I was like, what? So I guess I was chugging this because I do remember little blips of like blasting the radio, chugging this pint. And I was just like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm going to die.
Mm.
And then I met my second husband also in this, like these last 3 times. And my best friend, bless her heart, she's the one that's like, Rachel, remember this? I'm like, no. So she's the reason why I can remember, because I've lost a lot of memory from drinking. I remember not most of it at all. None of it. Now it comes back. It took a long time for that too. So she's like, I remember you saying when you met, husband number 2, she's like, you were so impressed that he's somebody that could actually drink the way you drink. And I'm like, holy shit. Because we polished off the 5th of gin and then whatever I had. And I was like, what is this? And this isn't like a 5th in a night. This is like a 5th in like an hour or 2.
Right.
Like I was just a garbage pail for liquor. If someone didn't want to drink, I'd finish everybody's drinks.
I did that.
Yeah, always. I'm like, don't you waste this.
It didn't matter what it was either.
No,
I didn't drink dark. I didn't like buy whiskey and things like that.
Me either. But
I would never let something go to waste on the table.
The only thing I've ever let go to waste was an Irish car bomb, because those were never for me. But like a 3 Wise Men, I'm like, oh, what's this? 151 double shot. I'm like, oh. And that's what I thought was cool in college, because I would outdrink these dudes, and they're like, you didn't even do a chaser. I'm like, I know.
Get another one. Get her another one.
My trick was, when I was doing massage, I had huge, like, my hands aren't small, but they're bigger, very muscular. And
how big is your ring?
My ring finger?
Yeah.
Like an 8.
I'm a 10. And I have toe thumbs.
10. Oh, do you? You
Yeah.
got the toe thumbs? I haven't had my thumbs done in so long. Or like my thumbs, my
Oh, I
fingers.
just got mine today.
Yeah, they look good.
Thank
I
you.
don't think the size matters though. It's like muscular hands, right? I have worker hands.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Musician, it's perfect.
Yes, exactly. And so I'd go up to like the biggest dude. I'd find the
Mhm.
biggest dude in the bar, and I was going some rough bars. And they're pretty honky, as I call them. So fun though. Like they'd have bands, I'd be like, yeah, you know, like with the band. But yeah, they're honky as all hell. So I'd go to these honks and I'd go up to these dudes and I'd be like, all right, so this is what's up. You're gonna squeeze my hand as hard as you can, and then I'm gonna do it back. And if whoever pulls away first, you know, if I pull away first, I'll buy you a drink. You pull away first, you buy me a drink. And they'd start, and at first, a lot of them were like, yeah, I'm like, listen, you fucking pussy. Now, when you say those words to a dude and you mean it, and you have seething rage in your eyes at them like they're a piece of shit, you know, like get back to him like the dude, like that dude look where you're just like, listen, bitch. Well, then it was for real. One dude it was pretty rough, but he's like, damn. I'm like, I know, right? I'm like, all right, shot for me, you know, and that's what I would do. That was my game, and I never lost. Who knows if I was really that strong, or my alcoholism was just that.
Right.
You know, I was just like, you break my finger, that's fine. I'm already half in the bag anyway.
You owe me 10.
Yeah. Then one night, this is awesome. My best friend and I were at that honky bar, and there was no one there, and we just had a Long Island. Because there were still nights I would just get one. That's what was weird about me. I didn't have to get into that, like, drink all the time, but I was very bingy.
I
And
never
Long Island-
binged. I just drank.
Yeah, I binged. I don't know what's worse or better. I think in the end, though, everyone just gets to the point where you're drinking all the time. So we have these Long Islands, and I'm like, okay. I look at her, I'm like, let's just take them and go. So we fucking book it. The bartenders are like chasing us out. You can't do that. We are laughing our asses off. We're like, open and top, you know, whatever, and like it's anything. And she had like a Sebring or something at the time. There was a car that looked just like hers that got pulled over. The cop was like on it. We just missed him. We went back around and I was like, dude, we would have gone to jail. And that was a moment I was like, maybe that was bad. But I thought it was so cool because I always wanted to do that. Like it was some fucking MacGyver shit or something. Let's just take these out of the bar and go into a car. And then you're going to start the car. We're going to chug it. Because it's like, why is this a good idea? All of us was a fucking GFS, like plain glass. I didn't have that one though. I didn't have the 16 ounce. I needed it. Insane. Do you have any fun stories like that? Any stupid drunk stories?
Well, so my last drunk was it's embarrassing, but this the last drunk encompassed all of my drunks except vomiting.
Okay.
So
You shit your pants, pee.
it was I never did that. I never
I peed my pants and I would puke on everyone's everything.
so
I'm
like
like clean that for you.
I just pee my pants in my regular life from laughing too much. It would just happen.
Pants from laughter.
No pee. So I peed on the regular laughing.
We can leave that one.
Yeah. So, but I had come home from work. We were going out for one of my girlfriends was turning 40, and her husband wanted to take her best girlfriends out, like 5 girls, and he was there. You know, it was like he was our chaperone. It was kind of cool. And came home from work about 4:30 and just start knocking them back. You know, just when I would mix a drink in this, right? I mean, just for an example, what is this?
Harry Potter.
Renaissance Festival.
Oh,
It's
it
something
is? We just had one.
That's something they do here. Like it's a big deal. Like
we just had ours here.
Do you do it?
I have. I
do you dress
up
it?
and everything. It's fun. I like being more of like a wench.
But this has been nice. So a glass about this big, a glass, because I was fancy, remember?
Mm-hmm.
And it would be ice, then sparkling water, and then vodka.
Mm. Yeah,
And then
do
I
a
would-
tippy tap.
I would do like a lemonade packet, like a sugar-free lemonade. And so
Oh,
then,
yeah,
so,
you don't want the calories.
so it was like half, it was like half water, half vodka in a cup this big.
yeah.
And then I would mix it up, and that was one drink. So I was having 4 of those a night at least.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Mhm.
So I mixed a drink right when I got home like that. And I remember drinking a second, and then mixing one for the car. Because of course I was driving downtown in
Oh, yeah,
Houston
you gotta have one for the road. You don't want to lose that
Yeah.
buzz.
at like
Yeah, I do the same
5:45 at night,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
In rush hour traffic. And drank all the way down, got there early, stopped for a beer because the restaurant, I was up there early because I wanted to avoid the traffic, but it was like one of those miraculous days where the traffic
There was,
didn't
like, no
happen.
traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I was there early. I stopped and got a beer somewhere. Right across, I think there was right across the alley was like a convenience store or something. Drink the beer in the car. They text me, said they were there. So I'm already drunk. Right? I mean, drunk. But for me, I was just functioning. Well, these people that I went with were people that I drank a lot with.
Mm.
And and they always, I mean, it was never a problem getting together with these girls, you know, like what I said, because I was so much myself, you know, I just make them laugh and, you know.
Right. Yeah.
So we went into
That's
this
how they knew you too, so they don't see
Right.
it as different. Yeah.
Right. And so we went in this, it was a fancy restaurant. It was a very fancy restaurant. And she looked at me, she says, should we get wine? And I was like, I remember, I'll order the wine. I'm Sicilian. And I used to say things like that. Like like not a joke. Like I can laugh about it now because it's so ridiculous, but I'd be like, I'm Sicilian.
Like,
So I
you know
said-
that- yeah, you know this shit. Yeah.
And she rolled her eyes, and after the fact, knowing they were pissed off at me for saying that because it was her birthday dinner. And so I said, sir, something like that. Paisan. I think I said paisan, you know, like, senor,
Oh my goodness.
give me your highest alcohol content Zinfandel. So he brings it and I inspect it and it's 14.5, you know, and I'm like, this is a good wine, you know, like good choice.
Really, they're just like, they put barefoot in there for you and they're like, fuck this guy. She's gonna spend a lot of money. It's just
She had a normal size wine glass, right?
yeah, like
And I had the rest of the bottle.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Was it a
And
Magnum or just like a normal size? Like just a regular
at
bottle?
750
Yeah.
milliliters. Okay.
Mhm.
So, but I had so much to drink already that
Mhm.
evening. I mean, this
Mhm.
is a span of within, at this point, 3 hours
Oh, that's a
from
lot.
when I got home to
Yeah.
this point of the evening.
Yeah.
And so I continued with the dinner and I felt that I thought that they were like judging me because I was loud. And I was like, well, they've chosen to be my friend. And this is what's now happening in my brain at the table. These people don't like me. They can all go fuck themselves, you know? And I was like, bring me a coffee. So I had an espresso, you know, I don't know why I ordered coffee because I never held to the belief that you could sober up with coffee or something like that. In fact, caffeine makes
water.
it worse,
Yeah,
apparently.
you need water.
Yeah.
That's how I
So,
need it.
and then I went in the restroom and I came out and the whole group was like in a circle. And when I came out, they had been talking about me. It was apparent. And so that just made me even more pissed off. Right. So I took an obligatory picture. I remember that specifically thinking, I don't even want to take a picture with them. Right. And then I drove home 20 miles. Or I don't know what it is, like 10 miles maybe, but it feels like 100, you know, when you're driving in Houston.
Right. Yeah, I bet.
It was a long way to drive drunk on the freeways on
It
a
is.
Friday night, you know. And I drove drunk a lot. I have a lot of shame about it. I never got caught. So I drove home. I had no beer, but I remembered that my dad left this IPA from when they were here for the summer in the back, and I had saved it in the back of my closet for when they came back. And I went and got it, and I poured it over ice because it was like 9% or something. And I drank all 4 of them.
Oh my.
Oh God. And then I did a reply all email and told everyone how amazing they were. I found it a while ago. I should read from it. But like, they're the most amazing people. And if you haven't recognized these people in our staff, you need to know how amazing they are. Like, you know, it's
Like
all
work or at work. You sent out a work email after you're blasted. Hey, at least it was nice, I guess. But yeah.
but that's the thing. Everything was loving and long. You know,
Like a Bible. That's what I call it, the Bible text. When you get
Dissertation.
that, and I'm like, dude, what is this? A dissertation on your life? Like you could just say, hey, what's up? That's fun. That's enough.
Some
Call.
people's signature lines are like,
Yeah.
XX, love Leslie, sent from my T-Mobile 5G
And I'm like,
S21.
how do you even do that? Like,
Like
I don't.
in your text messages.
But then it's with everything you do. If it's okay, okay, loves, okay, loves. And I'm like, we don't need. That's a lot. Enough. We get it.
I really need to go to the bathroom.
Oh my.
So,
You take a pee break.
so I write this staff email, and the next morning was May the 4th be with you, right? May the 4th.
Mhm. Yeah.
So I wake up. I said, hey, you want to go get pedicures today? He's like, yeah, that's something we used to do together, was get pedicures.
Mhm.
And I ordered a double shot of Tito's at the nail bar.
Ugh.
And my friend texts me and says, do you know the wine you ordered last night was $250? And I shit my pants. But it wasn't about the wine, it was about the money. And so I immediately tried to sell him, her husband, money. He rejected it. He called me. He said, do you know the amount of alcohol I've spent on you since January? And I was like, no. He goes, well, it's almost $1,000. I was shocked. He said, you need to get fucking help, because none of those fucking bitches you're hanging out with have the balls to tell you that you need help. And that's not being a friend. And I don't care if you hate me forever, but I know that you need help and you need to get some fucking help today. And he said that like 25 times in different ways,
Content.
right?
Yeah. Mhm.
But he knew that the money thing would bother me.
Yeah. So that was
Because
like
it was
his segue into-
embarrassing,
Mhm.
you know, that I would allow myself to just lose control like that and be just totally irresponsible with someone else's money without permission. You know, he would never have left me high and dry and said, hey, you pay the bill. You've ordered a $250 bottle of wine. He would never have done that.
That's a good friend though too.
Yeah, my
care.
friend's husband. But yeah, he, you know, we were friends, but really he was seeing all this always as an observer.
Mhm.
And so I cried the whole pedicure, just sobbed. And my husband had no idea what was going on. And then I passed the phone to him and he explained. And, you know, my husband had said things to me in the past about drinking, but it was always to do with money.
Mhm.
And that's when I started hiding it.
Mhm.
I had this really nice decorative vodka bottle. I can't remember the brand, and maybe that's okay. Rain. So it looked like a raindrop. And so I used it as decoration, but would refill it with Taka like every 2 days. You know, a big one,
Yeah.
half gallon.
Yeah.
So every 2 days I was refilling it.
Did he think it was like filled with water or something?
No, he knew it was vodka.
Oh, okay. I get you. So you just reused. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we leave the pedicure place, and I knew I had to get help. I had to, because I have Googled, am I an alcoholic already? You know, I knew this, but
yeah, once you go to Google, you know something's
yeah,
up.
the
Yeah.
fact that someone else pointed it out to me was
Mm-hmm.
humiliating. That was what bothered me. And I think that has a lot to do with that control thing again, you know, wanting to be in control at all times. And so that means reserved and, you know, but I had been not reserved. I thought I was totally bougie, but
Mhm.
it was obvious I wasn't. It's
you
obvious.
can't really be bougie when you're drunk. We all think we are, but it's more like instead of like Gucci, we're thrift store. You know what I mean?
Gucci. This is my Gucci. You know, like you could get it at those backdoor gas station, a knockoff Gucci,
Oh man, I don't have any of those around here.
and
That'd
it
be
says
awesome.
Coochie.
Oh, that's the best. Who would buy that though?
So I got in the car and I Googled AA meeting right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there are tons in Houston downtown.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I don't live in a place where it's convenient to get on the road at any given time. You have to have a plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
So any of them that
For the
I could have
traffic.
gone to, I would have been walking in late, which I wasn't going to do, or would have had to wait around 2 hours, which I wasn't going to do because I would have chickened out.
Yeah.
So I knew I needed something right then.
Yeah.
So I Google Zoom. Is there a Zoom AA meeting? Because I mean, I have been all about video calling. I mean, my whole life is spent on a video call practically, you know.
Mhm.
And so there was a call-in Zoom. So I was like, okay, I can do this. And so I call in, and it says, this is the Atheists and Agnostics AA meeting. And I was like, oh, no, that's not for me. I'm a Christian, you know. I'm not doing that.
I'm a Christian.
Glug, glug, glug.
I'm a bougie ass Christian.
And
Gucci.
so I found video meeting online right now, and it was in the rooms. And that's what brought us together. Even if this didn't go past like this one episode, like I don't care. Like
Yeah, I
it's
don't
going
either.
to.
Yeah, I
It's
think
totally
so.
going
I
to.
mean, why would it not? It's
Mhm.
only gonna get better. This is just the rough
Right.
draft, the first. But yeah, this is gonna be fun. I'm
Yeah.
glad that our higher powers brought us together to
Me
do this
too.
because it's only gonna get better, and the laughs will continue because we have some funny shit.
Because it's okay to laugh.
It is so okay to laugh. You have to. If you've never peed your pants from laughter, you're not living life.
You need to hang
I
out with
mean,
us. You need to like subscribe
to-
to our podcast
That's
every
it.
day.
Yeah, subscribe because it's only get hotter and better and funnier.
Yes.
But also brief up because you're gonna pee at some point.
Well, I am
If you have
going
bladder
to. If
incontinence.
we don't end this soon, it's going to be an emergency situation.
Oh no. You're still holding it? I don't know why you just didn't go. I would have entertained the people.
Oh, the lighting is perfect. I didn't want to
I
change
know it's
anything
that's our
around.
vanity kicking in. We're just like, let's just look at our milky skin.
Yeah.
There's times I look at my face and I feel like it's like a monster.
I know you all know a curmudgeon that needs to hear us and see us.
Yeah, right? If you're struggling, come on and just listen. If you're too, shy for the meetings, this is like a good segue into just understanding what this kind of life is, our mentality, and it is okay to laugh.
Totally.
So subscribe to this because it's only going to get better.
Yes. And free, totally free for you.
Yeah. Dude, this is actually a nightgown. A really big
Stop.
night-
I have to go to the bathroom.
Oh, does that make you laugh? Oh my goodness. Why? Is a nightgown bad? It's not a granny nightgown.
It is now because you said nightgown.
Well, I don't wear like a sleeping cap with it. Oh my god, it slipped out. I didn't think it was gonna be like
Oh
that.
my god, I just peed a little for real. I did. I said 3, 2, 1, and then you weren't there. So I was like,
Oh my
okay,
God.
I'll just wait.
Well, we're still we're still in the works of practicing that. Hi, I'm Rachel. I'm an alcoholic.
I'm Leslie and I am an alcoholic. And welcome to
I hope people are tuning in.
It's Okay to Laugh, the
It's
show
totally okay.
where It's Okay to Laugh, the show where we don't need drugs to self-destruct.
That is so true. Where we laugh with unabashed abandonment and not even gonna lie, piddle in my pants like every night. Like I have like incontinence now because we're only on like day 3. So
Right. So tonight,
mhm.
are you like a paper cover person when you
You mean
read?
like book-wise, like
Yeah,
literature?
like you need paper.
I do. Yeah, I'm pretty tactile. Yes. I honestly, it's kind of odd because I personally like readers, like a Kindle, but I do have like, we're gonna do our step work tonight, so I always have
Yeah.
a big book. But I like hard copies,
No, I like digital. I
Mhm.
remember when I got, I don't have a Kindle, but I've had tablets where I downloaded the
Yeah.
Kindle app.
Mhm.
I remember when I saw what was available to me at all times. I had physical therapy in 2014, and if I was just sitting there on the traction machine, I could be reading my book.
Mhm.
And it didn't have to put anything in my purse. And when that realization happened, I got rid of all my books, all of them. And Steven says, we also don't need no stinking badges. That's what Steven said in chat. I wonder what that means.
Tell us, Stephen. Please tell us.
So
I'm having way too much fun with this mic.
so all of my AA literature is digital.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a big book.
You don't have a big book?
I do.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
gonna say, I think everyone has one. I feel like when you go to rehab, at least that was my experience. It's just they hand them out. It's like going to church, getting
Right.
a Bible. Like it's your
Right.
free. That's your one free thing.
Right.
Besides sobriety, which is pretty cool.
This is free.
Yeah, it is, and
We are like a free perk in sobriety.
It's true. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah, we're free as well. That's what she meant. If you didn't get it, because at first I did not.
All right. So that said, I will be reading from
Ew.
my phone, and I don't want people to think that I'm texting because I do texting on my computer, so you wouldn't
Well,
know
I'm
anyway.
reading from this butte, and look at all that fun.
Look at
that I've
that.
done. And this is how you know you really read something. right there.
I'm not a huge highlighter.
My first sponsor, that's what was up, like highlight. And I'm glad I did. I just got real crazy with it.
Mm-hmm.
So made it fun.
So
yes.
sorry.
No, I was gonna say step 2. We're on the step 2.
Step 2, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. So last night we did step 1, and we didn't really have any sort of plan. We just kind of wanted to talk about, the kind of emotions you're going through and getting there. And we had told our stories. We've been telling our stories in the, how many have we done? 3 in 3 of our podcasts. It's kind of like a get to know you type thing. So when we did step 1 last night, it was kind of a segue into, well, this is how I felt at the beginning, but this is how I felt now. This is how I feel now about step 1. But I referenced that I have a questionnaire for my sponsees, and tonight, as we were coming on, we were like, you know what, we should go through those questions.
Absolutely.
I mean, because they are from the big book. Exactly.
And it's beautiful. It's
Mhm.
I think it's, I just really enjoyed it because I've not had anyone walk me through that way. So I get to
Mhm.
learn.
Yeah.
And I think it's a different way to like approach the 12 steps.
Mhm.
We can call it Leslie's lists of lingering love throughout longevity and sobriety. I couldn't do anything for sober with an L, but my alliteration was almost
Say it again.
Leslie's lists of lingering love and longevity and sobriety. Right?
Yes, but I'm trying to come up with a word.
I know. I got nothing. If anyone has a thesaurus, or or like maybe a little Google time, let us know what word we use.
Lustlessness.
Lustlessness. We know no more lusting. We're done with that. Poo poo. Because we can't believe in a higher ground than ourselves, and it's not our genitals. We're done.
So when I came into the program, I told you, I said this on an episode already, that I was like, I've got this. I go to church and I believe in God. And AA,
Christian.
AA is a Christian company. I mean, that's what I thought.
I'm sorry. I just love that so much. I am a Christian, sir. I do not do that.
So, the first month I did, I was on step 4 within 2 weeks. I was like, I got this program because I thought the higher power thing was already in the bag, and when I did get a sponsor and she started making me read and really pay attention and saying, okay, now how does this apply to you? It was like, okay, I totally believe in God. I totally, like, God is my higher power. Just because I have a belief, though, doesn't mean I utilize it or show faith.
That's true. So, like, real quick, like, what was your foundation for that belief? Like, even before you came to the 12 steps, like, did you?
So my mom was raised a pastor's kid. All right. And my dad was raised in the Roman Catholic Church. I mean, they're Sicilian. So it's like they went on Easter and Christmas, but they called themselves Catholics, right?
Yeah, I was one of those Catholics.
And so my dad had kind of a skewed like idea about what it was religion, right? And yet my mom had come from a very staunch belief in a personal relationship with God, and so they came together both believing in God, but saying, what are our beliefs? And I've said they're 17 and 18. So when they were raising us, we went in Idaho. It's hard. I mean, we tried out a bunch of close churches, but I told you they had no money. They had no money. And so to drive to a good church, they could either play in the band on Saturday night and make really good money. Well, it wasn't good money. Or we can get up early and drive an hour and a half to a church that's good, And so in Idaho, it was sporadic, but we prayed. I mean, when I lied, they made me read from Revelation, and they were like, where do liars go? And I was like, in the burning depths of hell.
Holy bananas, that is serious. I was like, I just had to go to the corner, man.
What's funny is, I remember I cut my mom's credit card up. I was standing under the phone, and she had obviously made a bill payment or something over the phone because her credit card was right there. And I grab a pair of scissors and I just start going like this.
Girl,
I was sewing today. That's why I have these right here.
I was like, that was a good prep.
And I'm just cutting it, just standing there like a deviant little psychopath, cutting up my mom's credit card. And she is looking at me from the door of the kitchen. And
it's like speaking rage.
So she didn't say anything about it, though. And she let me cut it up. And then later, she and my dad go, I bet you they were like, oh my God, we have a kid that belongs in a horror movie. And what are we gonna do? Like, mom was probably like, I was afraid to approach her. But they come to me and they're like, who cut this credit card up? And I was like, Catherine, my sister, she's a year younger. And mom was like, I watched you do it, girl. Like, don't you lie to me. So what am I? I'm 5 or 6, and they're 22 and 23.
Yeah.
They were like, okay, you are gonna get this Bible, the big white family Bible, and turn to this page. And I was a good reader. I read when I was 4.
That's
And
amazing.
so they made me turn the page, or they found it for me, or whatever.
Mhm.
And they were like, read this. Where do liars go? And in this version of the Bible, it was like they will burn eternally in the deepest, darkest depths of the hellish waters. You know, it's
Dude, holy Southern Baptist time. Like,
so they go, so what do you think we should do with you? And I go, make me stand on my head for 10 minutes. And they were like, yes, that's what you're doing. So they sat there.
Are you kidding me? How did you accomplish that? There's so many things
They
in
sat,
this story and so many questions I have.
they sat there for 10 minutes and watched me just just try.
And this is going to bring you salvation. That's it, folks. That's the cure, and that's the beauty of step 2. You just stand on your head. 10 minutes.
So anyway, the point of that story was we learned right from wrong according to, the Christian church. Growing up.
Yes.
Even though we didn't go to church every Sunday. And then in high school, we got real involved in the music in our local church in Oklahoma City.
Saying and stuff.
Yeah. And that's kind of what it was. It was like, it was that service work piece that we were
Yeah.
always involved in something. I never was just a church attender. I was always doing something. And so, excuse me, what about you? I know you had mentioned Catholicism.
Yeah, so like I was Roman Catholic is close. So I was raised, actually it's Ukrainian Byzantine Catholic, which is very close to Greek Orthodox. Like if you've ever seen My Big Fat Greek Wedding, that church at the end they get married in, that was literally verbatim my church, but on a much smaller scale. Like
Right.
beautiful, everything's ornate and dripping in gold and velvet.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought all churches were like that. That is the beauty to me of being Catholic, is that it's just really pretty. So I would hail Jeebus like in Christ, I take his biate and his blood like 3 times a week, and then we
I want to laugh at that.
I'm gonna
get in trouble for
he
laughing
made
at
me.
that.
He knows, man, right? So I also went to Catholic school, so I guess I'm kind of a fibber because like we weren't really fair weather Catholics, but before we made our large move to
Mhm.
the country, when we were living in the city, we went often. We were very involved. I went to catechism, which is just like a Bible study, but that's
Right.
what Catholics call it. And went to events. We're really close with everyone in the church. It's like big church family, and we were like the largest family of 7 of us. Well, 9 if you count my parents. And then when we moved, we went to public school, and then we just kind of stopped because that church was so far away. So that's when we would only do like holidays. So it like
Yeah.
started super staunch, and then
Yeah, mine kind of started casual and went to
Yeah.
staunch.
so it's like we have the parallel, but it's way opposite. And I never had to like read the Bible with fury. So I think I would have cried for
Right.
I don't think I could have handled that. But
But they were not doing it like in
no, yeah, I know.
seriousness. They just thought, what do we do in this
No,
situation?
exactly. I'm not. Hey, no judgment, man. I get it. Being a parent, once you get to be a parent, you're like, there's a realization that comes over me where I like call my mom one day. I'm like, I'm so sorry. Well, I did this to you, and I was such a piece of shit. Rachel, you were too. It doesn't matter. Like you get it. Then you
My
get it. You're like,
boyfriend,
bless you for not killing me.
I am not going to share any of these things, but my boyfriend and I were on the phone one time and his kid said something and it was like, we should start making a list. Things I never thought I would have to say to my kid. And we're like,
Dude.
we don't lick the hairbrush. Like,
See? Yes. Yes. Don't eat the turd.
yeah.
Run in traffic. Okay, here's a funny one, real quick, before then we'll get back on topic. My son, as we've talked before, he's on the spectrum. Amazing little boy. You've met him through. We've never actually met each other in person, so
Right.
we want to. But so he, very precocious, loving little boy, and when he was little, he was the demon spawn of Satan. So maybe that's where I had my revelations. And he would just like want to be naked because he's trying to understands emotions. That's the way they can like comfort themselves. You know, a lot of people that are on the spectrum, it's a, what is it called? Not coping necessarily.
Please stop making me laugh during.
I know, I gotta pad up. I just thought about that right before we started this. I'm like,
I'm just saying, you're talking about your son and like
I am.
some serious things, and I'm just sitting over here laughing.
no, laugh. It is funny. So, regulate. That's what I meant. So he used that to regulate his body. And I didn't know because I had not been working with anyone that helped me yet. Because you don't know until you know. So you just think you have that kid. Everyone's like, oh, we can't invite her. And I mean, I would have checked.
And she's an alcoholic.
Exactly. Yeah. Fucking drunk single mom with a son. Hey guys. It's like I was the Karen. So anybody out there, if you have a special needs kid, you contact me. I get you. I get you. So I would have to like lift him up over my arm. Like he would just like literally one day just knew how to unlock the doors. And I'm like, what happened? I didn't have a class on this. I didn't think I'd have to be like, why would you unlock a door and then run around the building naked? Who does that? But I was at the point where I was like, what am I going to do? The kid's like Roadrunner.
For those of you who are listening to Rachel and you made the decision like me to never have children, I am here for you.
Yes, there you go.
We will go out and do something fun while Rachel has to clean up.
I'll never have fun or sex ever again in my life. Shops closed, webs, spider webs, I got it all. You know what? Thank God Halloween's are coming. So
yeah,
I got finish the story. It's good.
Oh,
Seriously.
sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm just not there yet. So he would run around naked and he would be crazy town bananas in the car, right? At this point we had like an SUV, we had a little TV, the Elmo, and I would be like, oh Matthew, come on. And blah, 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 blah. And so one day I was just like, you go insane. The kids push you to the limit. I was like, do you want to die?
How old?
And it shut him up. 2.5. Don't feel bad for him. 2.5. So I would always do that. And then when I see other moms, this is the kind of mom I am. Another mom with troubled kids, I'm like, you tell me you're gonna die. You're welcome. And like people would laugh at me. They're like, that's the best. Or I get I'm like, enjoy life with
read this in Revelation.
That's right. You either tell your kid you're gonna die or you open Revelations and have stand there after 10 minutes. Works every time. That's two in action, people.
It didn't work. Then I subsequently cut up the couch with a razor blade, cut my dog Chihuahua's hair. Like
we are insane. Why would anyone
was a
listen?
curious child.
Curious is a great action. You know what though? We're sober, so
I know.
we did something right.
Mhm.
All right. So step 2, came to believe in a power greater than ourselves that could restore us to sanity.
All right. So you came in with a God as your higher power.
Yes, I did.
Which is what I think most people get.
Yeah.
But then we have
like I was atheist at one point.
right.
Dabbled,
I think
but I'm
most
back
people
on it.
would say God. Like they would
I
just
think so.
say it. Not
Right.
even if they didn't have any sort of necessarily a belief system or something like that.
It's
But
almost innate.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so, the point of step 2 now, when I work with women, is it's not, okay, who is your higher power now? And that's not even in step 3. Like, I'm not going to go, okay, Rachel, now who's your higher power?
Mm-hmm.
The point is for you to say, okay, something has got to give. And I obviously don't know what I'm doing in my life. I've gone crazy. I've gone off the deep end. I've hit rock bottom. However it's worded, when we get to that point, then we say, I'm going to believe, I don't know what I'm believing in right now, but I know it can't be me because I've lost such control of my life. And that's really, for me, working with women, the point.
Mm-hmm.
That you're at least at the point where you can say, I've made a mess and I can't be the one in charge.
Yeah, it's like surrender.
Yeah.
Surrendering and then giving it up. I mean, really. I feel like it's the first step in really turning your will over.
And surrender does not mean get down on your knees and pray to God.
No, and it's not defeat necessarily either.
Right. Surrender means you just are saying, I'll do whatever it takes right now. And if that means believing in the smell of the freshly cut lawn or the sound of a thunderstorm,
Right.
something that won't die, something that can't abandon you, something that is a constant in your life.
Exactly.
And that's it. That's all step 2 is.
Yep.
It's not a religious plan. It's not a choose a church to go lead Bible study in.
No.
So
I mean, yeah.
So these are the questions I have for step 2.
Yeah.
And you can answer them and I'll just chime in.
Cool.
So remember, all the questions are oh, I didn't say this last night.
What?
So the question and answer thing is obviously it's open answer, but the point of why I want my girls to get it down on paper or in writing or something is because we have to make it concise at some point. I mean, we can go on and on and on and on, but we can't write forever like our thoughts do. So this is just a way of looking at behaviors in black and white and being able to come to it from like a business decision type thing.
Okay. Taking emotion out of it.
Oh yeah, there it is. That's exactly why I got in trouble, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. There's the $250 bottle of wine I ordered on the receipt.
Yeah.
It's fact-based, basically.
So again, it's kind of like when we do with step 1, you're doing like mini inventories and mini step 4s
Right.
with each step.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really like it. All right. Yeah, let's get into these questions.
Okay. How exactly did I make alcohol my higher power?
I'm answering this now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I mean, I used it every day. I went to it for every problem. That wasn't the way I solved life. And not that I prayed to it, but in a way, when you think about it, kind of, because that's what I do now with a higher power.
Mm-hmm.
But I did that before. I just, with substance and mostly alcohol.
I think I liked the allure of alcohol,
Mm-hmm.
and it made me feel somehow fancy. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I totally relate to that. Like it's like a different, better version of yourself.
Yeah, and so if I had a drink in my hand, then I was high class, and people were looking at me, and yay, look at her, she's so fun. So I liked the way alcohol was my higher power. I think now that I've worked through this a couple times, is that it gave me a false sense of validation.
Yes. Yep.
And it was all about me. Okay, in what areas do I need sanity right now?
Man, is that a loaded gun? I would say, like, just adhering to the steps and being completely honest. If I'm like, in the spirit of like the light, I would say is spiritually, for sure. that healing, like that malady, that spiritual malady, and I still am filling it with goodness and not the drink.
Mhm. So, some people might say, with my relationship with my husband, or, that I need to be sane to take care of my kids the right way.
Mm-hmm.
So I find that those are kind of typical answers in the midst of in getting into the program,
Yeah.
In the midst of the program, though, now, when I go back through and when I'm talking about this, and I'm thinking now again in my more mature way of thinking about working a step, my areas of sanity right now would be, is my thinking. When I get one thought, I don't like the word trigger, because I don't know what the connotation is. I just don't like it. But there is a triggering thought that then makes me spiral out of control into catastrophizing and just thinking the worst situation. So currently I am seeking sanity in that way by catching myself early and praying out loud to my higher power. And if it takes an hour of straight praying, then it's way better than me spiraling, because that is insane. I mean, it's truly it feels insane.
Absolutely.
Because it's stupid.
Yeah. Well, and you're stopping, but I think that I know, like, the beauty of what you're saying is you're stopping the obsession with a healthy obsession, because really,
right,
as an alcoholic and alcoholics, we are never going to stop that. And
No.
that's step one again. So knowing that and reaffirming that daily, then we can be like, listen, I can't handle this, but you can.
And this is also where we start realizing how alcohol was but a symptom.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Because we start getting into like the thinking.
Yeah, and the evolution of thinking, like you were saying, at first you look at, it's a very not that it's bad, but like the superficial level, right?
Yeah.
And then you go deeper and deeper, and really you get to the root, which is the way we think.
Deeper and deeper. Hey, Madonna.
So deep.
No, I shouldn't do that. All right. In what ways am I addicted to my painful and insane ways of thinking and reacting?
I think our last little
I do too.
Answered that, yeah.
And I think that's where because we have been in the program and we've worked it, we might have said something different, or we might have just had the realization when you're working this step. Oh, now we're talking about my thinking and not my behaviors. So how does my upbringing and the ideas about God with which I was raised affect my life and recovery today? So we talked about our background.
Yes.
But I lacked faith. I didn't know. I mean, I believed in God, and I believed God performed miracles, and all that good stuff that you believe. That
like the spirituality piece,
yeah.
Like faith is like that. It's like the steps. It's into action.
Right.
You can be like, oh God, help me. We all kind of say that, but it doesn't mean it's.
So I came in knowing that God is a miracle worker. Okay. So I believe that affects my life and recovery in a good way, because a lot of people will say they were raised, wrong, or they weren't allowed to dance, or they weren't allowed to go to the movies or whatever, but I was raised knowing that God is a miracle worker. And so coming in and going, okay, well, I know this, how am I going to show faith in it?
Yeah. Yeah. Because it's a personal relationship. I know for me, like it wasn't necessarily a spoken thing of being a personal relationship as these are the rules, this is what you do. And I never understood. I remember being in 3rd grade in Catholic school, and my teacher literally said, I'll never forget, Mrs. Solomon, I remember. she's like, God looks at your good pile and your bad pile. And if the bad pile's higher, you're going to hell. And I literally was like, you're all buying this shit. Like I wasn't down with that, and I was done.
They said that?
Yeah, I was in 3rd grade. I was like, get out of here. And I was like, if that nun hits me, I'm gonna slap the shit out of you. Like I was that kid. Don't give me your malarkey. I'm not in the listen. You jive turkey? I'm all
Yeah, turkey.
yeah. And you know when you said it, you can't dance. All I thought was Footloose. And
You know,
Yeah.
the town I went to college in that's the town that was based on, because it was like a no dancing, no drinking.
get out of here.
Yeah.
What are they?
Um
Like Amish or something? No, because they dance.
So I was raised in the Nazarene church, which I
Mm.
believe is very legalistic. But what they teach about a relationship with Jesus is beautiful. But there's a lot of rules that go into things. you
Yeah,
know?
I would not have known that about
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. But my parents didn't raise me that way.
Okay,
Because
'cause you're like
that's
super loose goose in a good way.
my
And if
parents
you-
didn't raise us that we had to do something to get something.
Yeah,
They
it's
raised
not
us, if
good.
you mess up your life, God still loves you, but you got to do some extra work.
Mhm.
And so that affects my life and recovery absolutely today. Positively. What works to give me serenity and peace of mind?
What works? I would say now it's praying and turning it over, like you were saying, as long as it takes,
Mhm.
and really believing that power, greater than myself, whom I choose to call God, will got my back. That's
Yeah.
like that rebuilding trust. In the beginning, I don't know. I don't know if I had any of that. For me, it just all came in like one rolled up bundle where I was just like, it just hit me and I was like, whoa, this is what it's about. And that was pretty recent. So I don't even know if I had a belief in the beginning. I'll be honest. It took me until I really got sober this last year to get it.
Well, which
How about you?
we could easily say was the reason for your relapse. Because you
Oh,
didn't get it.
absolutely. Absolutely. And you know what? Actually, I believed in whomever I was with.
Hmm.
Or like I did this for my son, which he was definitely a catalyst for
Mhm.
some amazing, paths in my life, and sobriety is one of them. But now I know it's more than that. I can't have a person. It's like if you believe in the Bible or any kind of Christianity,
Christian.
Christian, it's almost it's like idolizing a false god. Putting somebody else in front, and
Right.
it's like all these people running. Someone trips and they're old. What are you gonna do? Just like stomp on them? That's what you're doing to Jesus.
All the religious texts have the golden rule in some form.
There you go.
I went to a liberal arts college that was religious based,
Mhm.
So we had to take certain courses. We had to take world religions, which was awesome.
That actually sounds really awesome.
Like I learned about all these major religions that we reference and how similar the treatment of other people is. And really that's where it starts.
They just call it different
Yeah.
names. Yeah.
That
Persecution's been going on for
don't be a jerk. Don't be a jerk.
I agree.
We could make
I like
millions.
don't
We
be a
could
dick,
write.
but
We
that's
could
fine.
write the recovery Bible, one page. Don't be a jerk, and sell it for millions of dollars.
Bam, done. I'd
We
tattoo that on my ass cheek if everyone
rewrote
honestly.
spirituality.
If people were actually going to be nice, and that was like something they were like, okay, I get it. I'm pledging allegiance to not be a dick. I'd be like, get it right on there, right to the crack. Don't mind, but that's never going to happen.
I know.
I mean, but that's so negative, but it's true.
Okay, so prayer. What gives me serenity, peace of mind is prayer and
Yeah.
a faith system. really. You know, and what I do also is when I'm in those catastrophizing moments. So this is a completely hypothetical. So let's
Okay.
say that Rachel and I have a date to record tonight,
Mhm.
and she doesn't get back to me, and so let's say I said, can we record tonight at 8? And it's now 7 and I haven't heard from her all afternoon. What I would start immediately doing is saying, oh my God, she was in a car accident. I see that she's been online. She's ignoring me. Actually
Mhm.
would be the more
Yeah,
the
I
more
would probably
valid
do
thing.
that as well. Yeah.
Because you know, I don't know if
Maybe like
people
make it
know
about
this,
yourself.
but if you have a computer anywhere
Mm-hmm.
that like gives you notifications or something, it looks like you're online on your platforms.
Oh, absolutely. It doesn't mean anything. And you can just stay
Right.
online and not be online.
Right. And so that's what I would do. If she didn't get back to me all afternoon, but I've seen she was active, 35 minutes ago, I would start thinking, okay, she's done with me. I said something. I go all through back my text messages and be looking at like, what did I say that made her mad? What did I do? That's the type of stuff that I do that gets me into this low place. And it's so ridiculous.
Like where that thinking is really like swirling. That's what it does
Right.
for me. It's a
So
drain.
if I'm in that situation now, what I say is, Rachel and I don't have that kind of relationship. Rachel would never ignore me purposefully. Rachel is a thoughtful person, and she's probably got a lot going on in this moment. That's what I've started saying. So it's like I'm counteracting the negative thought with a statement.
Like rationality as well. Like
Right.
you're switching.
But I have to, if I don't do it out loud,
I like that. I should try doing that because I do the same thing. And it's so.
And it works in whatever situation.
Yeah, it really would. And
like,
it's difficult to change that thinking. Like it's not an easy task. Simple in theory, but
I don't know what happened with my bank account this month, but I just immediately had no money. But I have several accounts, I have like PayPal, I have Venmo, I have Cash App. And so I have money coming in for private lessons and things like that. But for some reason, this bank account where I pay all my bills out of was like nothing. And I was like frantically going through like what bills are going to come through. Like, am I going to be overdrawn before the 15th? And
I will confirm this. I'm broke, bitch. It's happening. Broke bitch mountain. You're living there with me.
And I needed, like we have this tropical storm that never came through, which I am very upset about.
How did that? Yeah, you're like, I have to go back to work. How did that happen? Yeah, we had such a crazy storm yesterday at school. We were just like, like bar the windows. Holy shit! Like
so when they started talking about this, there's a tropical storm happening. I was like, I don't have any money, Well, I'm part of a clinical research trial and I got paid for it.
Yay.
The other day.
And what would that be to you? What is that a sign of?
So when I get into that, I'm not going to have any money, I'm going to starve to death. The power's going to go out and I'm going to overheat in my apartment.
I'm like, laughing over here. That's ridiculous.
Then I say, God, you have never let me starve. You have never let me be abandoned. You have always provided for me. And I have to, because I have to look back and say, Rachel wouldn't ignore my text, right? She's never failed me. But now, I can put that positivity out there with people and my higher power. Like, and I've talked about this. My higher power is the energy between people. I mean, God, yes. But then what is he doing in these very intimate and spiritual relationships we have with people?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's all one. It's all encompassing to me.
Yeah, me too.
All of it.
So that when I'm in those spiral moments, I speak out loud, positive, not you are kind, you are beautiful, not things like that, but like facts that I know. You are not going to lose your job because you're 10 minutes late.
You know, I do this. Yeah, I have to do that too. Yes. It's not an easy thing. I love the affirmations as well, but I feel like to get the mind right, like you got to really like, this is crass. Like I should even try to have a forewarning. You got to hump it into submission, right? Like you got to really like, listen, brain, I'm done with your stinking thinking. No more. Jesus has got me. Get the fuck back in the back seat, or I'm gonna take the flip flop to you like mom on the highway when she's like, stop hitting your sister. You know, like we're not doing this. And that's
Yes, that's what you're doing.
exactly. You shut up in there. Like that's what we got going on, people. If you're not an alcoholic, this is the circus that is, you know.
You'll know. You'll know you're not. In what ways am I spiritual?
Well, I connect with God every day.
Oh, I
through
skipped
prayer.
one.
Oh, you did? What?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, and honestly, like you said, like connecting with that energy. Like if I'm drawn to an energy of someone, I find that to be my higher power at work. And that's a reason. Like connection is so big to me. I think
Right.
I have a feeling that it is for most people. You know, because our basic need is just food and survival, and love is an amazing part of that, and it has to happen. So, you know, making connections like that with people and feeling a part of and making that conscious choice and knowing, like you said, like telling myself like, okay, because I did that. I was late a lot lately at work. I've just been a mega slacker, and I'm like, I'm not gonna get fired. Like enough up there.
Yeah.
So what about for you?
And if it's because you're not going to get fired has a negative connotation, you know, that still helps calm me down, but it would be better for me to start saying like, you are an integral part of your staff.
There you go. Yeah, making a part of. Yes.
Yeah,
Including yourself.
they want you to be there. You know, you add good stuff.
You add the zest.
And being 10 minutes late won't change any of that.
Exactly. And we tend to obsess as alcoholics. We're just crazy obsessive beings. But the beauty of being an alcoholic and hypersensitive and extremely empathic, because I think most of us are, is that we can change that thinking. You know, we have that ability. And then when we do, when it clicks, it's like, oh, okay. Like how you said, like you can tell yourself that, like, okay, this isn't going to happen. And now adding on to that, I'm an integral part of this, you know, amazing crew, or look what I've helped build with these people. And it's like giving yourself that positive self-confidence that's not arrogant.
Right.
Well, it's like connecting with others that are also doing that as well and supporting them. You know, I've noticed that like supporting others has a lot to do with all the steps, honestly.
Absolutely. Well, that's why I said about the major religions, you know, their texts say, you know, treat others as you want to be treated. Basically.
Right. And I feel like, even with religion, it's like a we program. It's a we thing. It's not a one-man show.
So what I skipped was what takes away my serenity and peace of mind. But I think we did touch on it because we talked about those spiraling thoughts.
And control, like we've talked about before. It's that control, when you want to take your will back, when you decide that you know best. When if you went, you know, in your head, like you're saying, if you're like, yeah, Leslie, you're gonna get fired 10 minutes later. Yeah, Rachel, you're crap. You wore sweatpants. How dare you? You're done.
I wear yoga pants every day to school.
I don't, you know, I want to bust out my sweatpants, but I'm not gonna lie, it's a little sweaty here, so I can't yet.
I wear yoga pants with Vans and a nice top every day.
That's adorable. I can't look cute anymore. I'm doing too much hard lifting. You know, I feel like I kind of look.
Oh, I see the nature of your job. Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And
but yoga pants are cute.
They are super cute. I'm not at 50 Shades of Homeless yet, but I'm like probably 20 degrees deep into maybe I look like a bum. Maybe I asked you for a nickel. Like, who needs that? And then I kind of probably have something nice in the closet. Like, that's what I
You like do your makeup full drag, and then you're
I
wearing,
know.
you're wearing
I
like
know.
a hoodie.
Yes, that's me. I don't know if that's the Michigan way or I mean that's what I got. I'm like, I have all this crazy expensive makeup, but then I'm like, does this have a hole? Does it smell? Febreze. You know, again, many mahalos and go. I mean, what else am I supposed to do? I'm a broke bitch in the midst of divorce. But guess what, people? That's what God's for. I'm like, here, you take that. And then he's like, you can look that way. And I love you. And you can still work.
Yes, I mean that's the premise, you know. Don't take yourself too damn seriously.
Yep. Rule
Although
six,
I really kind of,
no.
I'm really rethinking this partnership with you after knowing you wear sweatpants. Okay, so name a
They're Calvin
recent.
Klein. Does that make it better? They're Calvin Klein. And they're joggers. So TJ Maxx special. I love Calvin Klein. They're comfy. I'm sorry they're not coochies.
Coochie. Oh, if
Coochie.
you missed our coochie joke,
Go back
man.
and look at it.
that was some superb editing right there.
I cannot believe that that's like legit for real thing.
I know, it's like an Etsy shop.
Have you ever gone to Wish?
Oh,
What the fuck is Wish? Okay, 'cause I know we've all done this on Facebook. All of a sudden, you're like, oh, cool. Debbie got a job. Here's someone's dog. You know, first day of first grade.
it's like a
Here's the
Phoenix
fucking-
extender in the
Yes,
Wish
I
egg.
was literally just gonna say that. I'm like, a purple dong strap on. Why? What if my grandma was right there? Let me just tell you, Wish, Jesus is watching.
Read Revelation.
Stand on your head for 10 minutes, you son of a bitch. That's what you need to do. That's how Jesus gets through you.
Okay, name a recent example where I relied on my own thinking.
Honestly, daily. I do that daily. I
I
swear.
know.
You know, I can't, because there's days like, okay, lately in my life, it's been a little hectic. So I wake up and I just go. And if I roll and if I'm on the floor, I'm like, okay, it's pray time. Like I go with the moment.
Mhm.
And if not, I'm just in my head. I'm like, serenity. You know, I say the serenity prayer. All of a sudden, I'm just like, God, give me serenity. And like the heavens open. He's like, and I get sprinkled with it.
So for me, I mean, like, it's kind of minor, but it's a perfect example of what I do in big things. I just can't think of I can't think of a big thing right now. But this
Well, that's
was
good though. That's
this
really
was
good. You
important
work
to
in a tight
me.
Program. Yeah.
This was important to me. I'm hemming some pants for my boyfriend because we couldn't find the size, and I was like, just have Amazon send them to me. I'll hem them and then I'll send them to you. You know, it's cheaper than paying top dollar from a Chinese website, right? So, so I got them today, and I was like, I know how to do this.
You're all sassy about it. But hem the fuck out of these pants.
He says it has to look exactly like a Dickies hem, and I was like, I know what I'm doing. How many times have you sewn pants, right?
You didn't.
And
do
so
it.
I'm like cutting up pants and like, you know, cutting up money that doesn't belong to me. And I put them down on the sewing machine and I did them backwards. And so I had to unstitch everything, you know, by hand. At least I had only done one. And they look really good. It's just that I said to myself, maybe I should just take a look and make sure it's the way I'm thinking, right? Maybe I should just get some reassurance on this. No, I knew what I was doing and I was wrong. But that's so like what we do in everything.
It totally is.
You know, I know. Let's see. What's a good one we can make? I know
I'm a good drunk driver. Let me take you home.
That's it. I was
Yeah.
I was trying to think of a situation for when we were drinking. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm a
good.
professional. I've been driving for 10 years.
Yeah, exactly. Like, look at me in the eyes. Look at me. You see, I'm fine. I'm gonna do this.
Run!
I'll be home safe.
Run! Like the Long Island.
Oh my God, that was like, why? And again, for a GFS class,
You like I put the MacGyver theme song in there.
that was the best.
Baby,
It really was like that. We were like gunning it to 88, man. It was no joke.
But that's an
That's
example.
insanity.
Like when we're
Yeah.
like, this is gonna work.
I'm gonna hem these pants so perfectly. And now we're backwards. Now, though, I was
I went, fuck!
yeah, it's like, you know what though? I feel like those are God shots too, because for me, if I was drunk, I would have probably burned the pants. And now I'm just like, okay, God shot. I get
Oh
you.
yeah, I used
Okay,
to
let
sew
it
for
go.
other people.
Right?
Like
Yeah.
hem their dresses for weddings, things like
Mhm.
that. Totally plastered. And I'm sure it was like,
They're like, you enjoy this is
Look-
creative. This is a creative line. It's not.
look at those hanging strings.
Yeah.
Glug, 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 glug.
Yeah. That's high fashion. That's what that
Mhm.
was.
High fashion. Oh
Like,
my God.
It's coochie. The coochiest of the cooch.
How can I stop relying on my own thinking and begin asking for help? So if we take my sewing story, for
Okay.
example, right?
Mm-hmm.
I knew that I had a resource to look at,
Mhm.
right? And I just was like, no, I got this.
Yeah.
That is so like our recovery program because we're like, well,
Taking it out.
I'm 40 years old.
Oh my
I know
God.
how to talk to someone.
I say that stuff too. I'm always like, why do we have to reference our age like it means anything? I am 38 and I know this.
So it's
Don't
like,
you sass
if
me.
I get a weird text from some weirdo person who tells me, I'm not even going to go into it.
Mm,
But
you have to, please. Enlighten. Come on.
the night that we recorded our first podcast, we posted some promo stuff. And I got a text from someone in the program who had connected with me. And somewhere along the line, she obviously got very mad at me because I got this text from her that said, "You are so ugly. You need to lose, LOOSE. You need to lose like 50 pounds. You are so, oh, let me just pull it up. You know what? Let me just
What's
pull
in
it.
people's heads? You know what's great though is that we can laugh about this because
Yeah.
in no way do we have to take it on. That's another beauty of sobriety.
Well, I have
That
a
you
point.
don't have to take on.
I have a
people's-
point to
people's shit.
this,
Yeah.
right? So let me
Yeah.
pull it up here.
Okay.
Uh,
But yeah, like shit at the door. I think
You're
it's
a desperate whore. I genuinely feel bad for you. You're not even moderately attractive. That's the scary thing. You're ugly and fat as fuck. Loose like 50 pounds. LOL. So, you know, in the past, I would have been like, especially if I was drunk, who the fuck are you, motherfucker? You know, like just went off. Just went off.
You would have had a park moment like I did with Matthew.
But
Yeah.
Saturday night, I just clicked block because
Good
I
for
had
you.
tools. Now, what if I was
Exactly.
kind of in between? Like,
Good point. Yeah.
let's say I was also mad at her. Let's say I
So
knew
you're in
who
a
this person,
conflict.
I had a
Yeah.
relationship with this person, right?
Okay.
My initial reaction would be to say, what the fuck is wrong with you? Blah, 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 you know, whoop, whoop, whatever. But the smart thing for me to do would be to reach out to someone in my program. Hopefully my sponsor, you know, but sometimes you're like, my sponsor works at night,
Mhm.
you know, and so if I send her a text, it's not probably going to get to her timely. So I would send it maybe to a couple close friends and say, what should I do with this? because this could make or break someone's sobriety.
Oh, absolutely. These are the things that, yes. Yep.
And that, I mean, either on me as the receiver or that person on how I responded. If they decide they sober up tomorrow morning, right, and they're apologetic about what they said,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even though the number's blocked, but you know what I mean? Like they would look back at a response from me and say, oh, I guess that's how she really is too. And I don't want people to view me like that.
Yeah, because that's not cleaning your side of the street, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so I would say that's a good way that I have demonstrated that I can stop relying on my own thinking. Because it would have just been nothing good.
Right.
In the past.
Yeah, nobody's winning in that situation. But none of that bullshit is true. And that's very foul. And I've also experienced
I need to actually lose 75 pounds, not 50.
You know what? No, get out of town. I'm done with this. You be who you gotta be. But I had a similar situation happen and I did not handle it well because it was a time where I was just bombarded with like so much at once. However, I did go back and like write a letter and like tried to reach out. They still laughed at me and they didn't want any of it and said I was a horrible person, but I was like, I did what I could because they called me the C word, like lots of stuff. It was nasty. Right. And also fat because people think that means anything. And that's why my husband left me. I was like, now old me been like, go fucking drink and die. Like that's how nasty I was. And then more choice words. But like, what is that going to do? Because really deep down, I want none of that. I want this person to find God or find their higher power and just like let it all set. So if they ever come back to say, hey, I'm sorry, I'd be like, yeah, it's okay. I'm sorry, whatever I did triggered you. And I would have never done that in active like alcoholism and drinking. Never. I'd be like, no, you said it, so it's your fault. Now I take responsibility in some ways.
And I've said this before, I don't like the phrase some are sicker than others because I think that's kind of demeaning,
right?
But it makes sense.
Yeah, it's these fine lines, man. That's another podcast we want to do is on like slangs and like a lot of our slangs that we have. Yeah. Correct. And like, maybe the good and bad of both. And maybe really hashing out what those meetings are, right? Starting a dialogue so people can understand because I don't think that everyone means them in a bad way.
No, like I don't think probably anyone does. Yeah. But it's kind of the same kind of connotations when I said, bless her heart. Like it's just an excuse for gossip. Well, did you hear what's going on with Rachel? Yeah. Bless her heart. We need to pray for her.
Yeah, you're keeping that antagonism going and antagonism. Look at me. Wrong emphasis.
So Midwest.
I know. Yeah.
Crap, I lost it.
I was just gonna say I was just talking about my accent. I was like, I listened to these like after we.
Did you see the promo I made? Bad.
No, oh man.
I did it with captions on TikTok. I did bad.
That's awesome.
So
you know what? I'm a proud Michigander. I own it because I'm adorable and that's okay.
Oh, so to Kevin Bacon us back around. I have tools available for me for any given situation, right? But it's my choice whether I stop relying on my own thinking and begin asking for help. Now, in the beginning, as a newcomer, that will look a lot like, hey, Rachel, how do I handle this situation? I admire you in recovery and I'd like to know your take on this. Or, your sponsor. And if you don't have a sponsor, I really encourage you to get one as quickly as possible. You want to find the right person, but you want to make haste with it. You don't want to sit on that.
It's honestly, in my opinion, anyone will do as long as it's safe and they're serious. Don't get me wrong there, because you got to just work through the steps. Like if nothing else, get a little bit of knowledge of what's going on here.
And so, at the beginning, that's what handling a lot of situations might look like to someone that's brand new.
Yeah, recommunicating.
But now I don't have to send everyone a screenshot of that nasty text I got the other night. What good would that do?
I know. It's hard to get out of that, right? It's so addicting.
Right. And so I blocked the number and deleted it because at least one of those promises are coming true. You know, I
it's
mean,
serenity.
I feel like a lot of those promises, if I really go down the list and make a checkbox, like all of them have come true for me. And
Make your
some
list.
maybe one day don't feel like it is, you know, but then
Mhm.
when I really sit on it and think about it, it absolutely is true.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so when I can say I'm not going to sit in self-pity anymore, you know, I'm not going to
Mhm.
let other people affect me, like that's huge.
Absolutely.
You know, I can sit and laugh that someone told me I need to lose 50 pounds, right?
Loose.
Because the people that matter and love me for who I am, you know, they would love me if I gained 50 pounds.
Right. And you got a hot, sexy man that'll butter you up and lift those 50 pounds. So, you know, fuck that lady. I'm sorry, but
But
I'm
yeah,
not doing
like
a 10 step on that either. Yeah, that's my choice. My higher power said, give it to you.
but that again brings back that the affirmation of your
Yeah,
thinking.
exactly.
Like what, who is she? Like, okay, I made this analogy the other day and I feel like I'm brilliant. I think I should make a meme about it. I don't trust most people to dog sit. Why the hell would I trust their opinion about me?
That is brilliant because it's simple, but then you're like, hang on a minute. Yeah, exactly.
Like, I don't trust them to make sure my dog can pee every 6 hours because they're stupid. Then why would their opinion of me bother me?
Yeah. And then you can pray for them. That's the beauty too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, staying in that solution and staying in love and light. And it doesn't matter what you believe, just the spirituality of it is you can just pray for someone and be like, you know, I had to do that a lot, especially with my ex.
So I would like to say one thing since we're
Yeah.
moving into step 3 next week. So kind of looking ahead a little bit. If you're on the precipice and you're like, I don't know about this program, man. Like, I get it. I understand what you're saying. Like, it makes sense. I see these good things happening for people, but I just don't know if I can believe in God right now. I get it. Okay. I don't understand it because I haven't been in that situation, but I get it because I see it.
Yeah. Hear it.
Just whatever you decide, whether it's love or energy or the sound of the wind, you know, just make sure that what you're putting that faith into is something that can't let you down.
Exactly.
You know, a pet
It's
will
faith.
die.
Yes.
A person will not be there for you.
Right.
The chair will break and rust and fall apart eventually.
Yeah.
Now that
That's
may
why
not
it's a
happen
power
in your
greater than ourselves.
lifetime. Yeah. But anything that can go away or be hurt or have an opinion even, you know, like anything that could ever rub you the wrong way. Like if it's the sun shining, what happens when it's raining? You know? Or are you the type of person that says when the sun is shining, that is my reminder that the sun is always there, you know, or something, you know,
Right.
Things like that. You just have to think through, like, if the sun is my higher power and it's raining, did the sun go away? No. So that might be something you start with. I don't know, I just thought of that.
No, I love it. And, you know, it made me think of like the universe just in general.
Yeah.
You don't want a person, place, or thing. An idea and a concept is amazing because it's not going anywhere and it's real and it's tangible and you can see it and there's evidence of it, because I feel like a lot of people might need that.
Right. Absolutely.
And it, you know, like a tree is beautiful, like something that is, yes, that tree could be cut down, but they're everywhere. Like something that is, you know, a mainstay for, I don't know, I want to say like the evolution of humanity, but kind of like if we didn't have trees anymore, what are we going to do?
if you worked step 2 in this podcast tonight or tomorrow, whenever you watch it,
Yeah.
then I would encourage you to be thinking, yes, I'm willing step 3 is coming, and I know step 3 says came to believe in a higher power. So somewhere between step 2 and 3, you're going to have to start thinking, what am I going to make my higher power? So I just encourage you to start thinking along those lines of willingness and openness, and knowing you don't have to share your higher power with anyone. Like, you don't have to tell anyone what your higher power is.
No.
So if it is a chair, that's between you and your chair.
Yeah,
I would like to caution that if the chair breaks, what are you then going to do?
Yeah, and I think that's where like that sponsorship and working with someone. So like you could start with something like that, and then hopefully it can evolve, because that's really what the program's about. You know, taking that extra step into something that's just more solid for yourself and staying sober. You know,
right? Then that's the point.
Exactly.
And you're not going to be
Letting go.
you're not going to be experts like me at 2.5 years of sobriety. I mean, I'm sorry. I know nothing. I know nothing about anything.
I don't hold a candle. You know, I don't even know. I'm like a fart in the wind. I'm here and I'm gone. I don't know.
No, but it is a constant, like, you know, with me and that text message, right? Like, I don't know how I would have reacted if I got it in the morning.
Yeah, right.
But I know in that moment, this is what I needed to do. So if I got it right now, I'd be fine. If I got it when I was in a low spot, which happens all the time. Oh, Brian says he loves windy farts. Good job, Rachel.
Brian. Thank you.
You touched someone.
I'm glad. Mine smell like roses, so you're way.
Well, anyway, so if I'm in a low spot and I get something like that, I might very well relapse.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely. Right.
And so what I'm saying is, here I am at 2.4 years saying, this is what we have to do, right? And I'm never telling anyone what they have to do, ever. Sometimes it comes across that way in speech, I think. But if it's just it proves that this program and our addiction and everything is constantly at battle.
Absolutely.
Because
it's a never ending.
That's why I need to remind myself.
Yeah.
I have a sponsor. I have friends. I have family who love and support me. I have wonderful people who have chosen to be in my life, and I need to reach out to some of them.
So what do you do? Like, how do you deal with that situation if it is like first thing?
Like a text, like a nasty text.
Yeah.
That could send someone spiraling.
Yeah. I think that's important.
You reach out to someone you admire in the program.
Yeah. Like immediately.
Yeah.
And if they're really in the program, they don't care what time it is.
No. And please, I set on my do not disturb, you know, it's my mom, my dad, my sister, my boyfriend, like you, Stephen, who I do video stuff with online, and anyone that I'm sponsoring. That if I have it on do not disturb at night, a text or a call, I will always hear from those people.
There you go.
And you know, I have a couple more people who are on the brink of the program, you know, that I've said, call me. And I know that's, I don't want to bother, you know, and my sponsor always says, you could never bother me. Why didn't you call?
Right.
Isn't that what we all think? Why didn't you call me?
Yeah, it's hard to like let go. It's so hard. I think that would be a great segment on like, how do we develop our tribe? Yeah. Like, what are the steps? Like these, I like talking about like baby steps into it, because we have foundation right now. And that doesn't mean we know everything, but that means that we've done the work. That's all that means.
And I don't want anyone to ever think like, oh, these ladies, oh, they got it together. They know everything about this program. Please.
I don't got it together, dude. This isn't even real. Like, I can't. These aren't books.
This is,
I don't read. Yeah. See, this is like,
but we have done a lot of the work, and we know
no,
what
that's what
does work, and we know
Exactly.
what doesn't work
yeah,
when we're in that
drinking.
low spot.
Drinking.
Well, but
Thinking that I know everything. That
Yeah.
doesn't work.
and so this is never like going to be like, this is what you have to do. This is what you should do. If you're not doing this, you need to read Revelation.
Suggestive only.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But ask questions, someone that you say, okay, I get what they're saying. Like, they said it to me in a way that I never quite understood before.
Yeah.
Get that person's name. Don't be
Yes.
shy about it.
No,
Don't be shy about reaching out to people.
please no.
Even
Reach
if
out
you
here.
if you're yeah.
Honestly, it'll be like, hey, I need help. Okay, we'll hit you up.
Yeah. And what I always like to say to people is, this thing that makes you nervous or this thing that gives you trepidation, what do you think about people who are in the situation and you're the go-to? Or what do you think everyone else is thinking? So like, I have a lot of girls
Like
that say,
flip it.
I'm
Yeah.
too nervous to share. So I say, do you really think they care if you stumble over your words? I mean, do you really think people are sitting there judging you? Think about that.
Yeah, because we've done it. We've all been that fresh new, like
Yeah.
bumbling.
And the people who are judging you, fuck them.
Yeah, that's between them and their higher
But
power.
everyone else who's waiting to share is thinking, everyone's going to think I sound stupid. So you're not alone in that. And it's also invalid.
It is. It's part of that thinking, like you said, you have to reprogram that and be like,
Mhm.
no, I am worthy. I'm unashamed. I'm enough. That's something I really enjoy saying.
So
I was
when we
actually never scared to share, but I remember feeling like I still wasn't a part of, but like I just bulldozed that down by, even if I thought it, I did the next right thing. And then eventually that changed my thoughts.
So if you have someone that sends you a message,
Okay.
I mean, or whatever, gives you a call or posts on your Facebook and says, hey, I've really enjoyed what you're saying. Can we talk? Would
Absolutely.
you not drop everything and talk to them?
I probably would. Yeah,
So how much more is someone thinking that about you when you reach out?
exactly. Exactly. And if nothing else, even if it's a quick,
And if you wouldn't
Yeah.
stop everything, you have some self-analyzation to do.
I agree, because if nothing else, you say, hey, let me get back to you. Let me call you this time. Or even sometimes just saying, hey, I acknowledged you,
Yeah.
because I've struggled with that. Like, why didn't they pick up? But like, why didn't I call someone else? Because again, they might be busy, and that's why it's a fellowship and a we program. And then maybe that's your higher power being like, no, you can do this. Because there's some moments we got this, definitely. But it's a fine line. Like, you might be able to solve your own problem. Maybe sometimes, I know for me, just saying, hey, I need help. And I'm like, okay, that's all I had to do. So it just depends. There's different degrees of it, but
And
reaching out for sure.
that I didn't even mention this, the group, that's the whole premise of making the group your higher power. I cannot make Rachel my higher power because Rachel might not answer her phone tonight.
Right. And
But
that's putting all
there
that pressure
are
on the person.
millions
Yes.
of members of AA.
Network people.
One of them will be available for me.
Absolutely. And there's always
And-
stuff like this: podcasts,
Mhm.
literature, prayer, groups,
Yeah.
online, Zoom, tons.
So that's what we mean when we say make the group your higher power,
Yeah. Yes.
because the group itself will never let you down.
No.
An individual within the group might, but
We're
not what.
infallible.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
So those are my questions, and I
They're
will say
great.
I've taken on a few people recently that have relapsed and come back in,
Mhm.
and like I said, I take a lot of different sources. I'm sure a couple of them are even like verbatim from a
Mhm.
workbook that I used, but they've all said, I didn't get it before now. I really had to think about my childhood upbringing and my idea of God and how that has affected me in my drinking. Yeah, I get that a lot.
Mhm.
And I'm not sponsoring like thousands of women. I have 4 girls right now. And that
I think that's a
fluctuates.
full load. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good.
But you know, they've said the questions make me really think. And then I
Yeah,
have to put it into words.
right. I like it. I'm glad that you shared that, you know, and when we do step 3, we can do another
Yeah.
set. I think it's
Mhm.
great.
Absolutely. So step 3, I think we're gonna hit tomorrow night.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep growing and showing up and
Or
doing
we
our
might,
things.
I don't know, we're gonna have to skip one live stream one night and put on a funny episode.
Oh yeah, we gotta have some sillies. I mean, I know that people really enjoyed the first one. You know, we'll jazz it ourselves up again, but the message is to stay sober, and you know, it's just okay to laugh.
Right. It really is.
It really
It's okay.
is.
I mean, you saw me laughing at her autistic son. Okay. Like,
It's funny, and it's okay. It's okay to laugh because we're not laughing at like the damage of life. We're
no,
laughing at the
like you
the
suck.
Exactly. It's the beautiful imperfections that really make us human.
Mhm.
That's what this is about, you know.
And
like,
being able to laugh at it makes it bearable.
right, and me personally, I think is very kind-hearted to giggle. There's
Yeah.
a difference between like being like jeering and what's the word, critical,
Mhm.
you know, and then supportive and silly and like, I don't know, just teasing. Like there's a very fine line, but you gotta balance it. That's all.
Yeah.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Wow. Shall
All
we
right.
close?
Yeah. How shall we close?
I don't know. We still have to get like a good sign.
Am I?
Well, I know I'm an alcoholic and my name's Rachel.
I'm also an alcoholic. My name is Leslie. But we really are going to talk about how we've been working on like the steps, and we were like, okay, we've been doing this for a few days now and we're experts. So we were like, we're going to do the steps in a live stream. Okay. That's how we're going to do it, because someone might need to work a step right now.
Like,
and then
you
we're
have
going to
no
do
idea.
we're going to do like the true comedy, like planned stuff. When I'm editing and I get my editing fix. So
Leslie loves her editing room.
We're
It's her
going to kind
baby.
of meet in the middle tonight and do some work, but not step work, but also kind of just let ourselves be silly because we're exhausted.
Right. I feel like when we're sassy, when we look the best is when we want to be the silliest. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's creative, but we're going to do these steps real hard. We're going to work them hard.
All right. And speaking of that, Steven says they are never live. They are zombies. Brains.
We are absolutely live. If I lived on just brains, I don't think that I'd be looking this nice. So
I might. They're low in carbs.
Well, that's something to ponder.
Speaking of carbs, when I was drinking, I used to justify my carb count and I wouldn't eat. I would just drink my carbs. So I'd be like, okay, a Miller Lite has 3.6. Was it 3.6? 3.4 carbs in it. And so that gives me 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, and I can fudge to 21 instead of 20 today. So that means I can have 7 beers.
Oh my.
Yeah. And then once I hit my carb limit, either if I ate it or if I drank it, then I would switch to vodka because vodka is carb free. That is how I stayed healthy in my mind.
I did not. Yeah, I was like I just drank to drink, and then I was like a garbage truck, and I was just like, give me all your food. So I don't know. Maybe throwing up is what kept me on the level, but that's it.
Could be. But then I would go eat, and then I would go like get a McDonald's, like 5 McDonald's sausage burritos for breakfast.
Oh, well, yeah. You know what our jam was? Denny's. I don't know if you have a Denny's where you live.
Yeah, there's Denny's everywhere, Rachel.
Well, listen, sometimes there's not. Okay, Hardee's is one of those places. It's here and it's I
Hardee's
don't know.
was good.
It was good, but Denny's was like that was the place to eat.
So
Everyone was wasted. Yes. Yep.
So
Um,
guys, if you haven't
So.
checked out the latest TikTok promo, like
please do so.
you must. It's so funny. We laughed so hard. So I would get 5 sausage burritos for breakfast, and then I'd be like, well, I just won't stick to my carbs today, and I'd still have 7 beers.
Right? The the insanity of trying to count in alcohol as your dietary supplements. That's, I mean, let's see, I had 3 Flintstone vitamins, so that'll give me 2.5 more drinks.
Yes, exactly. So how do we come about that? I really have to catch myself on the so's. I really do. I need to think of new segues.
I agree. I'm
As
the
I
same
was
way
saying,
with like and I used to be pretty okay with not doing that. So yeah. See?
so
Maybe
we're
a
gonna
rubber band snap.
I just did so. Getting back to the point. What made you say I had a problem? Because I feel like we've all at some point said to ourselves, I got to get this under control. I got to, what was something that maybe not a drunk experience, but
like
maybe
a thought, like the first conceptual.
Yeah, like I don't really know how to word this. So we talked about our last drunks already, and we knew that we needed help. But what about the other times when we were just laying around?
So we're in the middle. It's literally, there's a chart for this. So the contemplation stage.
Oh,
you're contemplating.
I didn't know that.
Yes, there is. I used to work with people in addiction while still addicted, getting them sober.
Okay, so contemplation.
Yes, contemplation.
So I mean, statistically, we all have it.
Correct.
So we're not ready to admit we have a problem, and we really don't care that we have a problem, but we're just like curious because something has happened.
Yeah, it's just you get, I don't know how it is like in your brain where it goes, like if there's a certain part that you become cognizant of.
So for me, I think it's when I went to a restaurant before a concert, and got a drink and then went back for the concert. And I think that's when I thought, could that be a problem?
So you had like that one shining moment?
No, I'm using it as an example.
Yeah, no, I'm wondering though, like, because some people might have one moment. I had a plethora, and I think
I only had a couple.
I had many. But I also had people, so I had people try to pull their own intervention with me as well, which I didn't listen to because we were all drinking. So if everyone's get wasted with you, you're not going to listen to someone like, Rachel, you really have a problem? I'm like, I just saw your tits out last weekend. So I don't believe that you need to be giving me the drunk lessons of what to do in life.
Yes.
But bless you. Let's do that again. Okay. For me, it was, I remember, how old was I? Maybe 23. And I was sitting with someone drinking, and I was drinking a pint, and I was just like, I think I have a problem. And this, like, something just came over me in my head where I knew that what I was doing was not healthy. And I had come to that realization where I started to contemplate. And then after that, I started watching, like I was talking about this before, Dr. Drew, and really hearing other people's stories, and I identified. Right. So it was really a few months, probably a whole year of like serious contemplation. Did I stop? No.
I'm trying to turn my phone off here. I'm sorry.
Oh, you haven't seen
Yeah. Give me just a second here.
No
this
problem.
Is how much we love our fans.
Who's it texted? Anyone good? Don't be shy, guys. You may ask questions, participate, whatever you're comfortable with. Oh, yay. Stephen and Maggie. Hi. So glad you're here. So yes, there we go. I just said so like 80 times. Leslie
Okay.
has,
I-
what are we gonna do? Questions today, right?
Yeah. So I need you to lead us in this for just a second. I'm having kind of a technological crisis.
Yep, I got you. All right, so I will continue with, let's see. So the contemplation stage, because that kind of piqued my interest. I don't know if anybody, if you have any comments on that.
Hold on.
Sure.
I gotta mute myself. I can't
No.
ignore this call.
No problem. So if you have any experience with contemplation, go ahead and say something now and then we can discuss that. I know for me, I was sitting around a table with a family member talking about my past, and traumas came up, and I was drinking, noticing that I was drinking more and more. And then realizing, like, a wave came over me and I was like, I think I'm an alcoholic. And this person was like, you probably shouldn't drink anymore. And I knew, I was like, well, yeah, but I just couldn't stop. I didn't want to either. And it was just a hard fact of knowing that I should. And then also the contemplation for me, the stage that a lot of people get stuck in, and this was my dilemma, was the fact that I knew I should stop. I knew it was going to be unhealthy, not really having knowledge of AA or anything else, and any kind of sobriety or recovery program, but also knowing that, what the hell am I going to do? How am I going to have fun? I had no idea how to gauge this, a new chapter in my life. And I just continuing on. I didn't really have a desire to quit at that point.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. And she's back.
So we have to start telling people that we're actually recording, because that was actually something that I couldn't ignore. But if he had known we were recording, he could have taken care of it later. I'm sorry.
Okay. Life happens, guys. life on life's terms, right?
But
there.
we did say when we started that there were certain calls we weren't going to ignore. We did say that.
Right. I mean, I have a son that walks into, where I'm at, and it happens, and that's okay. Right. I think pretending like we don't have a real life is foolish, because it doesn't, for me, I don't think it's going to help any of the viewers or anyone watching, listening in, deal with real life.
Especially when you have like obsessive thoughts about things.
Yeah.
And so if I get a text saying this is the wrong thing and I'm here, then I have to take care of it right then, because then for the next hour, I will be not focused and I will be worried about, oh, what do I have to fix?
Yeah. And you're a sponsor. We're both in a fellowship. We're both in roles where we are of service. And sometimes those service commitments require us to speak to people, and it's okay.
Okay. Are we ready to Google?
I am ready.
Did you
to
explain?
Goggle. I did not. I was waiting for you, ma'am.
Okay. So what I decided to do today is we're going to give each other. So what would we Google? Am I an alcoholic?
Correct. And which is why we were talking about contemplation. That's what I was going to lead into.
That's right.
This was before I Googled anything, just in your head. Usually this happens. But Leslie, I know you've shared before with me how you had the experience of like late nights Googling this. So we were going to Google it and then discuss.
Okay. So am I an alcoholic? An alcoholic quiz can help you find out. So are you ready?
I am ready.
So, do you want to answer for now, or do you want to answer and we can see how accurate it is according to the program?
Meaning, like, you want me to guess what it says? Because I'm not Googling it.
Okay, so so answer as if you were not sober yet. To your last week before sobriety. Okay. How often do you have a drink containing alcohol? Never, monthly, 2 or 4 times a month, 2 to 3 times a week, 4 or more times a week.
I'm gonna have to say 4 or more times a week.
I thought it said 4 or more times a day.
Yeah, that as well.
Go ahead. How many drinks containing alcohol do you have on a typical day? 1 or 2, 3 or 4, 5 or 6, 7, 10 to 9, 10 or more.
Probably 1 or 2, because I was more of a binge drinker, or I am. Well, I'm not currently, but
mine was at least 11.
Okay.
How often do you have 6 or more drinks on one occasion?
About 3 or 4 nights a week.
Okay. Okay, it says so daily or almost daily or weekly. That's the choices.
Yeah, I would say weekly because for
Okay.
me, I binge, so I made up for all those drinks like as if someone drinking daily.
How often during the past year have you found that you were not able to stop drinking once you had started? Oh, hi, Maggie.
I would say almost every day.
Never less than monthly, weekly, daily. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. If I was still in active addiction, I would be lying. I wouldn't be as honest as I am now. I'd probably say,
No.
I'd be judging it down. Like, well, no, I
Yeah.
would be playing it down. I mean,
I don't know if I would have, I don't remember if I lied about it. I think I did. And I remember saying you should consult with a medical professional or something like that.
I normalized it because
But
I thought the age
I lied to my doctors a lot.
Yeah.
And I think that that's an indication, obviously, that you have a problem.
Yeah, and that's what I would normalize in my head, where I was like, well, everyone else is doing it. I'm still young. I'm still in my 20s. By the time I'm 30, then maybe it'll be a problem. And that was my contemplation and rationalization for it. That it's not every day, all day, so I'm okay. But I would do that at least 3 or 4 times a week.
When I was, okay, so I did it again.
Let it go. It's okay. Let it fly.
There were 2 different occasions. I always got kidney infections a lot since I was a little kid. And I remember once I had one so bad. It was bad. Like I had to sign a waiver for the shot they gave me because it was like instant kidney attack of antibiotics. And I remember being so desperate for a drink. Like on the second day, I looked up, can I cleanse my kidneys with beer? Or beer kidney benefits. That's what I Googled.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I remember that. But it expressly says no alcohol, when you're on these medications. Right. And something happened with that doctor. I don't remember. I went in for a regular UTI like a week before and came back like the following Friday with this raging kidney infection. And he asked, have you been drinking? Because you can't drink alcohol on these medications, something like that. And I said, no, heavens,
Heavens no, sir.
But then in 2016, I went to the hospital because they thought I had internal bleeding. And she says, so how many drinks do you have a night? And I said, oh, like a couple beers on a weeknight. And, I go out, I'll say I go out once a week and maybe party, but not so hard. So she comes back and sits down and she's like, okay, we're gonna give you an endoscopy and whatever, blah, blah, blah. But she says, you're gonna stay overnight, but I want to have a conversation with you about your drinking because you're drinking a lot. And I had thought that I was giving her a great, like, normal sober.
You're like, I'm
person
giving
answer.
you the business. Yeah. Somehow you're gonna like morph your
2
insides
drinks
to healthy.
2 drinks a night? That's bad.
Right? You're like, no, it's all good.
But I remember that. She says, you really need to think about how much you're drinking at night. I thought, well, I mean, I don't do that every night. So anyway, okay, here we go. How often during the past year have you failed to do what was normally expected of you because of drinking? Year.
Are there choices or is that like an open question?
Never, less than monthly, weekly, daily, almost daily.
I would say almost daily.
Okay.
What about you?
Yeah, I mean, because it was different things. Like I didn't go to the gym like I wanted to, or
Right.
I called in sick to work, or something minor. But it was big to me.
Mm-hmm.
I always packed a gym bag. I was a big gym rat in like 2012, and like twice a day. But I was also very, very mentally unstable.
Mm-hmm.
So I would do those things, after I thought I got my life back together. I would pack a gym bag, but then be too drunk to go the next morning.
Yeah.
Or too hungover.
I've done that. Did you ever do that? Like the discussion, like when you're really drunk, you're out in the bar, you're like really feeling it. And you're like, okay, seriously though, but seriously, we are going to get up so early, no matter what. And we're going to work out. Sunrise, we're here. That's it. Nothing's stopping us. Jesus is going to be behind us in this. The wind is pushing us forward. Go. And it was like spiritually, like it just, I would listening to someone now.
Mine was always music based.
Music. Oh yeah. Mine was
We're going
like
to jam tomorrow. We're going to jam tomorrow. Give me your address and we're going to jam. Or come over to my place.
It was, I wonder if that's an alcoholic thing where we're so
build up your dreams.
Yeah. And you're just like, no, we're doing it. And you can't let it go. And then by the end of the night, when you're throwing up, the next day you're like, listen, hey, remember we're ready? I'm like, no, we're not. We're not ready.
Who is this?
I know. Like I saw puke.
Oh.
Like, I'm not.
All right. Next.
Yes.
How often during the past year have you needed a first drink in the morning to get yourself going after a heavy drinking session?
Never. I never did that.
I would say weekly, because I would keep my mixed drink on the nightstand the night before. And when I woke up first thing in the morning, I would take a sip and start smoking. So, but I don't know if it was just habit or if it was because I needed it, because I never didn't really do it.
I'm sure, and now knowing what I know, I might have needed it toward the end or even in the middle of my drinking career, but
you didn't do it.
No, I would just go through the atrocious hangover, like 3 days sometimes.
I wouldn't let myself go more than a day. So I guess for me, it was daily. How often during the past year have you had a feeling of guilt or remorse after drinking?
I would also say that for me would have been almost daily.
Okay. Me too.
Yeah.
How often during the past year have you been unable to remember what happened the night before because you had been drinking? Mine was rarely.
All the time.
Okay.
Almost
mine was
daily.
less than monthly.
Yeah. Well, almost, I shouldn't say daily, almost every time I would drink. So mostly every weekend.
Okay.
It got to the point where every weekend I didn't remember.
Have you or has someone else been injured as a result of your drinking?
If you count me always thinking that I could wear 5-inch heels and then falling all over myself by the end of the night, then yes.
No.
I thought it was so hot. Why did I wear these?
I have a funny story to say. I have a funny story about heels. Has a relative, friend, or doctor or other healthcare worker been concerned about your drinking and suggested you cut down?
Not that I was aware of, no. I didn't tell anybody though either.
You said you had an intervention type thing.
Right, with friends, not with medical, like no one medical.
It says relative, friend, or doctor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then yes.
Yes, but not in the past year. Yes, but not in the past year. They have the same.
So that means you have no option. If you've gotten to this point of the questionnaire, you will know unequivocally that you are a drunk.
Okay. You completed the quiz. According to the answer you gave, you likely have severe alcohol use disorder.
Yeah, I believe it.
Well, you should, because you're an alcoholic.
Damn it.
So yeah, I mean, so then what does this site say? It says, what is alcoholism? Blah, blah, blah. How can you tell the difference between it? Blah, blah, blah. Am I an alcoholic? Blah, blah. What are the risks? Symptoms of alcoholism. This is Healthy Life Recovery website. Now, I am not telling you your website isn't great. What I am saying is you might want to put, do you want to speak to someone right after you say, we think you have severe alcohol use disorder.
Right, because that's the whole point of us doing this, is like having that more of a place where you can really reach out and get serious help.
There is a call now button.
Well, that's good.
See it. And
Wonder
it's
what it would
always
be.
on screen.
We should try that. Like, we should call one and see what it does. Like if
like an interview.
Yeah, like do they send you to rehab? Is it like where I used to work? I worked for my community mental health facility, and we were kind of like this. It's called Stepping Stones, and that's what it was, a stepping stone into, if you came in, we would detox you, help you detox, sometimes have the paramedics come help you get into rehab, come and just work steps, you know. You could shower, get clothes, things like that.
So did you guys have a call center?
Yes.
What did you do?
I had not worked it, but what it would be is more like a crisis, like hotline. So if someone was in, like,
Got it.
right, and you know they're in it and they really need help now. I feel like at those points though, it's most likely a 911 call. However,
Yeah.
addiction, it's different. Like, unless you have paramedics or doctors that really understand it, which they don't have to take as much schooling on it. I believe it's only like a month of training ish. Like that's what would be equal to time wise in addiction. So how would they even understand it? Because a pill doesn't fix this.
No.
And that was what would happen often. And I believe some of the people we worked with were successful because most of us, if not all, like 80%, were in active recovery.
I can't remember who I was talking to. There was some rehab, and I don't remember who I was talking to. I don't know if it was a close friend or just some rando. I don't remember. But I remember someone saying, no, at this facility, they're required to have an addictive background.
That's good.
Yeah.
You know, I think it probably exists, obviously, in other places of the world or like the US, but unfortunately it's not. It's like schooling. It's, you know, it's all over the place. It's not the same when it really should be.
Right.
You should be able to get help whenever for that.
Yeah. So 911 on an OD. I wonder, what does that look like? I wonder.
On an OD, like an overdose? Well, it
Yeah.
depends on what they're overdosing on. Alcohol, I would say that's like you're going to go straight to the ER immediately. That's, you know.
Okay. I mean, I know that. I know
Right.
medically, the most important thing is that they medically get treatment. Okay. I'm sorry. After that, because like I know attempted suicide, you go into a 72-hour watch.
Correct.
Mandatory. So when it's an overdose, is there like a mandatory, like you had alcohol poisoning
Many times.
and they didn't say something?
I never
like,
went to the doctor.
You
I
should
just
see
did it
our
on my own, or I was left somewhere. I just know that that's what that was after being recovering and learning about it.
I wonder if someone has a, Maggie says, oi, I did the same thing. I wonder if someone who's watching, we've got a few watchers, maybe not. Well, or, you know, just in the future, what does that look like? You know, if you OD and you, without the intent of committing suicide, but you just have too much one night of partying.
Okay.
I want to know if after the 911 call and you're medically treated, if they refer you to a therapist or an addiction center or something.
Now, Actually, I can answer that only from the perspective of what I knew and how we were where I worked. So we would
Well-
sit people down and help them, but it's not like the same. I don't know.
That's what
I
I'm
think
saying.
yeah, that's
You
the
guys
thing.
have a vested interest in getting someone help,
right.
but an ER, I mean, they've got to spit patients out.
It depends on the ER. Maybe it depends, like you said, like if they're an alcoholic or an addict, then yeah, they might.
Mhm.
Is it their like duty as, you know,
Yeah,
do
that's
no
what I
harm
wanna
kind of
know.
thing? No, I don't believe so. I think it's
Because
the
you get
right
a,
thing to
you get a
do.
72-hour psych hold for attempted suicide.
Correct. But that they can treat medically. And they don't, I honestly, I shouldn't even comment. I don't know. That could be a whole podcast itself, because I think that would be something that would be beneficial
Mhm.
to be educated in and on. We could call around our areas and then share.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the reason I ask that is
Mhm.
so these types of websites, I'm calling you a crisis center type
Okay.
thing.
Mhm.
We're likely not calling 911 if we're Googling ourselves, but
Right.
we can speak to someone. And so I know if I call this place, Healthy Life Recovery, they would give me resources.
Yes.
And so that is a very good feature of these websites that I see often. Like,
Mhm.
do you need help? Call us now. That type of thing.
And maybe
don't-
it's something too that's like growing in the more people are realizing with the growing amount of celebrities even, or people in the limelight coming
Mhm.
forward with their stories and with their issues, problems, and struggles.
Mhm.
Maybe now that would make sense, as that the internet, or just anyone with a website that has support for people in addiction,
Mhm.
maybe they're coming forward and giving out that information more freely now,
Right.
because it's not as that's actually really nice that
There's
the
something-
stigma is kind of dying.
Something I started these past couple days, and I don't know if you have, but
Mhm.
because we can both log into the accounts that we've created for ourselves. Oh, you're on top of me, so I'm doing this when I really should be doing that.
That's okay.
People message. I know, I love it. I want to make sure to affirm those people, because I don't care if I have to go through 100 comments today. Someone took the time to say, that really touched me.
Yeah.
I'm going to acknowledge that, because that's why we're doing this. We want to help one person somewhere.
That's absolutely correct.
And so
hopefully make you laugh while you're doing it.
We got a lot of comments today on a lot of them that we've put out this week. And I was like, oh, I don't have to reply to everyone. I'm like, no, why are you doing this? That's the exact reason you're doing this. So people see that there are cool people out there
Yes.
that will acknowledge you, and not just say, go stick your nose in a book.
You know what? I haven't read them all yet. So yeah, let's read them. Let's go through them. We can acknowledge now.
Oh,
Why not?
okay. So
Why not?
we already read tonight's live ones. So
And thank you everyone for tuning in. It's amazing.
yes. I responded, but I did the responses, so you can do the public acknowledgement. Carrie commented, acceptance and admittance, compliance and surrender. They are different. Love it.
Thank you, Carrie. It's amazing. And I agree. And I'm glad that you found that nugget in, what we were saying.
I love that Tom Petty song, sending you guys off on a tangent. Love it. I am crazy about Elvis. Ha 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 ha. So maybe some people do appreciate art.
Yay! Who was that?
Carrie, totally trolled us today. It's amazing.
My Huckleberry friend, she knows what that means.
I agree. Recovery, addiction, alcoholism needs to be talked about more. I tell it because if I don't, it will never get better. It will never get easier for people to get help. Another great episode, I think is what it says, was cut off. Hilarious. We need to laugh at ourselves. Love you, ladies. I love you, Carrie. Like for real, love you.
Those are all Carrie.
Mhm.
Oh, you rock star. And you know, yes, Carrie's amazing.
Scott M says,
Mm-hmm.
okay, now I'm going to have to watch them all. And given that I hear you so much in the group, I'll be hearing your voices in my head forever. Higher power, help me with this urgent problem. Seriously, great job, guys.
Thank you, Scott. Good. Get that nasally sound of my droning in your head.
Bad. Back to Harmony says, that magic chemistry is clearly there. Serious potential here, ladies. Congrats on your first episode. Well done. Thank you.
Aw.
Oh. What is she barking at? I don't like that. Howard Chip Jones. Wow, this is so cool, ladies. An old guy once told me the best way to carry the message is to walk the streets of my hometown sober. I see that going on here in Cyber Main Street. Go girls. Oh, are you going to have guest speakers or stand up? Although the organic flow you two have going on is great and funny. I did reply. I said it'll be a full show with guests and all.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
That's so sweet.
It's so sweet. And reach out. You know, we're very open to have people participate because,
yes,
in essence, if nothing else, this is still a we program and it's a we podcast, and we believe in that.
Yeah, if you want to like be a guest star, you know, we would need to talk to you. I mean,
right?
You know,
yeah.
But we were
you
thinking
can't just show up,
right? We were thinking of having it planned in advance. Like we could have. Let's see who commented. Maggie says, I want to join and just talk for a few minutes with you guys. Then Maggie could totally come on for like 3 or 5 minutes and just, you know, just ham it up with us.
We could do like an open share kind of thing or give you a topic.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But it would have, we're still trying to figure out the screening process on that because we don't want to say, well, the screen name kind of freaks me out, you know? So I don't know. Screen name.
Oh, screen
like
name.
If it was like I don't know, the curtains match the drapes, you know. Okay, the curtains match the drapes wants to come in and
you know what, that's okay. If your curtains match your drapes, good for you. Mine do. So I feel I feel like that's okay. I'm too old to be waxing and waning and dyeing everything.
All right. So, gosh, how long have we been on already?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't even pay attention. We just have too
like
much fun.
We have to start having a time limit, like for real.
I know. And I think we did well yesterday, honestly.
We did.
So all right. So
let's see. Okay, you know what? Let's see what time I texted Steven the link. Texted him at
there. I think that's better. Sorry, guys. I've been playing with my lighting because I'm just not getting it right.
So we're at 45 minutes. So we're good.
Right, we're good.
We can go.
So maybe
for a
we
few
could
more
do something
minutes.
funny.
Okay. What? Do something funny, Rachel.
Oh, I'm working on it. I feel like my existence is enough to make everyone laugh. Honestly, Jesus. If you could only. My freaking days, man. Wiping ass. I'm elbow deep into poop.
Oh gosh, all our promos just popped up because I of course pressed.
I was like, what happened?
I wanted to see who was acknowledging us.
Well, there we go, kids. Kevin Baconing it back to validation and how that is still important to us.
Right.
I don't know why I have to do this, but I can't help it with this mic. Like I need to put it over here.
What? Like you want to do like that?
Yeah. So sexual. Can't you wait to be still so you can just breathe deeply into the microphone?
You want me to sing some country western music?
I wanna kiss you all and over and again. Dun 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 until the night closes in. Until the night closes in. And sing. That's hey. You want me to give it my all.
That was it. Hey, by the way, did you like that lighter spot?
Oh no, it was so ugly.
Did you like that lighter spot?
I love
We
it.
love you, Eminem. We love you. Please come on our show.
No, I didn't. Oh my gosh. Yes, please.
If anyone knows Eminem, we want him
I'm
on our
from
show. I could
Michigan.
spit mad rhymes with him. By the time
I
he did
won't,
this,
but
I will already have spiraled up.
I don't know how to do any of that funky noise, but I can definitely just be my white ass self with you.
I was spitting it.
I'm from
gonna go on
Michigan, so I'm cooler.
I'm gonna go on the 8 Mile and have a rap battle.
Check. Wait. Spaghetti.
Every
Get the
time
hands
I've
going.
tested a microphone in my life, I go testing, 1, 2, 3. I think you need to turn me up. I can't really hear myself in this monitor. Can you turn it up a little bit? Turn it up. And they're like, you don't need to be turned up, Leslie.
I would be like testicle, 1, 2. Yeah.
All right. So let's do this.
Yes.
I'm going to put on a karaoke song
Mm.
and you have to just sing it. You're not
I
going to
will
have
do
the
my
words.
best.
You're not going to have the words.
Okay. Oh no. She's gonna don't pick country, please. For the love of sin. Just a soul like one of us all.
Yeah.
Stranger on a bus every home.
That was just the intro.
Words gonna sing it anyway.
If God had a name, what would it be? And would you call him for his face?
Hey God.
Okay.
All right, do another one. Did you like that? It's my riffing. That's what I'm good at.
You have to pick one for me.
Oh, give me a good. Okay. Hang on.
I don't think it was a terrible delay, but it doesn't really matter. I have another one for you.
Okay. Go ahead, and then I'll get one. I'll get one on the ready. Mm-hmm. What do we got? Oh man. Something
upon
the hour and I need those words.
figure out how to chase my blues away. I've done all right up till now.
It was the light of day that showed me how. When the night comes. Oh, with somebody. I want to be at peace with somebody. Yeah. Somebody. Oh,
With somebody who loves me. All right. Wow.
I don't have the words. I'm the worst. That was so out of tune. I'm sorry about that.
No, it was, it was a delay, so it was very hard for me because I kept thinking you were missing your cues, and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah,
I
it
thought
is.
she was a
Okay, so let's
musician.
see if you know. Let's give you a good one. So she can actually, like, for real sing.
I don't know if I can with the delay.
Well, we're gonna try. We're gonna try.
Is anyone watching? They could give us a suggestion.
They could. Do you like the 90s?
Girl, I was raised in the 90s.
I was raised on the dairy, bitch. Yeah, exactly.
I'm not that much older than you, Rachel. Don't get it twisted.
But that doesn't mean you like it. I like disco.
It doesn't
no
matter if
Nosted.
I like
Steven knows
it. I know it.
All right, actually, I'm gonna pull it up on here because, well, maybe it'll be loud enough. I'm hoping.
Yeah,
it's loud enough.
you have a dope
There's
microphone
gonna be
now.
words, but there's gonna be words. So
You mean lyrics? Like they're singing along?
yes,
Just type in karaoke and the title of the song.
fine. I wanted it a different way.
Will it play through there though?
I don't know. I'll do that. I'll just do the karaoke.
Do it.
Karaoke.
Do you not have YouTube on your phone?
Dude, of course I do.
How else can we get our top views to be us every day?
Right? I mean, I'm always liking it. Oh man. Okay, here it is. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
This should be just instrumental.
I need my other button.
I'm hoping it's a good song.
I'll be the judge of that.
Okay.
I'm the professional musician. I need my track.
Ready? Hang on.
Can't hear it.
For real?
For realsies. No, it's just do it on your phone.
Oh, that's upsetting. Look at me like with the microphone trying to get in there. Like that's gonna make it better somehow. Somehow that's gonna work. I think I have no idea. I want to just do it with the words, but that's just me.
Fine.
Good.
Fine.
Good. I'm gonna. Thank you. Thank you for permission.
Can't work with these people.
Right? Jeez, man. Oh. So how was your day?
I got a brand new pair of Vans for $15.
15?
I'm wearing them right now.
That's amazing.
The
And
chick
where did
had
you
to
find
wear them
those?
once. Poshmark.
Wow, I've never shopped there.
Yeah, Poshmark is dope. My boyfriend introduced me to it, and that's where I get all of my shoes from now on.
Well, Poshmark, if you want to, like,
Yeah.
throw us a line, or we'll scratch your back, you scratch ours.
Yeah.
Why not?
I'll send them this in a little promo, and
Yeah.
they'll
Maybe a little reach around. You never know what you're gonna get. Maybe we could do like a Friday, like, you know how they'll do like the bingo or whatever on the news? And our bingo balls will be like sexual favors. You won't know which one you're gonna get.
You get one that's a sexual favor, and then you get another ball that's like your Facebook friend, and you're like, all right, so Rachel is getting
like some fucked up, like spin the bottle. Only alcoholics, man, only us. Or it could, man, that's rough. Yeah, I don't know. Or it's like you have to work one step and then you get the blowy. You have to do step 4. But at the end of this, you know that what's coming. You got a prize. And it's better than the fair because, it's a blowy. It's not like a cheap little 10-cent teddy bear that you spent $50 to try to get. This one you're taking home.
I heard my laugh through your speakers. That's how loud I laugh.
Good. All right. Sorry it's taken me like a fortnight to do this, but it is. And I must find it. I really hope you can hear this because it's actually a really good song.
If it's through your phone, of course I can.
Okay. My phone volume is the worst.
Well, you should have one like me. I have a very high-end Samsung Galaxy S21 5G.
I know your high-end Samsung is puts my Android to shame.
Can't hear it.
Okay, you play it then. Play Temple of the Dog.
I don't know that song.
What? I don't mind stealing bread from the mouth. Okay, you play something then. You do it.
Okay, we'll sing it together. This will be a duet. So,
all right.
We'll sing. What duet can we sing?
Funny or serious?
Funny.
Okay.
Do you know anything you can do?
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Mm-hmm.
That one?
Yeah. Do you know it?
I don't know. I'm not a big show.
Pull up
tune
the
person.
lyrics.
Okay.
Do you know it though?
Kind of. I mean, not really. I'll fudge it.
No, you can't fudge this song. Okay, we're gonna do. Oh, okay. We're gonna do. December by Collective Soul.
December by Collective Soul.
December, is that right? Yeah. Don't worry about. Don't speak about. Yes. Okay, ready?
All right.
Karaoke. Okay.
Oh, I can hear it. Okay.
You go low or high? You want to go low
I'll
or
do
high?
low. I'll
Okay.
do low.
What
Drink the water from my hand.
Jesus
Just
says
as you think I am.
It's the delay. Just
Tip
to my
son
son,
towards your domain.
you come again. Don't
Scream about.
Don't think loud. Turn your head now, baby. Just spit me out. Don't worry about. Don't speak of doubt. Turn your head now, baby. Just spit me out. 31-second song break. I think that was good. Brava.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Yeah, give me some lessons. I feel like I could do better. I get a little shy.
So I'm very intense in my vocal training.
I like it.
I'll give you a lesson right now.
Okay.
Okay. I
All right.
want you to
Mm-hmm.
I want you to sing this after me. Oh, you know the Little Mermaid? Oh,
Okay, I was like, I'm not doing
Can you
I
do
don't know if I
that?
can do that.
Okay, so I just want you to try it.
Where do I start?
Do you
The
know
first-
it though? Do you know the riff?
I start right? Ooh. That's where I mess up. Yeah, I can't. I need
Okay,
to hear it
so-
to, like sing with it.
So I want you to
Yeah,
pretend
okay.
you are jumping on a trampoline. Just
Okay.
we're really in the swing of it. Like, yeah, it's nice. And then all of a sudden we're like, whoa! I just want you to do that. Okay. So we're bouncing on the trampoline.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden we get that nice bounce. Ready? Woo! Okay, but I really want you to like let your body go. Ready?
Okay.
Bounce, bounce, bounce. Woo! Okay, now.
Okay.
Because you just sing so much higher than that when you went. Ah!
Yeah.
So you're
you have to,
capable.
like,
of,
okay.
so the point that I make with kids is when you're like, yay! Can you
Mhm.
feel you're not pushing from here?
Right, it's your diaphragm.
No, it's a misnomer. I mean, we could get in. Okay, we can't.
I don't
get,
have a head voice. I just
we
have
can't. You just did your head voice.
Is it good?
Yes.
Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my collection's complete? Wouldn't you think I'm the girl?
The girl who has is everything. That's not in tune though. That's so out of tune.
Look at this trove, treasures untold. How many wonders can one cavern hold? Looking around here, you think.
Sure. She's
She's
got everything. I got gadgets and gizmos aplenty.
Ooh.
That's so fun. Thank you.
All
That's
right.
a good lesson.
Yeah, that's where that's how I make the big bucks, you know.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, get all that extra rent money.
I was I was wondering how like there's times I can sing really well and there's other times I can't. And I'm like, maybe it's that. Plus I have like mush mouth a little too much.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I feel like I don't enunciate enough.
Oh, well, we can have a dictation lesson right now too.
Is that like the t t t ta ta that?
No, that would be rhythm. What you're going to do is you're going to say, did you ever watch Singing in the Rain?
I have not.
They're trying to teach them to speak in a very, distinguished voice because they'd only done silent movies. So he gives this guy, he says, Moses supposes his posies are roses, and Moses supposes erroneously.
Oh my.
Moses supposes his poses are roses.
His poses are roses.
But Moses supposes erroneously.
So
the point is you want your O's to all sound the same. Moses supposes his poses are roses, but Moses supposes erroneously.
Oh my. That's awesome. Is that something that you also teach? Like when people sing?
Oh, like today we were learning the Air Force hymn, and they said, it goes, down we dive, spouting our flame so it goes, off we go into the wild. No, it's not that one. It was the Navy one. It goes, no, Army. And it's high in the field artillery. So I go through that slowly. I go field artillery, field artillery, field artillery, field artillery, field artillery. Then it's high in the field artillery. And that's how I teach the kids to say things like that appropriately.
Oh, yeah.
And not just high in the artillery.
Mm-hmm.
Field artillery. It's just an example.
Yeah, that's great though. That makes sense.
But they do it right after me. So I go field artillery.
Field artillery.
Field artillery.
Field artillery. See, that's right.
So if they don't quite get it, I would go field artillery.
Field artillery.
And then we just go through it slowly. Field artillery.
Field artillery.
Field artillery.
Field artillery. Oh my goodness.
It's hard for kids. I mean, it's hard for adults.
Obviously, yes.
But it's amazing what these kids can do. Really.
That is cool. That's
and
really
so
cool.
much of it is rote, and so much of it we don't just spend time on that one little line because they sound good. But I'm like, we're singing for the veterans, ladies and gentlemen, and we're gonna do it right. And they get a big lecture from me, the kids.
Good.
Yeah.
Pride.
Miss Canada, mean old Miss Canada.
Well, it's been a
we kind of went off.
We went so off, but we said we were gonna have fun today, and I believe that we accomplished that.
And that, you know what, that just proved the point of we don't just have to sit around and talk about our alcoholic problems or our past stories.
Yes,
we can just do regular conversation.
Yeah,
and someone said today, what is your vision for this podcast? And I said, to reach newcomers that think AA is boring.
Ooh, yes. Ooh, my light just fell.
or reach
Mhm.
people who think AAs are just a bunch of judgmental fools.
I mean, I'm an absolute bitch. However, I enjoy the laugh. Yes. No, we are not fools. I think we are fools in that, like, we can still be the
jester?
court just. Yes. Thank you. I mean, obviously, look at us. We're singing Disney. We're, I'm having some vocal lessons, and hopefully by, the end of the year, man, I'll be putting on some arias and we'll be really having a good time.
Yes.
Yeah. That's our aria face. Meme.
That would have been a great edit right there.
Still can be.
Oh, I'm not editing the live streams. They're organic.
Yes, they are. They're organic.
Yes. Thank you.
They're great though. So I think this is good. Good
Yeah,
point.
and you
or
know
good
what? I
place to
think
end.
people have to know how tired we are.
We are crazy tired. I did not go to work today. So if you do work with me, shh.
I didn't go to work yesterday and I'm still exhausted.
Yes, I'm very
because when you're in the school system at the beginning of the year, people, it is hard.
Oh my
It's hard.
goodness. It's exhausting.
I mean, it's hard all the time, but
Yes, but it's
beginning of the
especially.
school, yeah. All right. I'm gonna sign off here.
Sorry, I'm like my dog. All right.
All right,
So
bye.
Bye. Whee.
To step 3, isn't it? Isn't it? So what is step 3? Did we introduce ourselves as alcoholics?
We absolutely introduced ourselves.
Okay.
And might
You know-
I say, when we do that, I feel like that one game show where they're like, I'm the real blah, blah, blah.
Oh, we should play that game.
Yes. Doesn't it sound like that, though, when we introduce
Yes, I'm the real
I'm an
alcoholic.
alcoholic. Like, that's...
I'm the real alcoholic. I puked all over my neighborhood's lawns.
I'm the real
Go.
I ate out of my neighbor's dog's bowl.
No, I'm the real alcoholic. I've been in AA for 40 years.
Who is the real alcoholic?
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. All right, so we are on step 3, and step 3 is what?
What is that?
Step 3 is came to believe a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. No, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood him. Now, last time when we were talking about step 2, I encouraged listeners to start thinking about what they might make their higher power. Because in step 3, you don't necessarily have to have a concrete plan. But step 3 is the willingness to say, yep, there's something out there bigger than me. And even though I can't define it right now, I know it's there. That's step 3. And as you work through the steps and maybe even work steps 1 and 2 and 3 again quickly, you might start to understand this. This step is not to be rushed. You don't have to say, okay, I'll just pick God. No, you don't have to do that. And you shouldn't do that. If you're confident in your faith in God, absolutely. But right now, what it is saying to yourself, there is a greater entity out there that I know is constant and never fails. And maybe that is my relationship with, my earth, my Mother Earth, and that I want to take care of it. And that I want to, those things are very deep feeling. I know my relationship with God helped me appreciate those things more, like taking care of my planet, or, appreciating the way a tree looks on my drive, or stopping to take a picture of a group of people, that it just moves me.
Absolutely.
That comes from my higher power. And so because of that, I encompass all of those things as my higher power. I think that makes sense.
It definitely makes sense. I feel like when you find a power greater than yourselves, or a higher power of any kind, and then you decide to turn your will over to that power, it will bind you closer to everything around you. Because like we were talking previously, is like, for me, it's all energy based anyway. Because whatever it is, science or more holistic, it's still energy. There's still something driving that. And when you become a part of that, you add to that culture of like true living life.
Right. And you know what? Let me read this first.
Mm-hmm.
We are now at step 3. Many of us said to our maker this is page 63 of the big book. Many of us said to our maker as we understood him. That's where the big book uses God because it was lingo that people could understand in the 30s. And I think for the most part, it's understood now. It's just we've been more vocal about religion doesn't work for me, whatever it has. We are more willing to say I don't believe in God, and not feel we're judged on that, I suppose.
Yeah.
So just replace God with higher power. Many of us said to our maker, God, I offer myself to thee to build with me and do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties. The victory over them may bear witness to those I would help with thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. We thought well before taking this step, making sure we were ready, that we could at last abandon ourselves utterly to him. This is a huge foundational piece of your life in sobriety. And it's okay if your higher power changes in a month.
Absolutely.
I mean, you might come to the realization that, it's not working for me. I get the concept, but that's not working to me. That's why I mentioned the sun in step 2. Mm-hmm. What does the sun do? The sun brings life. The sun makes our days pass. The sun makes the solar system. Everything is based around the sun in our solar system, right? So it's this huge, very important part of our very life. If we did not have the sun, we would have nothing, basically. And I don't know all the scientific reasons of that. Like, please don't ask me those types of questions because I won't be able to answer them. But I do know that's true.
No, we're going to have a lesson right now. Explain. Now that you even said that. Oh, yeah.
Do you know it?
No. No way.
Who's going
to
school us? Maybe some viewers can comment.
Do we have any today?
I don't know. We'll see as they come up. All right. So that's my experience with step 3. And
do you need to go?
Oh no! I'm boiling eggs and I forgot.
Go get them.
I'll be right back.
Talk on step 3. That is live entertainment at its best, everyone. So for me, turning my will and my life over to the care of God as I understood him. Yes, my higher power is God. I hope everything's okay back there. Oh no. Well, we're going to keep on going. I decided that just with my upbringing and where I was at in my life when I started on my path in recovery this past year and 3 months now, that God was it for me. But for me, that also encompasses more of like the earth, like really everything. Like I said, everything's an energy. I just choose to call it God. And I had to practice how to turn that will over. I did not get that like at all. I didn't understand what that meant. It sounds really simple. I'm like, how the hell do you turn it over? Am I just like, here, take this? You know, like handing someone my purse when my hands are full? Like, I don't know. But pretty much that's what it is. And it took a lot of practice. And one of the amazing, is everything good? One of the amazing things about
I can't hear. I couldn't hear you. What did you say?
I said, is everything okay?
Oh yeah, my pickled eggs will have a slightly smoky flavor, which
Well,
might
there you
be
go.
wonderful.
Mesquite. It's a mesquite flavor.
I was like, what's that sound? I was like, "Oh, something smells weird." I was like, what is that? And then all of a sudden I hear pop, and one of the eggs exploded because all the water had boiled down and they're just sitting there in a boiling hot pan.
So one of the phrases I really enjoyed hearing and kept close to me was practice makes permanence. And that's what I took with turning my will over to God. And the more I practiced, the more easily it came to me, and then I felt serenity more and more. So it's a slow boil.
Yeah.
Yes. And literally right when this started, I had a little blip with something that I don't enjoy dealing with, but I have to. And immediately, even right now as I speak, I have to turn it over so I don't freak the fuck out, because it's not worth it and I can't control it anyway. And I've learned that. So that's some step 3 in action.
Nice.
Yeah.
And again, I came into the program with an idea of God.
Yeah, me too.
But I have only really started molding my relationship with God in the past 3 months.
Yeah.
Sober over 2 years.
It takes time. Like I said, yeah, it's a slow.
And that's okay.
Slow roast. Yes.
I mean, there are people that I know, and it has worked. They will pray. I don't know what I'm praying to, but I know it makes me feel stronger and more significant when I give this over. I don't know what I'm giving it over to, but I know that I'm not in control of my life right now. And that is spirituality. Maybe you have no idea who or what you're being spiritual with in any given moment, but the practice of being spiritual will then open your mind to new ideas.
Free your mind, and the rest will follow.
But that practice will help you get into a mindset. That's not the word I'm looking for.
Momentum.
Momentum. Thank you. It will let you get into a momentum of starting to realize, oh, well, that wasn't a coincidence.
Yes. Yeah. You see the God shots.
That person came into my life at exactly the right moment.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That promotion was a shot out of the dark. Wow. That little bit of extra cash that I got, those little tiny things that you can start saying, that had nothing. What's wrong, dog? That had nothing to do with me, but it had to do with something. Hello, Kyrie. Oh, I wish I could train my camera down so you could see the dog. She's so cute. We should do an episode where we introduce our loved ones and our homes to the people watching. That's what we'll do. Hello, Carrie.
Only if the version for me is like MTV Cribs. Come on, guys, come on in. This is where we flop, and right there is the shitter. In the back is where the magic happens.
And mine's going to be like a background of Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous.
Perfect. You have like I didn't know that there was a 4-piece quartet here.
My high-end Samsung Galaxy S21 5G data will take nice HD quality videos of my lifestyle.
Beautiful. Samsung should be cutting you a check, girl.
I know. We should start anytime we mention a product or service or something, we should send those clips to these companies.
We should.
We'll be balling.
Ballin'.
And just start hashtagging them.
I wish I could rain money right now, but it'd be more like dimes. I don't even have quarters. Can't do laundry. Times are tough.
Dimes.
I know.
Maybe pennies. Pennies would be more lucrative for you, maybe.
Yeah. Maybe more painful because I believe the dime weighs less. So I might want to
make it rain. Just throw a bunch of change at the camera.
Rachel had to have retinal removal surgery, so it's just gonna be me. I come back with a patch. As long as I have a parrot or some kind of friend to go along with that patch, it's fine.
No, I gotta put a little blanket down for the dog here. She's having a freak out after that egg attack.
Ah, poor puppy.
Lay down. You're fine.
Yeah, step 3, I believe is a step that is introduced also in the other steps. Like, what is it, 6 and 11?
Yes.
So they're all kind of tied together, and it's a deeper spiritual awakening and understanding of what and whom your higher power is.
Yes. And as you work the program, as you keep coming back, as they say, as you start realizing the changes that are being made, you will start noticing, well, maybe this is working. Maybe I don't have to be quite so cynical about this program. I was very cynical coming in, but I was kind of the opposite. I was like, how can someone not have a higher power? How can they not see everything going on around them? And that's the work of God. That was my attitude coming in, which is wrong. That is a wrong attitude. But when I kept listening and kept hearing, and I thought, well, I'm the closed-minded one. I'm the one that was raised, in the church of my fathers, as whatever they say, sins of the past, sins of my father. I was raised with a family belief. I'm grateful for that. But I came into the program as a legalistic Christian.
That is my absolute favorite way to say it. I'm not better than you. I'm just a Christian. Christian.
But I had to really change my thinking. I remember the meeting I was sitting in, and I went, oh, what am I thinking about people? Like, that's not Christian. That is not, you can laugh. It's okay to laugh. It's the title of our show. But I remember having that realization.
Yeah, or like, for me, it's, wow, you're really a dick. Like, to myself. I'm like, yeah, you're a bona fide asshole, and now you know. That's the stamp of approval to humble thyself, bitch.
Right. And so when that happened, I started really understanding gratitude, and I started seeing things on my drive to work, the way the sun came up over the freeway on my on my drive into work, and the way other drivers and their rage didn't affect me anymore.
Did Herald Angels sing as well?
Hark the herald alcohol sing. Wait, hark the alcoholic
sings. No more puke for you will bring.
We should do Christmas carols.
We should totally do Christmas carols.
We're gonna do
related to sobriety and even active addiction.
Yes,
both are funny.
Yes, absolutely. We should. That's what we're doing. We maybe need to get a DJ in the house for that.
Yeah, right? Do we know any DJs?
I think we do.
I don't know. I don't see anyone watching.
Oh, they'll watch. They'll watch eventually. We gotta spruce up our following.
We do have to spruce up the following.
Get people to like and share. We just started.
I know.
4 days ago. I think
I'm not gonna let up on anyone though, because
no.
It's good enough to watch.
Get in my podcast.
Yeah.
You want to be sober, get in my podcast.
Yeah, you'll die from not listening to it.
Someone commented earlier, you want to die when you're talking to your kid?
That's what worked.
Yeah.
You can't script this stuff, people. It's just
no.
You know? I don't know.
Getting back into the book, says we found it very desirable to take this spiritual step. So that goes on to say, you know, with another person, a close relative or something, but take this spiritual step doesn't mean you're signing up to become a nun. It doesn't mean you're going to go to a seminary. It just means something has clicked in my brain. It's a step, and we talk about the 12 steps. Well, I would say each step in between has, you know, their own 25 steps that we're taking, you know, maybe scooches in the right direction.
Yeah.
So we found it desirable to take the spiritual step with an understanding person, such as wife, best friend, spiritual advisor. But it is better to meet with God alone than with one who might misunderstand. And that's where we say, it's no one's business who your higher power is. You don't have to tell anyone.
No.
Your higher power is you and your higher power. And if it works for you, then by God, keep doing it.
By golly.
I'm sorry, by higher power, keep doing it.
Yeah, I like to express my higher power, not because it's the popular choice, but because it helps me stay connected.
Oh, have to.
Yeah, and that's something I've noticed. Like when you are comfortable enough, I think most people do share.
Yes.
You know, I personally, if someone's like, I'm an atheist, whatever they believe in, it's not about, I don't think people who truly believe go around exclaiming or proclaiming like, I don't believe in this. This is my God. Like, I think it's more of like, okay, this is who I hail to, and that's it.
And it doesn't have to be a deity.
No, it doesn't. But when it's spiritually like wrought, when it's born from something that's actually Christian or from love.
Does this look like a Coors Light?
It kind of does. It's not offensive that way. It's Sam's Cola.
It's Sam's Choice Diet Coke.
Well, what looks like a drink. I feel like the Pellegrino.
Yeah, it looks like one of those bitch White Claws.
I know, that's what I think.
I used to make fun of people for drinking White Claw. What the fuck are you drinking White Claw for, you pussy? Like, I would say that.
Thank you. That's what, man, we're rough. See?
Sparkling water and vodka. It's cheaper and gets you drunker faster.
White Claw.
I drink these at school, you know. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm a Diet Coke addict, but I'm not a $6 for 12 cans addict. This is $2.38 at Walmart. There you go. And it's the closest knockoff that I have found. And so I enjoy it.
I buy the good stuff. This is expensive.
I have a Soda Stream I'm very serious about my sparkling water, as you can see.
I want to get one. I noticed that you had one. I could tell because the bottle. I'm like,
I have two. I have one for work and one for home.
Because I also enjoy bubbly, or someone called it bubbly. I'm like, it's bubbly, people.
Obviously, it's bubbly water.
Right? Don't church it up. Just because Bublé, Michael Bublé does the commercial, doesn't mean it's called Bublé.
No. Oh.
I didn't correct them. I let them do their thing.
Are we sure about this?
That it's not Bublé?
Yeah, because if Buble is doing the footwork,
Yeah, but look at that.
is it Boobly?
No.
You could be a spokesperson
B-U-B-L-Y.
for Boobly.
I could. I have both the boob and the blee.
If they have like ass drink, then I could be the spokesperson.
Booty sweat coming near you. Booty sweat drop.
Big booty soda.
Bro.
Try it today.
I was thinking when you're like, don't be a pussy and drinking White Claw. I'm like, what are you doing? Snorting Kool-Aid too, you bitch?
I was walking through school with these, and one of my teachers goes, "Oh, I thought you were drinking a beer." Not anymore, sir.
Now I'm proud enough to do it in the open. We do become
no koozie today.
Nope. Like it's one of those days. We're not even gonna hide it.
Nah. It's Sam's Cola, baby.
Sam's Cola.
When we really get that connection with something, maybe it's your diet soda. Then you start opening your mind to the possibility of, okay, I can do this. You know, you're praying to, you don't know what, I don't know what I'm praying to, but I know I don't have control over this. So I'm just going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep practicing this. You know, maybe some guided meditations. I am all about guided meditations.
Me too.
And I use them daily. And they're not, you know, you can do Christian ones. You can look up a Christian guided meditation. I'm going to say it like that every time.
I wish I could say this nicely. It's just Christian.
Yeah.
I just can't because of my accent. We had a viewer and a subscriber that said that I sound very Canadian with a hint of American. I'm like, that might be true.
You called it something the other night. I can't remember what you referred to it.
Midwesty? I call it my Midwesty.
No, you said like something Canadian.
Something Canadian? What,
Rough,
my accent?
Yes. I'll look back. Maybe I'll make it a promo.
It's like a hobo Canadian? No, I didn't say hobo. Because I love Canada. I don't know. I'm divorcing a Canadian. That's probably why. So they got in my head.
Yeah. I know lots of Canadians that I could kick in the face, though.
Well, yeah. I know one.
One in particular.
Again, shout out. Guess what?
Shout out.
Shout out. We're wearing lots of makeup, you Canadian, you little Phil and Terrence.
Anyway, you know, the more you practice your meditation, you know, which is typically like focus on your breath and focus on just this very present moment, then you can start just relaxing into whatever it is that you need to in that moment. And then you get that momentum going of there is definitely something greater than me out there, because I would have relaxed in the past with a drink, which obviously was not relaxing because I felt guilty after it and then I had more anxiety. But what is it? You start to notice, what is it that's allowing me to have this feeling? I don't know. I can't define God. I don't know how to define God. I mean,
there's a definition.
One of the very first times my boyfriend and I got to be together in person, you know, and really just talk about stuff with no time limit or anything. You know, that was a big thing to me. Like God as the white guy with a beard in the sky and a white robe and whatever, you know, I don't envision that.
Not because it's like the God from like Family Guy or The Simpsons, and then I'm like, okay, I can get down with that. That's my kind of God. That's who created me for sure.
God for me is this idea that I can't even explain. And Well, if there's a God, how did we start from nothing? I don't know. I don't know. But something did it.
It was a magic 8-ball in the sky.
And
come back
something,
later. Man,
something that I cannot define made that happen.
that's why it took so many days, because they kept getting try again.
Yeah, the original Adam was a ginger, so God was like,
Yeah, he was like, listen, man, we're not gonna stay in that one, so you gotta do better, 8-ball. Like,
although I do look pretty gingery right now in this lighting.
you do.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
What's
to
your
do
natural
something.
color? Is it like a dark brown?
Oh, like, can you see the room?
Yeah. Right here, this is my natural color. Is this like mousy whatever?
Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Oh, thanks.
No, mine is like, so if you think of like an Asian person, like that black hair,
Mm-hmm.
all right, and then you think of like a Native American, that real black hair, mine is like one shade lighter than that.
Oh, wow.
So it's very hard to match from a box, because any black undertones that I put on my hair overpower it, and then it's just black. Black is a very hard color to
Carrie.
impersonate, I guess.
I think that's nice though if you have natural dark hair like that.
Well, the problem is I started dyeing it when I was 14. And so I've never been able to get it back to the original color. I've done a soft brown, but still the black undertones take over. And so
you
when
can't like grow it out. What if you just grow it out?
like,
I do. See, it's just like a little smidge of blonde on the bottom.
yeah, but you know what? I have a lot of gray hairs coming in, and I don't know how I feel about that.
Okay.
All right. I just turned
Fair.
40 for higher power's sake. I'm 40. I am 40. Look at me.
You look great.
I'm a hot mess.
No, you're not. No,
That's
you
not
look great, 40. I only
fishing.
look good because I have a lot of makeup on and I try to stay in the light. And I have glasses. But if I
Just
walk-
carry around a flashlight with you at all times.
Exactly.
Look at this is my natural color.
It's always
I
like
don't have a
this.
filter.
Ready for like a selfie. This is natural for me.
I see these poor people posting selfies, and I just want to have an intervention. Like, come on, hold it 1 inch higher. That's your real
Meaning
face.
like you don't see, I have to get a good angle. Like right now I feel like I actually look I look good. But I don't always feel that way. I like a drawn out eye. Like I don't know. But if I do a picture, man, it takes forever.
I am a
Else I'm
selfie professional.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have other people take my pictures, and I'm like, God, you're an amateur.
All right, well, amateur. All right, well, listen, Christian. Then let's have a little selfie lesson. Let's do this.
Okay, you ready?
You share your tips. I'll share.
So
mine.
first of all, everyone has a good side.
Yeah, the good side and the evil side.
My good side is where my natural part happened. By the way, people,
I think
in
this
case
is-
you want to replicate my amazing hairstyle,
yeah,
it's
her
naturally
exquisite-
curly.
Exquisite bone structure.
It's naturally curly. I never brush it. I don't even run my
Good.
fingers through it.
Really?
Yeah, and I wash it once a week.
Oh, I washed. Yeah, this one's a little dirtier, but this is what happens when I don't wash. It gets curlier.
Yeah, duh. What did I
I
just
sweat.
say?
I sweat and I have to.
So you can do a straight on selfie. Oh, that's a really good picture. Because most people are looking at you straight on at all times. So you want to take a straight on or just maybe an inch higher.
Well, doesn't it depend on the angles of your face, though?
A lot of dudes like to take them down like this, I think, because it makes them look bigger.
Like
Like-
your junk?
No,
Or
no,
their beach
no,
shots?
no.
By the way, no one's ever impressed with those.
Yeah, please
You know
stop
you're wearing a
sending
cock
dick
ring.
pics.
Right? Get out
Stop
of
sending dick pics. Women don't like that. I mean, I know Rachel like kind of enjoys it, but for the general population.
I actually don't. I will, if someone sends me one, I go, bye.
No, like what the hell are you
I
doing?
get that all of them want nipples and boob. You know, they want the show. But like, what is hot about just like the cooter down there? Just like click under my sweatpants. Like that's not hot. Let's just stop this.
Well, okay. So here's my selfie.
Okay. That is really good.
I know. It's just you work your face and you get to know your face. I started about 3 inches higher, right? And then I gradually worked what I knew would work well with this side. Now,
this is my good
if I take a picture from this side, it's completely different.
Well, yeah, look at your face.
So that's what always happens when I'm on the left.
Here's mine. I don't know if you can see it. Can you see it?
Yeah. It's good.
Right?
But see what you're doing, this is the problem. You need to, the part of your face that's facing the camera needs to be your good side. You can't do this because it completely changes the contours of your face.
Okay, well, here's my other one where I did the same side.
No, because you're holding it on your right. That's what the side of your face should be. Don't turn.
That's the side I did.
No, you're turning your face in that direction.
So I should do this side. No, I did this side.
No.
Yes, I did. That's what this is.
I see your left side more.
No, that's my right. For
the
real.
left side of your face is more prominent.
It still looks good.
I'm not saying it doesn't look good. I'm just telling you how to take the perfect selfie.
Yeah.
You asked me to teach you.
I did.
So you know what? Stop asking me for my advice and then just throwing it back in my face.
I am shitting all over it.
She does it all the time. She asked me like what type of vibrator to buy, and I told her don't buy that one. And guess what?
I got
who's returning it to Walmart?
Not me, because I got electrocuted and I liked it. I used a cheap vibrator and I liked it. I liked it.
I was in a gig one time and I was gonna sing I kissed a girl and I liked it. And I had a girl that I knew in the bar was there, and I said, I'm gonna come out and kiss you. And then they never did the song. I was a fill-in vocalist last minute. And then they never did it. I was like, man, that was gonna be rad. I was so drunk.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because you don't like even fly that way a little.
Not even a smidge.
Yeah.
Nope. I'm sorry.
I'm not mad about it. I mean, I'm not gay, but I think I'm gayer than you if we had to be.
Oh, absolutely you are. Look at you lusting over me right now.
Damn it, you caught me.
No, but you know what's funny? All of my closest friends are gay.
Yeah.
And I have no problem with it in anyone else, but for me, it's just
yeah, exactly.
I can't imagine that. But you know what I heard recently is someone explained to me in a different way. Like they look for the spirit of a person rather than the sex of the person.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that made sense to me.
That is something that I also encompass. It's just I've always enjoyed dudes. So I just don't, but I'd never leave it. I don't really care either way. I guess I'm just not, I've never looked at ladies that way. So I guess I just go with the no label. Before that was a thing. I just really, whatever.
Right.
You know, my spirit tends to mix with spirits with penises. That's all.
Well, I mean, mine too. And we've talked about how, you know, I never got along with women.
Yeah.
Really.
Either.
But that a lot of that had to do with attention from the opposite sex. But for the most part, I vibe with a dude because they're abandonment. How have I been self-centered? How have I been defiant? And not like, well, I drank and got a DUI and I put others at risk. Yes, obviously you were self-centered and defiant in that moment. But really, what led you to that moment to drink so much that you thought it was a good idea to drive? That's what we have to get to. What was it that made you drink to that point and think it was okay?
I feel like that would take a while to really sink in. That one would take, like, you could still work all the steps and come back to that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's where a conversation with your sponsor comes into play.
Yeah.
So my girls, you know, we do the step, but they do 1, 2, and 3. And I give them as much time as they need. If they want to share their answers with me, they can. And then we meet and we say, we go over them, you know, and I'll say something like, I noticed here in this question, you reference how you're a failure. So it happens a lot. Why do you think, besides your drinking, what in your life has made you think you're a failure? And that's where we can take a step back and go, okay, so, you know, my dad ditched us when I was growing up. And then I had to take care of the family, and, you know, we were still poor. I'm just making up stuff. You know, I don't know. You know, so that gets to those feelings of, and when I come, okay, so here's my one. When my boyfriend in high school broke up with me when I was 18, I graduated. He was a year younger than me. I graduated, was going on to college, and he split up with me the summer. We'd been together a year. He split up with me that summer. I fell into a deep depression and thought, oh, I've lost my best friend. I've lost the person I could talk to. And I felt abandoned. And those feelings, those anxious, anxiety feelings, anytime I have them now, I just feel like I'm that 18-year-old kid whose boyfriend broke up with her. And so when I would have those feelings and it was okay for me to drink, I would drink. So I can pinpoint back when I started to have those feelings of, I'm not loved, I'm not pretty enough, I'm not, you know, I'm lonely. This person decided to leave me and he was my everything. Now looking at it at 40 years old, 22 years later, and getting through so much worse than my boyfriend breaking up with me before college, I realize those thoughts, they're always lies. Anytime I'm in that feeling of loneliness and I want to drink, or I did drink in the past, it was just a lie. And so those are the types of conversations you have with your sponsor, and something clicks. Oh, well, I guess I could associate it with when my boyfriend broke up with me before college.
Yeah, you can go way back. That's totally true. And I feel like that takes, like for me, it took a lot of writing. That's where the writing was important. And I think there was something in me, maybe my disease, who knows what, and also mixed with trauma, where I don't want to, even to this day, because I don't want to unlock all that. And there is a point of where this is why, how do I say this? Like, I feel like that's why a lot of steps and just how we work the program is suggested. Because if you do have trauma or dual diagnosis mixed in with addiction, it should take longer. It should take the time it takes when you're comfortable with it. You know, like when I'm comfortable, then it will come out. You know,
I think that when we're dually diagnosed, we're working 2 different programs in our step work.
Yeah.
Alcoholism is what brought me here.
Mm-hmm.
But my anxiety and my depression and my feeling of uselessness, that is from something else. That's when we say alcohol is but a symptom. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I hear a lot of people say, this is free therapy. It is not free therapy. it is a therapeutic tool. But if you need to go to therapy, please find a way. And if you need resources, reach out, because I know how to get that help, because I needed it.
Yeah.
And I had no money. So yes, this is a therapeutic tool. My therapist loved my AA work and praised me. I actually graduated from therapy. FYI.
Yeah.
She said, "Why are we meeting? You seem to be like totally together now." And I'm like, "Well, I'm not." No, but she, as far as psychotherapy and things like that, we can't replace this program. We can't replace therapy with this program.
No.
It is an amazing program. But if you have other issues, depression it's a killer. It kills people because we're not using tools. Alcoholism kills people because we're not using tools. But putting those two together, I highly encourage it and recommend it. And when you're doing your step work, then yes, it will take a little longer because you're working this part of your psyche as well as a physical substance that you've become reliant. You become reliant.
It's exhausting. Yeah, that's why I feel like a slow simmer is good. Just in my experience, I actually go to a therapist that their whole day one, they're like, our whole goal here and our whole aim is to get you out of here. And then if you need us again, come back. To me, that's a good therapist.
My therapist was amazing. She was a school counselor and did professional counseling on kind of like what I do with my private lessons. I teach at school, but then I do part-time private instruction. That's where I make the big money to afford my S21.
Your bouge life with your Samsung.
And my $15 Vans that are brand new.
If you want to be balling like Leslie, then start teaching lessons on the side. I don't know what kind of lessons you'll be good at, but
you could teach old-fashioned lessons.
Oh, I absolutely could. For all of you that don't know, that is my best friend is fucking hilarious, and she and I are ridiculous. So those are the kind of people I enjoy hanging out with. But she would always talk about, like, if she's married now, like, we're gonna give each other old fashions like in middle school, and that's like a hand job. So I just find it to be funnier to call an old fashioned now, because that's exactly what it is. And exactly, that's everyone has the giggles about it. I'm like, how can you not? Like, who wants an old fashioned over the Beeger? What dude, like, wait.
Maybe
right
our
there.
listeners could weigh in on this.
I doubt that. Hang on, you put that mouth away. You just give me the old fashioned. Get out of here.
With your raw, chafing hands.
You're real special to me. Let's just do hand stuff.
I will seriously pee.
That's why I wear a pad. I'm locked and loaded today. I wasn't fucking around. I am not playing.
You're just gonna let yourself pee.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it happen. It's not a full pee. It's just a dribble. There's no shame. Ain't no shame in the pee game. I'm good with it.
So this step is very important for you to take your time and really explore what it means to have a higher power. And I hear people say, you can pretend for now. And yes, you can. I was pretending for a long time, and I had a higher power in mind. The group of AA or NA or whatever fellowship you identify.
The good
within.
group of drunks or drug addicts. There you go.
Yeah, that can be your higher power. What am I praying to? A group of people? Well, it's like you're praying to the spirit of the program that works.
Yeah, that's what spirituality is. It's a spirit of something that's not you, that should encompass, something that's all inclusive when it comes to love, healing, understanding, and grounding,
If it's the God of Abraham, because that's how you understand a higher power, okay.
Yeah.
But if you're like, I can't believe in an idol that someone worships, that's okay. You don't have to do anything that you don't want to do.
And
you don't look.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
There was someone I knew in a meeting when I was in rehab that their higher power was a Mountain Dew bottle, which I'm not saying do that or don't do that, but that's what worked for them. So there's all shades.
Mm-hmm. What was I going to say when I crossed my fingers?
I don't know because I just heard look.
Rats.
Right?
I say that to my kids. Rats. Rats are mean. Yeah, they steal your cheese.
I like rats.
Oh my God. Every time we get on camera, there's another reason that I'm going to leave this partnership.
I want one.
Oh, don't ever come to my house.
I'm going to call it Ratspution.
I don't like this conversation.
I'm going to send you a rat now.
If you send me a
Ratagram.
If you send me a rat, we're done. Done. I will divorce you.
You can't because this isn't legally binding.
Oh, so you think. Did you read all the terms and conditions? No, you didn't. I've got you locked in for life.
Damn it. I'm so naive. I always keep getting myself in these positions of marriages and clauses.
When I edit the videos, there's little subliminal messages.
I own you, Rachel. I own your life.
And my subliminal messages are like, you just hear the wind. That's it.
More like,
I hope not. I would be sad.
My dog is very uncomfortable with the egg situation.
Maybe because the egg. I think she's uncomfortable because of the egg. Or he. It's a he.
She. It's a girl. How dare you?
Excuse me.
She turned 11 yesterday.
Aw, oh baby.
I didn't do anything except tell my boyfriend that my dog was 11. I'm such a bad dog mom.
Nah, she's 11. She knows the drill.
Yeah.
She's got a good home, a full belly, and a warm place to sleep. That's
down.
it.
You spoiled, rotten little brat.
Everyone thinks Taco's a boy, so.
They have pink collars. I'm walking this dog in a pink harness, a pink leash, and a pink collar.
Same.
She doesn't have balls.
Right.
As she's sitting to pee, what kind of dog is he? Like,
some male dogs do sit to pee if they've been neutered earlier than later.
Not in a pink harness.
Maybe in today's world, pink is just a color.
You know what? No. I bought pink on purpose. I'm going to put a bow in her hair. I'm going to put a bow behind her ear, surgically implant it.
How about you just have make a vest or something that's pink and then you can embroid she's a girl bitch on there. So
embroid?
Yeah, embroid.
I changed my backdrop today. What do you think?
Did you?
It's not like all hugged up around me.
Oh, I think it looks nice.
Yeah, I do too.
It's a nice curtain. It's like a navy blue, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
It's close to cerulean, but I think it's too dark.
I don't know any of those words. So I just say blue.
See, some things that I know.
I'm not so much into the color shading scheme.
I am. I like the fashions.
I want black and black. Sometimes
I like black.
hot pink, sometimes red. But there are colors of black that don't match.
Yeah,
like
black.
This shirt I can only wear with certain pants.
If you do monochromatic styling, it probably should match. Unless it's something like in a house or a room, because you have some depth there. But I feel like
I like a good, like real black when I wear
Yes.
black. Not, I know a lot of stuff's like faded, like very 80s washed out. I don't know about that.
Like my hair.
No, it's not washed out black. It doesn't look like distressed jeans, no.
This is distressed hair.
Is it?
Oh yeah, look at it. It's
Why is it-
awful.
Well,
Oh, because I was trying to prove a point again to someone. And I said, "Oh, I can make my hair look like that." And he's like, "Do it." I'm like, "Please." Well, a month later and like 4 bleach treatments, I totally ruined my hair. And that, I mean, it doesn't curl properly. I have to do like oil treatments to get the curl back.
That's why you should cut it.
No, I can't cut it.
Mm,
I can't cut it. Nope.
you want to grow it out?
I trim it. So eventually it will be out, but I can't
So-
cut it.
How long have you had your hair? How long have you had your hair before? Like, what's the longest length you've had?
Shoulder length.
Mm.
But I didn't style it right. See, this is the deal. I
Yeah.
cut my own hair.
Okay.
Okay. So it's in this kind of shape it's layered up. Okay.
Mhm.
When I had my hair long, it was just flat. And it wasn't right for me. So this basic shape, I have to cut it every month. I just do.
Yeah, I think
trimming.
angles are good for you with your face shape.
Yeah. So it's gonna just grow out kind of in this shape, and I have to keep it real thin on top.
I
So
leave mine one length pretty much.
Well, you have totally different hair.
I do.
Like I hate the way I look with straight hair. I hate it.
Oh, really?
But a lot of people like it.
I can go either way. I have the face shape where I can wear any shape, eyeglasses, sunglasses, hairstyles. I don't have to have anything specific, which is
Yeah.
nice. But it does get, it
Oh.
starts weighing me down though. Oh, 'tis time. Right on the dot.
Hey, I'm on a live podcast.
Who's this?
I'm on a live podcast.
Hi, person calling Leslie's phone.
I'll call you back in just a few minutes. Well, we're about to close, actually,
We
aren't
are
we?
about to close.
About 5 minutes. Oh, you can tell her. Go ahead.
Is this Justin?
It is.
Hi.
She says hi too.
Did he tell my girlfriend I said hi?
Yes. I'll call you back.
Leslie and I are going to be polyamorous, we've decided.
I have not decided that.
Well, he just called me his girlfriend,
He
so I
is
guess
mine.
we're going to be the new sister wives.
Oh.
We are.
I'll have a brother husband, but I won't have a sister wife.
We're going to be sister wives.
So with that, I guess we need to close because it's been an hour now.
Yeah, I think we did good. Let's close up shop. I got some meetings to go to.
All right. So if you're on step 3, if you worked it with us tonight, please don't be in a rush
Yeah, take
to
your
just
time. Let it
say
marinate.
what it's going to be. But make haste with practicing what it means to be spiritual.
And find a higher power, you slacker.
Yeah. That's a joke. It's okay to laugh.
Be a Christian.
Be a Christian like me.
Christian. And take amazing selfies, and then that'll be the answer to life and
All
sobriety
your
as you know
problems.
it.
That's right.
Yeah, you don't need anything else.
If
That's
you
it.
learned one lesson from tonight's step work, may you take good selfies
Yes.
for all your life. Many happy returns.
And again, many mahalos to you.
Yes. All right, loves. We'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
So my video will also not be in HD tonight because everything sucks.
Oh no, what happened?
No, it's just I was having trouble with the computer we were on earlier, and then I just well, she and I were ready to go live actually, and I was like, hold on, my computer's going. What are you giggling about?
You don't see me over here?
No, I was sharing the link. I'm like,
I was being silly.
anyway, what was weird is in the Zoom earlier, I clicked on a site and everything just stopped. So I don't know.
Lighting. I think this is the right one. I hope.
Yeah. I'm Leslie. I'm an alcoholic.
I'm Rachel. I'm an alcoholic.
Yeah, we just thought we'd come on tonight just for fun because we recorded our episode earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And we were like, let's just keep going. Let's go live tonight. Yeah.
Oh, this isn't even on right. Look at this. There's just issues and issues.
And
These are issues that need tissues, so we're all good. And I don't
you know,
and tears.
you know that when you're like doing stuff with your microphone, like can you hear this?
No. Yeah, I can.
Okay, that's what we hear right now.
My apologies.
Rachel constantly fixing things on her computer.
And myself, I'm always like, do I have ADHD? No. Not at all. Not me.
Oh man, that's great. So as I was doing, I was sending this link to people.
Yeah,
and
we need some people.
Yeah,
We need like live interaction.
No one actually knows that we're live right now, which was unfortunate.
Well, and in my neck of the woods, we got the Luke Bryant concert. That's
Oh
fun.
yeah, what's happening there?
So there's tons of people there that I know, probably that I graduated with, but it's on my friend's family farm, which is really cool. Like his people called his family. It's like his cousin or something. They used to work that farm when we were younger.
Wow.
And, was like, hey, can we do a party? You know, and honestly, even though I'm not a huge country fan, they're really fun concerts. They're rowdy and crazy, you know?
Do you know you're going to die when I tell you this?
Oh, no.
I don't enjoy live concerts.
Really? Like of any kind, even instrumental?
You know, the symphony is the worst.
For serious?
No,
explain why. Why do you feel this way?
So I don't know. So maybe, you know, when I was a kid and my parents were in cover bands, I was like, I just want to go home, you know, or whatever. Like we were the lackeys, we were the roadies, you know, and everything. And so I think maybe it kind of turned into a chore and then we just sat and listened to the music. I don't know. I don't know if it's an association problem. But what I do know is symphony concerts are boring as fuck. I like listening to classical music, but I can't sit there and watch people play. I've never liked it. Never enjoyed it.
I feel like that has to be decently common. Honestly, I love it.
My dad used to fall asleep in our
That's
concerts.
why I love it.
And he was only there because he was obligated, because we were his children. The only reason I got a car, my mom will back me up on this. They were so sick and tired of driving us to all our shit. I failed my driving test the first time.
Me too.
And they were like, gotta get your license. Not because they were great parents.
Yeah.
Not because they encouraged their daughter and they loved her more than anything and the sunset and rose in her eyes. No, it was because they didn't want to drive her anymore to all her shit. And then they started asking, do you have a solo?
Okay.
Do we really have to be there and listen to the same stuff over and over again? you know. But then if it was like a musical or something, it was different. It was a different character, and so they were there for that, you know. But rock concerts, I don't know what, like, I like the atmosphere. I like being there with someone I love, you know, but I'm not like, I don't just like get into it live. I don't know what it is.
I've seen I'm not a huge concert goer just because I don't know why. I just never have been, but I wasn't really allowed to either when I was younger.
Oh.
But man, the ones I've gone to, I really had a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some cool bands.
Have you gone since you've been sober?
I have not. This would have been my very first sober one. And a country concert in the field maybe that's a God shot, because let's just be real.
Well, I mean,
but I know the person I'd be with, my friend would, if I asked him not to drink, he wouldn't. But I don't want to be that person. Like, if I feel like I have to do that, I'm at the point in sobriety where I'm just like, is that okay to do? Probably not.
Now, how are you being around people who drink?
I don't mind. I can do it now. I still need my own out because I learned through, you know, the beauty of relapse and just learning that you never know what's going to trigger you. You don't know what's going to come up. So if they're partying like frat house style, I cannot be around it. Okay. I can't do it. It's a big trigger for me.
I don't suppose I have even really frequented those parties. You know, for it to be an option again.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? Like, I never like partied. I would do things like go out with friends and get wasted, but that was just like regular dinner, right? It wasn't like I sought out a party.
Yeah, I was a hardcore party girl.
So
yeah.
To be in, I remember one time in college, my sister and her friend met some guys at the mall, and we ended up at their apartment, and then all of a sudden the cops were there, and all I could think was, oh my god, the first like kind of college party I come to and the cops came. I was very uncomfortable in that situation because I didn't know anybody. I wasn't a drinker, and there was lots of drinking going on. So I don't know. Maybe because I wasn't uncomfortable in one of the only situations I was in, I could do it. But like you said, we don't know.
You really don't. I only did those things drunk. I mean, that was my drinking career, like hanging out with, we had a fraternity that we did hang out with, me and my roommate in college, and she was dating the president of
I have to interrupt because we got a comment. Mark W says, who else is here watching with me? Mark, I don't know, because I was interrupted posting the link several times by this catty woman here. So
I think she means chatty, cute, and smart to boot. That's what she means.
Oh, look at that. That would be where I put an image in.
There you go. That's what I'm good for. I'm quippy with the quippies, and I don't need a lot of time to make a rhyme. It's a skill. But yeah, I partied with a ton of just lots of people, bands. Like the girl like that was up on stage, like just
there's
crazy.
Steven. Hi, Steven.
Hi, Steven.
Oh, and hi, Mark. I'm sorry. You were our first comment of the evening.
Yes, Mark,
so
you're the coolest.
You in high regard.
Ask us a question, Mark. Any question we'll do.
Yeah, let's do some Q&A.
Yeah, not T&A, but Q&A. We're going up the alphabet, not down.
I can tell you from my experience. Oh, it's Tori.
Tori,
it's my sponsor.
I love you, Tori.
So, Tori, I would like you to please ask us a question to answer on
Someone ask us a question.
A topic wheel, if you will.
Yes.
But it doesn't have to be recovery based.
No, ask us anything. We're open books. Actually, this would be I think maybe we should talk about this like a few nights a week or once a week, like doing open, Q&A. Get
Yeah.
to know Leslie and Rachel.
If we have people commenting, we should just do it. Period.
Absolutely. So Mark, don't be shy. Ask.
It's
No, we are not
you
into
comfortable
furries,
around
but
people
bless
who
you.
drink now? Okay. Are you comfortable around people who drink now? So that's kind of where we were.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I never was uncomfortable with people who drink, and except for when I was attending Christian college, and I was very judgmental, right? I
Only the Christians drink the finest of the holy water vodka.
and the highest content Zinfandel.
And fuck the White Claw.
So I am not uncomfortable around people who drink.
At all, in any capacity?
But I don't go to Ragers. I never went to Ragers, so I don't have any place at a Rager, I don't think. And so I guess it's not an option for me. Like people who drink in a normal social evening, it doesn't bother me.
Mm.
And I don't hang out with people that party. So,
Yeah.
But if someone orders, my parents drink. And when we were together, they ordered vodka and soda, which was my drink. Didn't affect me, honestly. Didn't
That's
bother
good.
me. I didn't have any qualms about it. So, what about you?
It depends. I get triggered more often than not. I haven't been around it in a long time. But I am just fresh out of a marriage that I was, for the most part, sober, except for those 2 weeks in my relapse.
Right.
And he drank the whole time and lied to me about it and hid stuff. So, I mean, those are a lot of triggers because I was a kind of alcoholic in an active alcoholism. I didn't hide.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't carry around a fifth and everyone watch me, but I didn't try to hide it either. I didn't stash anything anywhere. I also
did.
I didn't have a kid at the time, but so finding that and being around that and being like, hey, this really bothers me. I think that's why it's going to take me a little bit to be around that. So if someone has a drink, cool. If people are sitting there getting blitz, I can't. I just can't do it. And I think it's because my memories and the kind of drinking I did, it was all of that. That's all I did.
So Tori says, what is your most recurring trigger?
Ooh, my most reoccurring trigger?
Recurring.
Yeah. Recurring?
Yeah, I posted a post one time and it was reoccurring and someone corrected me and I could have died.
It's reoccurring, not recurring.
Recurring.
Oh, my bad. Recurring.
I thought it was reoccurring until like 2 years
Is the
ago.
O silent because of some weird vowel thing?
No, it's recurring.
Yeah, no, I gotcha.
Not
If you reoccur or reoccur, either way,
a recurring trigger. We talked about triggers the other night.
We did. Good question.
But we just
what about
touched
you,
on it.
Leslie? You answer that one first so I can think.
So I don't get triggered to the point of I need a drink. I haven't had those. I don't like the word trigger because for me, but I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, we talked about this, how, my sponsor, my mom and my boyfriend will just say it like it is. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I've texted all of them in this situation. So I'm just going to blanket it. And I say,
okay,
I'm having anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what happened? And I'm like, nothing happened. And they're like, something had to have happened at some point for you to have anxiety. And I'm like, well, I'm alone. Okay. How was your day? Well, I got into it with one of my teachers and they right? And they're like, okay, there's what happened. So now, why are you having anxiety? And there's my answer. So
that's smart.
My trigger is
people,
usually like a slow buildup.
I think I can relate to that. And my sponsor will be like, how's your head, heart, and gut? That's a big thing we go over. And if it, let's just say it's like loneliness, because that was something I was dealing with, and I still do, but it's not as, I guess, triggering. So that recurs, sorry. And she'll be like, okay, so what's behind that? And I'm like, I'm scared. And what's behind that? And really we get to the root of like, I don't want to take care of myself, and I have to be honest about it. I want someone to take care of me. And I'm like, I don't like that because it makes me look stupid and weak. But it's not really about that. It's just getting to the, you know, the root of the problem so I can understand why that fear is there, because that's the fear that, and under all those blanketed layers will, you know, drive me to drink again, or could, you know, very possibly.
I'm trying to think if I have something that would just set me off.
Oh, like, is that what? Well, something that sets me off immediately is my ex-husband and all his. Sorry, there's a little.
But like, would you be like, oh, I'm drinking? That's what I think of as a trigger. Maybe
no. I think of a trigger as a slow burn. I don't think everyone. Now, this is a rough situation, but this is, it seriously happens, and we know this. If something happened to my son and he wasn't here any longer, I can't promise I wouldn't drink. Right. I don't know if I'm that strong.
I've said that.
Yeah.
Like,
it's because I don't know how I'm going to deal with it. I have no idea.
Day to day. And
it would be second to second. I'd probably have to fly out and stay with somebody. Like, honestly, I couldn't. Not that I want to, but I feel like something maybe traumatic like that, I could see how people, you know.
Well, we can say we're human, and I have no intention of drinking during that time.
Yeah, I have zero intention.
But that's why. Oh, thank you, Tori. Bye. Oh, she said good answers. So
love you.
We passed the sponsor test.
Yay, she's the best.
I know. Bill himself said, I have no intention of drinking. Because we can't say I won't drink for the rest of my life. I know people who have been in this program 30 years, and I watched them, admired them, and grew with them. And then they were back out just like that.
Absolutely.
And so we can't say, you know, one of the articles I came across in my research for today's episode that we recorded, it said, newcomers and old comers alike must have access to meetings, which is, you know, the virtual world, because no one is unsusceptible to relapse.
Oh, absolutely. It's contingent on the work you do in your recovery, and life happens. I think I'm learning too why, like, okay, so when I had my slip, I have a different therapist now, but the therapist I was working with at the time said, Rachel, don't count it. And she herself has been in recovery for like 30 years.
Don't count.
Yeah, because she said it wasn't severe enough. I was like, I can't do that. So this is kind of a segue, but
I know what I think I know what she's saying, but I understand your point of view more.
Yeah, like
you knew internally.
Yes,
sobriety was out of the question in those 2 weeks. You were not sober.
I wasn't sober. I wasn't thinking. If you're thinking in a sober mind, why would you be like, oh, I'll just have a drink? It's just a little sip. Come on, man. You know it's a slippery slope. Of course I'm going to start drinking again. Like hardcore.
Just because you weren't drunk and you didn't lose control.
That's exactly it. It's coming though.
Right.
I played that game enough, and a lot of people suggested that to me, and I was like, I appreciate that, but I'm so happy that even though I felt it, the time, like logically, I knew that time didn't matter. It's not about that. I wanted real sobriety, real recovery. So I had to start day one. That was very humbling. There's something extremely humbling, and it's not demeaning. It's good when you have to start over, because it's like, okay, I'm not Superwoman. I'm not Superman.
That's why people, I don't know because I haven't been in that situation, but I am positive that coming in and saying I went back out and I'm on day one is humiliating to a lot of people. I'm sure of it. Like, it's the last, especially if you've been, rubbing elbows with these people and they know you and they've been rooting you on, you feel like you've disappointed them. I'm sure that that is emotions that people have. But please, I am telling you, as someone who has 2 years and 3.5 months or 4.5 months or whatever, I need people to come in and say, I had time and I lost it. Because that is, we have talked about relapse. Is relapse an essential part of a recovery? Because I've heard relapse is inevitable or something like that, or relapse is a part of recovery. And I didn't agree with that for a long time, because I was like, it's not going to be part of my recovery today, you know. And then I started kind of understanding whether or not I can identify with a personal experience of relapse. Your relapse is a part of my recovery, and his relapse is a part of my recovery.
Yeah,
Number
really
one, because I'm learning from their example.
Yeah, and they're sharing their experience.
And they had the courage to come up and say, don't do it this way.
And hey, I'm still here, I'm alive. Because let's be real, that's the main point. It's funny, and I know we've said this, like, yeah, we're silly and we're ridiculous, but also I hope we save someone's life in some way. Because when you come up after a relapse, and I know because I've done it, I didn't realize like how many people that could help. You're exactly right. And when someone else does it, I just made that connection. It was beautiful. I'm glad you shared that. It is a part of our relapse, our recovery as well, because then that's our opportunity to then reach out the hand of AA and be like, it's cool.
That was my number 3. That was my number 3. It provides me the opportunity to say to someone, you helped me. How can I help you? If I'm here, if you need me. And I want to say to anyone who watches tonight or in a year from now on this, we will answer your messages.
Yes, we will.
We will answer your messages. And if you leave a comment on a chat or you reach out to us on Facebook or TikTok or whatever, we will get back to you. And it will not be like, I mean, I don't care what time of day it is. If I don't see your message, that's a different story. But if you comment and you need help, we are here for you.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is the responsibility pledge.
Yes, it is.
When anyone anywhere reaches out, and I'm not talking just to alcoholics, I'm not talking to just addicts. If you are just a person in a situation and you need help, we will help you. We may not be able to rescue you, but we will provide you with resources of some sort.
Yeah, and that's the point. And hopefully from this, we can also start building our own fellowship here in some form with other fellowships and kind of be, you know, a mecca, not in like we're the coolest kind of way, but in a humble way of, like you said, a resource to just reach out. Because there really isn't anything like this. So why not? All it takes is one person being kind to another, and you just, you know, pay it forward, man.
Mm-hmm. And laugh along the way.
Fuck
you
yeah,
know,
laugh.
I watch these murder trials. I'm a murder trial junkie, like start to finish. I pretend I'm the jury.
Yes.
On YouTube.
Oh,
right?
You watch like, okay.
The full trial. I mean, opening arguments, everything. And I act like I'm the jury.
Mm-hmm.
And so I watch these, and people inevitably say something funny during a murder trial, you know, or children were murdered. And there's always a comment on these videos that says, how can they laugh and make a joke in such a serious trial? I understand that to a point, but if we can't joke and laugh, then there is no hope. And
kind of true.
It's not like they're cracking jokes on the witness stand. It's just like someone says something or trips or something and people laugh. Like life happens around you.
Life happens. Exactly. Yes.
And so, yes, there's tragedy and there's trauma and there's really shitty stuff. But if there is something that you can laugh about, then do it.
It's okay to laugh.
Yes. I mean, I I have a friend in a very dark situation right now, and I can say I'm here. You can call me anytime, of course. And people in those situations get that. That's all they get. Let me know if I can do anything. And so I said, would you like an occasional tasteless meme? I was like, yes, I think I would like an occasional tasteless meme. Great. I can't take away your problems, but I certainly can send you some really raunchy memes every once in a while.
That's the best.
It's a welcome little chuckle.
There you go. Laughter really heals the soul. And if we can't laugh at our own tragedies, what the fuck do we have? Like, that's what
I can laugh at your tragedy. Very
at
easy.
mine.
Yeah.
Me too. That's why I'm like, I've been divorced twice. I told you.
I don't have tragedies. Have you seen my phone?
I have I'm sorry. Wait. We need to have like some kind of shining, beaming light come in for this high-end Samsung
Galaxy.
What is it? An S what?
S21.
S21, as you see in
5G.
5G. There it is. Sleek.
I mean, I don't have. If I have this phone, I mean, everything else is kindergarten problems, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Well, not for me. I have very large problems, but I always try to keep a smile because, like, what else are you gonna do?
No. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if we're being real, I could be homeless next month. I could lose my car. I don't know if I can afford the rest of the divorce. I don't even know if I can afford rent, but somehow I'm doing it. So
yes, and looking good while you do it.
Thanks. Yeah, at least I have a truckload of makeup.
But that should say something. Like, we take our recovery so seriously and other people's recovery. Like, during this time, I could be teaching 4 more music lessons, a week during the time we record.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, the money is not. I see this need, especially, guys, God, when this episode comes out that we did today, and the research that we went through, and the people that need help because they're trapped in their houses, like, this is way more important to me.
I agree.
If one person,
yes,
go ahead. I mean, I can supplement my income with other things during this time.
That's good.
But this is too important to me in this global climate right now.
I agree wholeheartedly, and that's where I just have to have faith.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the wings of love, so they say right now.
Oh, wings of love!
And I no, but seriously, I have to look at all the beautiful things. Like, doing this is a dream. So how can I not follow a dream that I haven't had since, like, I'll be real, music. That's been decades. So this is, if I lose my job, and I know those are fears, but seriously, I'm like, there's just something pulling me. I'm like, this is what I'm supposed to do, though. This is more important because everybody's okay over there. And it's not always easy to chase your dreams. I kind of understand now when people are, they're like, just keep going, follow your heart kind of thing. It's not easy. It might feel good, but there's a lot of strife. However, I believe it's going to pay off and be exceptionally worth it.
Yes. Because, I mean, I've already heard from people who we've talked surface, but they're like, I needed to laugh like that today. I needed it.
Good.
And that's why we're taking the time to do this.
Oh yeah, man. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
So
I've had a few people reach out to me too, and I don't know about you, it kind of surprised me, or I was like, oh, okay. And it just made me smile.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, yay, it reached somebody. It's not like, look at how popular we are. It's not.
No. I mean,
well, yeah, I mean,
I am tweeting about how popular I am right now, but that's an aside.
Bougie Leslie, that needs to be your own meme. I've got Hoedown Rachel and Boozy Leslie.
I gotta get you with the tractor.
I'll be like
cattle prod
with the. Truck drivers. Not really. I like nerds. Staunch nerds. I'm a big nerd fan.
Oh, my boyfriend calls me a nerd. I love it. That means he thinks I'm smart.
You are smart. You're very smart.
I'm so very smart.
You are. I learn a lot from you, and I like that. To where I'm like, oh, I gotta. When we play Scrabble, she like schools me.
We have a new question.
Oh,
and
yes.
The question is, which one of you smells worse? Maybe it's me. That's Steven.
One of us smells worse?
Yeah. So he's
asked this question.
Steven. He said, which one of you smells worse? Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me?
No, I don't smell.
No, I smell fresh and lovely.
Yeah, I do too. I smell real good in this area from a parfum and got nothing. So, Steven, the answer is we don't smell. Thank you so much for asking.
You think it is you?
Well, yeah, because I'm kind of a hippie and I wear natural stuff, so I get that.
Oh, Steven said, maybe it's me. And I said, we think it is you. Although you just did totally give away that you smell worse.
Do it? Well,
because you use natural products. Listen, if it ain't got chemicals in it, it's not doing its job. I don't care if there's not chemicals, it's not doing its job.
When it goes on my body, it's a little different for me. Yeah,
not me.
I let it go, because I don't want all the aluminum in
I
my body.
figure I've pickled my organs so much, there's not a lot of more damage.
Mummify yourself, just aspartame all throughout.
I love aspartame.
Just
my mom's like, you're gonna die of poisoning. I'm like, Mom, I'm not drinking anymore.
But I like my Sam's Cola.
I love my Sam's Cola.
If someone told me I couldn't have my caffeinated water, I'd be like, go fuck off. I gave up the drink. You let me drink my bubbly.
Can we do this one addiction at a time, Mom? So I tried to.
Yeah, Mom.
A year ago, about Thanksgiving.
Your mom sounds like she's fun.
Oh my God, you would love my mom. She's gorgeous and she's brilliant and she's funny as hell. Yes. My mom is amazing. Trying to convince her to come on the show with us.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mom,
anyway,
you need to come on to the show so you can meet me and we can have some good banter going down because it's pretty cool here. I think you'd enjoy it. And I will keep the swears to a minimum if you come on.
Maybe we can live stream a little Facebook chat.
Yeah, nothing crazy.
When I'm with them next week.
Maybe a little Q&A with the mom.
Anyway, what was I saying? My mom. Oh, so in November, I'm on the phone with my boyfriend and I'm like, I'm giving everything up. I'm giving up caffeine. I'm not going to vape anymore. I'm only going to be like totally wholly organic. And he's like, all right. I gave up Diet Coke. I gave up coffee. I gave up vaping. I gave up, there was one more thing. I don't remember. But that lasted a month. And I was having a night. I was having one of those nights. Like where I was driving home late from work and something else happened and it started to rain, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, oh my God, I want to drink. And I was like, this is too close of a call for me. So I picked vaping
up everything
back
at once though, didn't you?
So I picked up vaping up again.
Yeah, good.
And I was vaping a lot of nicotine. I'm on a low nicotine dose now. I don't like it. I feel like it's my baby bottle. I hate it. But right now I'm not willing to give it up. And isn't that how addiction goes?
It totally is, because I feel like you just replace one for the other. And If it's not anything, it's usually some kind of recovery program. But I feel that's just the name of the game. I don't know if we all get out alive without that. And I did the same thing. For a long time, I was giving everything up. I'm like, I'm going to be one with the earth and myself. And blah, blah, blah. And then, within a week, I'm either binge eating, fucking my way to happy, which doesn't work. Okay. Or, and smoking like a banshee. And like every time, skeeters, every time I get divorced, that sounds bad no, it doesn't. It's just reality. Every time I get divorced, I end up smoking like crazy. I've only had, this is only my second one, people. So it's not bad. I should say every time I go through like a huge life.
Every time I get divorced.
I know. That's a meme too.
Anyone like Ross.
If anyone would like a beautiful wedding dress, I have one for sale. $700. Gorgeous. Hey, my rant. No, but yeah, I usually smoke really, like when I started vaping again, I hadn't smoked anything in over a year, and then cigarettes, it's been 4 years. So at least that's gone. But man, I just started tapering off. I was blasting through like 4 cartridges a day.
They're expensive. That's why, I was smoking so much. That's why I moved to this, because I could vape on it longer.
Yeah,
it's.
I have to get mine now. It's over here. Hang on. I left it charging.
Look, I love cigarettes.
Oh yeah, I like cigars.
I smoke an occasional cigar still.
I'm a big cigar fan. We should smoke a Stogue on the.
I got Justin. Shit. I'm not supposed to say names on the air.
That's okay. Who's gonna know? Justin, my friend. Yes.
I got Rachel's friend Justin some amazing cigars in Miami.
He loves that.
And then Rachel's friend said to me, "They're not that good," and I was so disappointed.
It's you know what though, cigars are something. It's like people like what they like.
And
There's
I didn't test.
Stogie, it's amazing. I'm like, but
I didn't test or anything. I just said, "Give me some good big fat cigars," and she was like, "Here, here, here, here." And I trusted her. This is why I have to do everything myself.
Well, no one's perfect there, Miss Leslie. And
well,
let's smoke a stogie together one night. I think it'd be really awesome.
Yeah,
I love my Stogues. Now I can't have a good scotch with it anymore, but you can have a nice strong tea. Tea actually pairs decently well. I know it sounds silly, but it's not. You're laughing at me. It took me by surprise.
A nice strong tea.
A nice strong tea.
Boba would not work.
No, it would not. You have to have the bag so you can go boop boop. I know it sounds really weird, but I've done it and I'm like, I mean, what else do we have? I know. Yeah, it's like 2 different parts of culture coming together. The English and the.
Actually, we should do a pipe. I sure.
Pipe. I can't smoke a pipe.
By Jove. Oh, it's. You got to keep puffing on it.
Yeah, I don't. I should have. Really just smoked a cigar.
My grandfather used to smoke cigars in pipes, and that's why I just enjoy an occasional smell of it.
Pipe smells the best.
Yeah, I don't think I
really like it.
I can smoke a cigar a year.
Oh, I could. Yeah, I like it when I'm like hanging out.
And I smoke a real cigarette about once every 6 months so that I can remind myself why I don't want to smoke. Because my mouth feels weird and my hair smells,
I've never enjoyed it because of that. Like,
Mm-hmm.
The smell. That's why vaping doesn't bother me. I can't deal with the smell. It's disgusting.
I don't mind it from other people. It just doesn't sink into my body as much if I'm not smoking it.
Yeah. I don't like it from anyone. I mean, when I used to smoke, people were like, "Oh, you smoke? I'm surprised. You never smell." I'm like, "Yeah, dude, I work real hard on that." I just, I was like Febrezing everything all the time.
Yeah.
Because it's a dirty smell.
Well, I mean, unless you're conscientious about it.
Maybe
But yeah, I don't mind the smell of cigarettes.
Yeah, I don't like them at all.
I don't know. Maybe it's a past comfort from somewhere along the line.
No, that makes sense. Do you remember cloves? Cloves are nice.
I couldn't stand the smell of them so bad that I didn't want to try it. I mean, I don't mind the afterburn, but the actual smell of the like cigarillo itself, it just turned my stomach.
It's strong.
Yeah.
I started smoking Swisher Sweets menthol cigarillos. Do you remember those? They were like $2 a pack when I started. Just a soft pack.
I don't have those in my country.
Well, you still live in the U.S. I am sorry. I'm sorry to tell you this.
I don't know. I don't frequent a lot of the places you do, Rachel.
Oh, goodness. You know, I think you might like my neck of the woods. It's not so bad. And
I would probably. But
Yeah,
you probably run screaming from mine.
No, I would not. It's
really because of my upstairs neighbors.
Well, maybe we would just have to put on a show for them and be like who could be the loudest? And we'll just like blast porn as loud as it can go, like start playing marching band music.
My upstairs neighbors, guys, I swear to God, they have hardcore rough sex every night at around 11:30.
And
I'm like
cats and dogs. Like, you got a lot going on over there.
I'm like, what's happening in my apartment upstairs?
They're enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
Maybe they're sober too. Good for you. Step 4, inventory of your dick. Oh, goodness.
Yo, dick.
This is the stuff that keeps me sober because I'm so wanting of like physical touch that I have to joke about it. But in no way am I easy. So, all you out there.
Okay, my mom just texted me.
Your mom did?
Yeah.
Tell her to watch.
Uh-oh. I can't read all of this right now, Mommy. I'm sorry, Mom. I can't read all of that right now.
Aww. Tell Mom
to... she's still going.
Tell her to come on. Say we're live. She can ask some questions. And I will tell her about whatever she asks.
All right. So, if you just joined us, which I think a couple people just did, we're actually answering any question you have in the chair box or in the chat box.
I'm with Leslie and Rachel.
Yeah. So far, we've had, what are your triggers?
Mm-hmm.
Are you comfortable around people who drink now?
Mm-hmm.
And which one of you smells the worst? And we determined it was Rachel.
Because I refuse to wear aluminum under my arm, so I can have a solid brain and of my thoughts.
Liquid brain.
You still have lead paint in your house, in your apartment too? Like, geez, man, it's not.
I'm sure. I don't know.
I've actually just used essential oils up there and be like, it works.
It would burn after shaving.
No, well, you don't do it after shaving, but you can make it into a paste with baking soda, and then you freeze it. That's pretty much what the natural stuff is. It's not bad.
I'm okay.
All right. Well, if you powder up, don't use talc. Okay, like let's do one of those.
I don't use powder. Except for on my face.
I try not
and that's straight talc powder.
You're going like Elizabethan. That would be some fun hair and makeup.
Yes.
I was so excited. Get like the collar and just like the big hair, like As big as it'll go.
I don't know if I have I might have some sort of rough in the costume closet.
I think I have enough Amazon boxes to create everything.
Okay.
I saw this thing on Pinterest someone made for Halloween. It was Amazon Prime. I laughed so hard.
Oh, Transformer.
Yeah, but it was Amazon Prime.
So I have all of my best costumes and props that I've ever had. I made myself out of hot glue and like papier mâché and cardboard.
That's fun. I want to do that.
Yeah, it's fun.
I think this year we're gonna have to because we're po.
Yeah, we are very poor.
Mm-hmm. Poor even.
Does anyone want to give us some money?
Nickel for a nickel.
Time for a good time.
Ooh, dollar make me holla.
Quarter if you like just hanging out.
Quarter if you sort of get our
quarter for a sorta.
It's fun. So who joined? Anyone asking questions?
Well, you know what's interesting is you can see how many people are watching, but you can't see who's watching, which is quite clever because you can't find out who your stalkers are.
If you know me and you're watching, you should ask a question. Unless you're you know who, then go away, please, because I don't want you watching me. Thank you. Nobody likes you.
And everyone watching thinks it's about them. I've posted, I don't do this anymore on Facebook. I don't try and bait people anymore on Facebook. I used to be like that and it was horrible. I used to post things like, if you're a hypocrite, raise your hand. And then, or I would post like, keep scrolling, this isn't necessarily about you, you know, like, and it was like, what is wrong? Like, that's why I deleted my Facebook last November and just started all over again. Like, too many like of these passive aggressive attention seeking wanting validation posts. I was like, yeah, God, you're a psychopath.
I think we all get in weird headspaces sometimes. But no, I wasn't trying to bait, but I understand what you're saying. It's more of like I was trying to make a joke again of my life. But yeah, I never understood that either. I'm like, aren't people asking for that kind of like?
I saw one the other day that said, just a selfie at the hospital.
I don't like those. I don't get it.
All right.
Stop doing that.
What's wrong? Oh no. What happened?
I just fucking like it. And I'm
Do
like,
you
okay.
need me, baby? You
no,
know what?
We don't need you. Don't do it. It's inappropriate. Make a phone call like a grown up. And I actually am very passionate about this. I had a family member go through it was a very serious accident. And there were pictures of this person on Facebook in like not even conscious. And I'm like, dude, I don't get it. If you can't make it to the hospital, then make a phone call, because it's inappropriate. So I don't do that with my kids. I don't know. Maybe I'm just really private where I'm just like, I don't need to do that. Like, I might say I'm divorced, but I'm not going to like go into the grody details for everyone. Be like, when I was sobbing on the floor and boogers were coming out, and I'm going to take a picture of that. Like, oh, what's wrong?
Ask me about it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I know. I can't right now. It's so much. Yes, we're making fun of you if you do this. Yeah. If you have time to take a selfie.
Ugh. I can't even.
I know. Why don't you pick up the phone and reach out? I feel like even if you're not in AA, you need it.
And reach out to us.
Yeah.
We'll tell you if it's Facebook worthy.
Don't sail those seas to Self-Pity City. They're real rough.
Listen, I've done it all. And I understand the motivation and I understand that need. I've done it. But
Yep.
again, I say, and I loudly proclaim, that is why I deleted my old Facebook account, because
No one will ever know. Mine's still floating around, unfortunately.
it's there somewhere, I'm sure.
You know what we should do is try to find what was before Facebook? Well, I can't think of it.
MySpace?
But is it still around?
I have looked up people's MySpace.
I want to look up my old MySpace page because what I loved about it,
I think I deleted mine.
Was that I loved playing the music. That was the coolest.
I didn't get into MySpace.
I loved
and
it.
And then Facebook was by invitation only in the beginning.
It was, and I boycotted Facebook until I think I didn't get on Facebook until 2012.
My God, when I got that invite, I was like, this is my life. This is my new life now.
I think everybody thought that.
Facebook and I are one.
Now I think Insta's cooler and TikTok.
I love TikTok, but I only like it for certain things.
It makes me laugh.
I only want to search a specific thing. I don't want to see random videos. I don't know.
I do. And if you ever watch this, the dude that does Judy's candles, I fucking pee my pants.
Send me some.
I would
send me the things that make you laugh really hard, and then maybe I'll get into it.
A lot of them are like people farting. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't like that stuff.
No, it's funny. It's really?
I don't know if I would think it's funny.
Oh, I think it's hilarious.
I can't even say that word. Do you know that?
Wow. I can't.
My boyfriend and his son will say it so much in front of me just to get under my skin.
I think they're hilarious. But I had 4 older brothers, so it's like no big deal.
Yeah, no. I had my dad, and he's pretty respectable.
Oh, yeah, we weren't like that. We were
kidding.
We were a big Polish Ukrainian farting bunch, and we ate a lot of food. So
we were Sicilians sitting around drinking our red wine and yelling at each other.
We weren't too different. We just had vodka and you had wine.
Yeah, send me some. I mean,
I'm going to plug my sister. My sister has a new business, Pierogi Peddler, in California in Silicon Valley, and they are amazing and they're homemade. So if you want any information on that, reach out. Huh?
Your sister's up there in the Northern California?
Yeah. They just bought $1 million home.
I'm from the Bay Area.
Yeah.
If you want to know that story, then just watch our first episode, because I'm not getting into it right now.
Yeah, I'm very proud of her, and they just bought, I think it's like 1.7 million, and they're gonna move, and they have like extra rooms. I'm like, oh, let me come live there, because it's cheaper than what I'm paying now, which is ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, so I live in Houston. I am not stoked on the idea of Houston, but I have a really good job. I came here because my ex-husband was from here, and Houston is great for music education, but I'm at the point where I want to just enjoy where I live. I agree. I won't be able to sit out on my patio and enjoy it for another probably month.
Because it's so hot.
And it's the humidity. It's just terrible.
I can't do that. I can't do insane humidity. That's why I want to leave here, and for other reasons. I want more culture.
Houston's a great city.
Yeah, I bet it is.
I don't love it.
Who doesn't?
I don't.
You don't love it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it.
Because I want to be in the mountains and on the beach,
I want to be on the beach, not the mountains. I want to be in the water, wherever that is.
I've decided, wherever I settle, I have tons of options right now of what I can do. Wherever I decide to go will be mountains or water. Preferably a lake in the mountains. That's how I grew up. On the top of a mountain with a lake at the base.
How are you in the bay?
So, okay, I guess we didn't get into this. My dad's all of the Canadas are in the Bay Area. Okay. When my dad and mom met, they moved from there and we moved every few years
Mm-hmm.
to different states, not just different places. And so I did my elementary school years in Idaho, which is why I would say that's where I grew up, because that was my formative year. Those were my formative years. But the Bay Area, I've gone every summer for my entire life because my parents were smart and they shipped us off with the grandparents during the summer, right? And they were like, yeah, we're 25 and we don't have kids anymore. They had kids so young. They were just desperate to just enjoy time together. And
That's
so
fortunate. It's very nice.
we would go. So every summer I would go to the Bay Area, and I've for 40 years, that's been constant in my life. So that's why I say I'm from the Bay Area. I know the Bay Area driving routes better than I know here, where I've lived for 16 years.
Mm-hmm.
I still have to look up a map here. I don't follow GPS. I have to look at the map and know where I'm going, but I have to do that every new place I go in Houston. Mm-hmm. You can't just say, oh, down there by the post office.
Yeah, that's us. We can hear, and it's
which
nice.
one?
Yeah, sometimes
there's
I'm
3
like,
on my highway right here.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, we just have the one. It's kind of small town living does have its advantages.
I wouldn't mind a small town.
It's quiet and it's nice and it's very personal. And actually, Howell and Brighton are pretty bougie, for real. Especially Brighton.
So, totally up my alley.
Bougie. Like, yeah, real fancy. Yep. Here's the same song.
Would we fit in? Oh, you just sent me a TikTok.
I did. That's
okay.
The one I find hilarious.
Okay, I'm gonna watch it right now.
Do it.
Judy's candles. Chicken and blue waffle. Aged from under cheese. Stimulated prostate. Lavender lactation. Cooter creamsicle. Why didn't you love me, mother? Get Judy's candles right now, you bitch.
This guy, I love him. And I wish if you ever watch us watching you, please come
Tober
on
Williams.
So funny.
Okay, let me switch my profile and follow him.
Yes, and he has so many. I found him like 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Tober Williams.
Blowing up.
And we are at it's okay to laugh. Okay. French Toast Poppy. Follow back, French Toast Poppy. We are it's.okay.to.laugh at TikTok because all of the other combinations were taken, which makes sense.
Yeah, it kind of does, but
although, oh well. Anyway, so we didn't have really a topic tonight to talk about. We just kind of wanted to jam and banter a little bit. So let's see.
I'm gonna send my mom the link, which maybe I shouldn't do, but I'm doing it.
Oh, okay.
Mom, if you watch this, don't be mad because I swore a whole bunch.
I'm not drinking.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sober.
So
I'm sober. I'm inappropriate. I don't know.
Maybe we'll come up with a new theme song.
I feel like we need to have one, yeah. So that beginning is less going.
No, I think for every episode we're gonna have a different something.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
There, my oldest sister. She'll probably not like that, but who knows?
Well, we've been live for a long time.
We have.
They're gonna come in at the tail end and be like, "This is it."
You can rewatch it, hussies. You don't have to I rewatch it immediately.
I know, I do too. Got to get those views up.
Get the views up, and I
want
want
that algorithm set.
Yes. Now the back and forth we have, I don't feel that's just it's magical. However, yes. I always try to I don't know, be better, do a little bit better. I'm really trying not to say, huh?
Oh, well, as you can tell, I've given up the so battle.
Getting better, yes. And I don't
Am
know
I?
if you are. I don't know if the ums for me. I'm a little more cognizant of it, but
I don't know. Maybe I'll do an so episode every week. So we can train ourselves. We can train ourselves. So. See, I was saying so.
Yes.
I was giving you your backbeat, bass beat, drop beat.
We could just do the do re mi, but with all like,
so
like yeah, like that's good.
All right, so I think we're gonna end.
Yay.
We've been on air for an hour, so seems
all
appropriate.
right, beautiful people. Thank you for tuning in. Tell everyone,
please,
like everyone, even grandma, because she'll probably get a kick out of it. Why not? And subscribe.
Well, not my grandma.
Oh, and your grandma.
I did learn that today. She
subscribed.
She loves us and she supports us in everything that we do. But
bless her.
Maybe it's not for me.
Did she say, thank you, Grandma. That's so, you know what? I'll adopt your grandma because I have no grandmas left or grandpas.
Well, but what I'm saying is this show is not really up her alley.
It's not, but she's being supportive.
Yes, of course. Everyone's being supportive.
Aww.
No. I mean,
I'm adopting your family because I need grandmas and stuff in my life. I have none left.
My Nana is 81 years old. She'll be 82 in 4 months.
Yay!
She's amazing.
That is amazing. Is she still sassy and awesome?
Yes.
I bet she is.
I told you what she said. It's not for me. I said, yeah, we do swear a lot. She goes, yes, I don't like that, Leslie.
So am I going to have to act Christian if I meet your family?
No, because you don't act Christian. You either are or you are not.
Well, I am in the inside because I was baptismoed, but it's not the same. Yeah,
if you are acting Christian,
I wouldn't be getting divorced.
Exactly.
Twice.
And you also never would have become an alcoholic, according to most Christians.
Well, hopefully I won't be divorced thrice, and then I'll be okay. Not once, not twice, but thrice.
This is it. This is the right one.
That's right. So I don't have to come back in and be like, after all my divorces, I smoke like a beast. At least this time I'm only vaping. Everything else I've been doing better with. And that...
Yes!
I am.
Of all your divorces,
yeah,
you're smoking the least after this one.
Because I'm sober. I'm not running to some dude, which is, I mean, I take those as wins. And yes, you can laugh at my shit. Please laugh at it because it keeps it. Is it serious? Yes. Do I cry a lot? Sometimes. But I'm healing.
But not here.
Not here.
There's no crying allowed here.
No, there's not. Whoops. There goes my microphone.
Again.
It's like,
that's how we started the show.
It's upset with me. It's like, bitch, we don't want you. Don't you
and
talk.
That's how we will end the show.
Yes, it is.
All right, my loves.
Yay.
Have a good evening and see you next time. Bye.
Yeah.